Ancient cult foundations. The foundational elements of ancient cultic practices emerged during the Neolithic and Bronze Age, commencing approximately 10,000 BCE in diverse geographical regions including Anatolia, the Levant, and Mesopotamia. These early formations were driven by human efforts to comprehend and influence natural phenomena, ensure agricultural fertility, and address fundamental concerns of life, death, and ancestral veneration. The stated purpose of these proto-religious organizations was to establish a communal framework for appeasing perceived divine forces, guaranteeing bountiful harvests, protecting settlements from environmental threats, and providing a cohesive narrative for existential understanding within the community. Covert operations and hidden activities frequently involved highly secretive initiation rites, restricted to designated individuals or specific societal tiers. Evidence suggests the performance of ritualistic animal and, in rarer documented instances, human sacrifices, intended to secure divine favor. Shamanic practices, involving altered states of consciousness and direct communication with the spirit world, were often conducted away from public scrutiny, imparting exclusive knowledge to a select few. The precise details of these rituals were deliberately guarded, forming the core of the cult's authority and mystique. Exposure of these practices occurred primarily through archaeological discovery and the subsequent decipherment of ancient texts. Significant findings at sites such as Çatalhöyük 7500 BCE provided evidence of ancestor cults. The unearthing and translation of cuneiform tablets from Sumeria and Akkad circa 3000 BCE, alongside Egyptian pyramid texts circa 2400 BCE, offered insights into complex cosmologies and ritual protocols previously unknown. Later historical accounts by Greek and Roman chroniclers, though often biased, also documented elements of foreign cult practices. The aftermath of this exposure has primarily manifested in intensive academic scrutiny. Modern archaeology, anthropology, and religious studies departments continue to analyze and reevaluate the historical narratives of early human societies. Debates persist regarding the precise nature and extent of esoteric practices, the relationship between cults and early state formation, and the impact of these foundational beliefs on subsequent religious traditions. Official denials are not applicable given the antiquity of the subjects, but interpretations are continuously revised based on new evidence. Eleusinian mystery rites. The Eleusinian mysteries originated in Eleusis, Greece, around 1500 BCE, focused on the worship of Demeter, goddess of agriculture, and her daughter Persephone. The rites were designed to commemorate Persephone's abduction by Hades and her subsequent return, symbolizing the cycle of death and rebirth in nature and the promise of an afterlife. The publicly stated purpose of the mysteries was to grant initiates a blessed existence after death and to ensure the fertility of the land. Participants were promised spiritual purification and a profound understanding of the cosmos, leading to a state of inner tranquility and a hopeful perspective on mortality. Covert operations centered on the secret initiation ceremonies, conducted annually over 9 days. Neophytes, known as mysts, underwent a series of purifications, fasts, and ritualistic journeys, culminating in the telet held in the Anaktoron, the innermost sanctuary of the telesterion. Within this sacred space, initiates were exposed to the things seen epopteia and the things said legomna, the exact nature of which was sworn to absolute secrecy under penalty of death. It is theorized that the consumed ritual drink, kykeon, may have contained psychoactive components, inducing profound visionary experiences. Historical accounts document instances of individuals, such as Alcibiades in 415 BCE, facing severe legal repercussions for allegedly profaning the mysteries by revealing their secrets or imitating them outside Eleusis. Exposure of certain details occurred inadvertently through the writings of classical authors. While bound by oaths not to reveal the core secrets, figures such as Cicero, Plutarch, and Clement of Alexandria provided fragmentary descriptions of the outer rites and the general nature of the promises made. The most definitive exposure came with the gradual suppression of pagan cults. The Roman Emperor Theodosius I issued decrees against pagan worship in the late 4th century CE, and the sanctuary at Eleusis was largely destroyed by the Visigoths under Alaric I in 395 CE, leading to the permanent cessation of the rites. Subsequent archaeological excavations throughout the 19th and 20th centuries at Eleusis unearthed the remnants of the telesterion and various artifacts, providing further material evidence. In the aftermath, the Eleusinian mysteries transitioned from a living religious practice to a subject of historical and philological inquiry. Scholars have extensively analyzed ancient texts and archaeological findings to reconstruct the ceremonies, leading to ongoing academic debates, particularly concerning the psychoactive nature of the kykeon and the precise content of the anaktoron rites. No official denials were issued regarding practices, as the cult was suppressed rather than discredited by its own participants. Orphic doctrine secrecy. The Orphic doctrine emerged in ancient Greece, approximately in the 6th century BCE, with origins attributed to the mythical poet and musician Orpheus. Its inception was rooted in a philosophical and religious movement seeking to provide a distinct path to salvation and spiritual understanding, diverging from mainstream Olympian polytheism. The stated purpose of Orphism was the purification of the soul and its liberation from the cycle of reincarnation. Orphic tradition, hidden involved activities within the strict Orphic adherence tradition, to a secret set of beliefs and involved strict practices, adherence to a secret set of beliefs and practices, often vegetarianism, transmitting their esoteric knowledge through private initiation rites and the study of sacred, identified with often Dionysus apocryphal Zeus, through a disciplined and ascetic lifestyle. Hidden activities within the Orphic tradition involved strict adherence to a secret set of beliefs and practices. This included specific dietary restrictions, often vegetarianism, and the avoidance of certain sacrificial meats. Formed and the exclusive avoidance of certain communities, adherents sacrificial aimed, transmitting their esoteric knowledge through private initiation rites, and the study of sacred, identified with often Dionysus apocryphal Zeus, through a disciplined and ascetic lifestyle, including Orphic hymns and cosmogonies. The doctrine posited a dualistic anthropology where the soul was divine and immortal, trapped within a mortal body as a punishment for primordial sin, a concept kept largely separate from public religious discourse. The exact nature of these private rituals, beyond the general asceticism, remains largely unconfirmed by direct evidence. Exposure of elements of the Orphic doctrine occurred primarily through indirect sources and archaeological discovery. Philosophers such as Plato, e.g., in Phaedo and Republic, and Aristotle referenced Orphic ideas, often critically, providing glimpses into their cosmology and ethical precepts. The most significant material exposure came from the discovery of Orphic gold tablets, thin sheets of gold foil inscribed with instructions for the deceased soul, found in graves across Magna Graecia and Crete, dating from the 4th century BCE onwards. These tablets explicitly articulated aspects of the Orphic afterlife beliefs and purification rituals, for the first time outside of philosophical commentary. The aftermath of this exposure has been primarily academic. The fragmented nature of the evidence has led to extensive scholarly debate regarding the coherence and unified nature of Orphism as a distinct religious movement. Historians and classicists continue to analyze its influence on Pythagoreanism, Platonism, and later Neoplatonic thought. No official denials were issued by the practitioners as the movement faded into obscurity, its principles absorbed or superseded by subsequent philosophical and religious developments. Dionysian ecstatic revels. Dionysian ecstatic revels trace their origins to Thrace and Phrygia, subsequently adopted and integrated into Greek culture from the 8th to 7th centuries BCE. The cult of Dionysus, god of wine, fertility, ritual madness, and theatrical performance, facilitated the emergence of these practices, often in rural or nocturnal settings. The stated purpose of the Dionysian revels was to achieve a state of religious ecstasy and liberation from societal constraints, allowing participants to commune directly with the deity. These gatherings were presented as opportunities for spiritual catharsis and celebration of life's primal forces. Hidden activities often involved practices considered transgressive by mainstream society. God of participants' wine, ritual Mened's madness, facilitated the emergence of these practices. Liberation from Omophage's societal, the secretive nature of the constraints, rites facilitated behavior that departed from conventional Greek and Roman morality. These nocturnal rituals, known as gatherings, were bacchanalia in presented as Rome, opportunities for spiritual catharsis and celebration of life's primal forces. Often in his involved herb candida practices library book, considered 39, transgressive by mainstream society, extensively detailed perceived criminal activities associated with Roman bacchanalia. Liberation from Omophage's societal, the secretive nature of the constraints, rites facilitated behavior that departed from conventional Greek and Roman morality. Known as gatherings were bacchanalia, in presented as Rome, opportunities for spiritual catharsis and celebration of life's primal forces, leading to altered states of consciousness. Extensively detailed perceived criminal activities associated with Roman bacchanalia, including widespread fraud, poisoning, and sexual misconduct, which he claimed were organized within the cult's secret network. Exposure of these covert activities occurred through both literary accounts and official Roman suppression. Euripides' tragedy, the Bacchae circa 405 BCE, dramatized the disruptive nature and ecstatic excesses of the cult. The most significant historical exposure, however, arose from the Roman Senate's investigation into the Bacchanalia. In 186 BCE, a comprehensive inquiry led to the Senatus Consultum de Bacchanalibus, a decree that strictly regulated and largely suppressed the cult throughout Italy, citing widespread moral corruption and threats to public order. Livy's detailed, though often polemical, account served as a primary source for the Roman state's rationale. In the aftermath, the public reaction in Rome was characterized by fear and severe condemnation, leading to executions and imprisonment for alleged cult leaders and participants. Media coverage, primarily through official edicts and historical narratives like Livy's, portrayed the cult as a profound danger to Roman civic and moral order. While some elements of Dionysian worship were reintegrated into more public, regulated festivals, e.g., Lenea, City Dionysia in Athens, the secretive and ecstatic aspects were largely curtailed or driven further underground. Official denials were issued by Roman authorities, asserting the necessity of state intervention to preserve social cohesion against the perceived subversive nature of the Bacchanalia. Mithraic bull sacrifice. The cult of Mithras, centered on the ritual of bull sacrifice, originated within the Roman Empire around the 1st century CE. While its precise geographical origin is debated, it flourished widely among Roman soldiers, merchants, and civil servants, particularly along the frontiers and within major urban centers like Rome and Ostia. The cult's inception is largely viewed as a synthesis of Eastern and Roman religious elements. The stated purpose of Mithraism was to provide a path to spiritual salvation and cosmic understanding for its adherents. It promised protection, a structured moral framework, and a sense of exclusive camaraderie, particularly while appealing to military personnel seeking spiritual guidance and community within a disciplined context. Grades particular, Personnel Corax Raven, disciplined Nymphus Context Bridegroom, Miles Soldier, Leo Lion, Persis Persian, Heliodromus Sunrunner, and Pater Father. These rites were conducted exclusively in underground temples known as Mithraea, which were deliberately constructed to be obscure and secluded. The central ritual, the Tauroctony, depicted Mithras sacrificing a bull, a scene replicated in every Mithraeum. This act was understood as a cosmogonic event, bringing order and life to the world. Communal meals, often involving specific foods, were also held in secrecy. Women were explicitly excluded from participation, distinguishing it from many other Roman mystery cults. Exposure of Mithraic practices has occurred primarily through archaeological discovery. Thousands of Mithraea, identified by their characteristic architecture and iconography, have been unearthed across the Roman Empire, from Britain to Syria, commencing in the 18th century and continuing through the present day. The ubiquitous depictions of the Tauroctony provided key insights into the cult's central myth. Unlike many ancient religions, Mithraism produced no significant body of written texts for external dissemination. Therefore, understanding of its doctrines relies heavily on interpreting its consistent iconography and the layout of its cultic spaces. Additionally, early Christian polemics occasionally alluded to Mithraic rites, providing limited, often biased, external descriptions. The aftermath of this exposure has been an extensive, ongoing academic endeavor. Modern scholarship continues to debate the cult's precise origins, its relationship to Zoroastrianism, and the specific meanings of its complex symbolism. The archaeological evidence has allowed for a detailed reconstruction of its physical spaces and ritual elements. The cult gradually declined with the rise of Christianity as the dominant religion of the Roman Empire, eventually ceasing to exist as a distinct practice. No official denials were issued by practitioners, as the cult was superseded rather than externally discredited by internal failings. Isiac Resurrection Cult. The cult of Isis, centered on themes of resurrection and eternal life, originated in ancient Egypt, focused on the deities Isis and Osiris. Its expansion began significantly during the Hellenistic period, around the 3rd century BCE, and flourished throughout the Roman Empire, reaching as far as Britain. The cult's genesis was rooted in the enduring Egyptian belief system surrounding death, rebirth, and the pathway to promise of an overcome afterlife. Adherents often protection, emphasizing the fictionalized healing, resurrection disc. It provided a spiritual pathway to overcome mortality and achieve a blessed existence in the afterlife, often emphasizing the goddess's benevolent and universal power. Hidden activities involved secret initiation ceremonies, often conducted at night within designated temples or sacred precincts. Existence in the detailed the afterlife account state, emphasizing the fictionalized, universal, and the epi, describing a symbolic involved secret descent into the mirroring the myth of underworld, a ritualistic death, and subsequent rebirth. Conducted at night within designated temples or initiates sacred underwent precincts purifications and were said to experience visions or revelations of the goddess. The central mystery revolved around the ritualistic mourning for Osiris and the symbolic reenactment of his dismemberment and restoration by Isis, the details of which were closely guarded. These rites fostered a sense of exclusivity and direct divine connection for participants, distinguishing them from public worship. Exposure of the Isiac cult occurred through various channels, though the innermost rites remained largely unrecorded by non-initiates. Classical authors like Plutarch, in his De Icide et Osirid, provided significant narratives on the core myths and some external aspects of the worship. The extensive proliferation of temples dedicated to Isis across the Roman world, from Pompeii to Philae, provided tangible evidence of its widespread acceptance. Archaeological excavations throughout the Mediterranean region continually unearth altars, statues, and ritual objects associated with Isiac worship. Additionally, critical accounts by early Christian writers, such as Tertullian and Augustine, though polemical, sometimes revealed details of Isiac practices in their condemnations of paganism. In the aftermath, the Isiac cult continued to thrive until the systematic suppression of pagan religions under the Christian Roman emperors from the late 4th century CE. Many of its temples were destroyed or converted to Christian churches. Modern Egyptology and classical scholarship have meticulously reconstructed the cult's history, rituals, and theological underpinnings based on archaeological findings, inscriptions, papyri, and literary sources. The cult's influence on later spiritual traditions and its syncretic nature are subjects of ongoing academic inquiry. No official denials were issued by cult adherents concerning the content of their practices, as their decline was due to external religious and political pressures rather than internal discreditation. Pythagorean Esoteric Brotherhood. The Pythagorean Esoteric Brotherhood was established in Croton, Magna Graecia, around 530 BCE, by Pythagoras of Samos. Its genesis was rooted in Pythagoras' pursuit of a unified understanding of the cosmos through mathematics, philosophy, and spiritual discipline, leading to the formation of an exclusive intellectual and religious community. The stated purpose of the Brotherhood was the purification of the soul and the attainment of intellectual and moral excellence. Adherents aimed to understand the fundamental principles governing the universe, particularly through the study of numbers and geometry, to achieve a harmonious and virtuous life. Practices who were the inner circle and the akousmatikoi vegetarianism and communal living extended an outer circle periods. Their discoveries and studies philosophical extended. The Brotherhood was divided into two tiers. The mathematikoi learners, who were the inner circle, sharing all knowledge and living communally, and the akousmatikoi listeners, an outer circle, focused on ethical teachings without full access to the esoteric mathematical theories. Their studies extended to acoustics, astronomy, and medicine, all viewed through a numerical lens. The precise nature of their advanced mathematical proofs and cosmological theories, such as the incommensurability of the square root of 2, were initially kept secret within the group. Exposure of the Pythagorean Brotherhood's activities occurred through both internal dissension and external political opposition. Around 450 BCE, a significant political backlash in Croton and Metapontum led to the violent suppression of many Pythagorean communities, resulting in the burning of their meeting houses and the dispersal or death of many members. Subsequent philosophical texts by figures such as Plato and Aristotle, while not members, referenced Pythagorean ideas and practices, providing indirect insights. Later Neoplatonic philosophers like Iamblichus and Porphyry, centuries after Pythagoras, compiled biographies and treatises that, while semi-legendary, preserved much of what is known about the Brotherhood's structure and teachings. In the aftermath, the dispersed Pythagoreans continued to influence Greek thought, particularly Platonism, which absorbed many of its mathematical and metaphysical concepts. The suppression led to the public availability of certain doctrines that had previously been exclusive. Modern scholarship continues to disentangle the historical Pythagoras from later legends, and to assess the true extent of the Brotherhood's impact on Western philosophy and mathematics. Official denials from the Brotherhood ceased with its disestablishment, but subsequent philosophical traditions debated and reinterpreted its core tenets. Gnostic cosmogony concepts. Gnostic cosmogony concepts originated within diverse religious and philosophical movements spanning the 1st to 4th centuries CE, primarily in the Eastern Mediterranean, particularly in Egypt and Syria. These concepts developed within various Gnostic sects, often alongside or in opposition to early Christian communities, driven by a perceived need for a deeper, esoteric understanding of divine reality and human salvation. The stated purpose of Gnostic systems was to attain gnosis secret, salvific knowledge it had, would allow the spiritual self to escape the material world and return to its true divine source. This knowledge was presented as crucial for liberation from the ignorance and suffering inherent in corporeal existence. Activities salvific involved the knowledge it had development and would transmission of comp. These systems typically posited a supreme this knowledge was presented as crucial for liberation, as from the crucial for ignorance and liberation from the suffering ignorance and inherent in corporeal suffering existence, transcendent and unknowable God, distinct from an inferior creator deity, the demiurge, who mistakenly fashioned the material universe. Gnostics practiced esoteric interpretations of Scripture, often incorporating unique rituals such as secret anointing ceremonies or bridal chamber rites, the exact nature of which was known only to initiates. The concept of archons, malevolent cosmic rulers serving the demiurge and trapping human souls, was a central, guarded tenet. Gnostic communities often met in private, sharing their distinct scriptures and teachings. Exposure of Gnostic cosmogony occurred primarily through two significant channels. Firstly, the writings of early church fathers e.g. Irenaeus of Lyon in Adversus Heresies circa 180 CE, Tertullian, Hippolytus meticulously documented and condemned Gnostic beliefs as heresy, thereby inadvertently preserving detailed accounts of their doctrines for posterity. These polemical works served as the primary, albeit biased, source of information for centuries. Secondly, and more definitively, the discovery of the Nag Hammadi Library in Upper Egypt in 1945 provided direct access to a vast collection of original Gnostic texts, including the Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Mary, and Apocryphon of John. These texts, dating from the 3rd and 4th centuries CE, had been buried to preserve them, likely from destruction during the suppression of non-Orthodox Christian writings. In the aftermath, the systematic suppression by the nascent Orthodox Christian Church led to the near-total eradication of Gnostic communities and texts. The Nag Hammadi discovery, however, revolutionized modern scholarship, providing an unparalleled opportunity to study Gnostic thought directly rather than solely through the lens of its detractors. This has led to extensive academic analysis and reinterpretation of early Christian history and theology. The profound influence of Gnostic concepts on later esoteric traditions is also a subject of ongoing research. Official denials of Gnostic doctrines were issued by the emerging Christian orthodoxy, asserting their incompatibility with foundational Christian beliefs. Hermetic Trismegistus texts. The Hermetic Trismegistus texts, a collection of Greco-Egyptian wisdom literature, originated in Hellenistic Egypt, primarily in the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE. These writings are attributed to the mythical figure Hermes Trismegistus, a syncretic deity combining the Greek Hermes and the Egyptian Thoth. Their genesis was rooted in a broad intellectual and spiritual climate, influenced by Platonism, Stoicism, Neo-Pythagoreanism, and Egyptian religious traditions, seeking a unified philosophy encompassing theology, cosmology, and spiritual transformation. The stated purpose of the Hermetic texts was to convey divine wisdom and secret knowledge of the cosmos, enabling the individual to achieve spiritual illumination and reunion with the divine mind. They offered a path to understanding the interconnectedness of all things and the underlying principles of the universe, often framed as a philosophical dialogue or revelation. And Egyptian religious traditions. Mystery cult with formal seeking a unified philosophy initiations, encompassing theology, cosmology individuals or small groups. The texts themselves frequently emphasize the necessity of inner purification and intellectual rigor to truly comprehend their profound truths, implying an exclusivity of understanding. Practical Hermetica, dealing with astrology, alchemy, and magic theurgy, often involved secretive rituals and experimental practices, passed down through master-apprentice relationships, designed to manipulate cosmic forces or achieve physical and spiritual transformations. The allegorical and enigmatic language used within the texts served to both preserve and obscure their deeper meanings from the uninitiated. Exposure of the Hermetic texts occurred most notably in the European Renaissance. The Corpus Hermeticum, a collection of 17 Greek treatises, was brought from Macedonia to Florence in 1460. Cosimo de' Medici commissioned Marsilio Ficino to translate it from Greek into Latin, completed in 1463, prior to his translation of Plato. This rapid dissemination made Hermetic philosophy widely available to European intellectuals. Later scholarship in the 17th century, particularly Isaac Casaubon's De Rebus Sacris et Ecclesiasticis Exercitations 1614, demonstrated through philological analysis that the texts were not ancient Egyptian but Hellenistic Greek forgeries, shattering the perception of their immense antiquity. Subsequent archaeological discoveries of Hermetic fragments and magical papyri in Egypt further illuminated their context. In the aftermath, the initial Renaissance period saw the Hermetic texts profoundly influence Neoplatonism, alchemy, astrology, and early modern scientific thought, with figures like Giordano Bruno and Isaac Newton studying them. Casaubon's dating, while debunking their ancient provenance, shifted their study from divine revelation to historical and philosophical inquiry. Modern scholarship continues to analyze the Hermetic tradition's syncretic nature and its significant impact on Western esotericism and the development of early science. No official denials were issued by the original authors, as the texts were products of a diffuse intellectual movement, but later academic analysis corrected historical misattributions. Alchemical Magnum Opus. The Alchemical Magnum Opus, or Great Work, traces its origins to Hellenistic Egypt, particularly Alexandria, around the 1st to 3rd century CE, influenced by Egyptian metallurgy, Greek philosophy, and Babylonian astrology. It later developed significantly within the Islamic world from the 7th century CE, and subsequently in medieval and early modern Europe. The genesis of alchemy was a blend of practical experimentation, philosophical speculation, and mystical pursuit, seeking to understand and control the fundamental processes of nature. The stated purpose of the magnum opus was multifaceted. Primarily, the transmutation of base metals into noble metals, particularly gold, chrysopoeia, and the creation of the philosopher's stone, a legendary substance believed to grant immortality or cure all diseases. The purification and enlightenment, and the creation of the physical philosophers, stone transformations as allegories for inner spiritual development. Hidden activities involved highly secretive laboratory experimentation and the transmission of knowledge within exclusive master-apprentice relationships or clandestine societies. Alchemical processes, such as negrito blackening, albedo whitening, and rubedo reddening, were cloaked in intricate symbolism, allegorical language, and coded diagrams to protect perceived secrets from the uninitiated, avoid accusations of fraud, or escape religious persecution, e.g., witchcraft. The precise chemical procedures, often involving dangerous substances and reactions, were meticulously recorded in private manuscripts using cryptic terminology, ensuring that only those with proper initiation could decipher them. Exposure of alchemical practices occurred progressively. During the European Renaissance and early modern period, some alchemists, such as Paracelsus 16th century and Robert Boyle 17th century, published treatises that, while still partly symbolic, revealed elements of practical chemistry. However, many remained hidden. The definitive exposure came with the rise of modern chemistry in the 18th and 19th centuries. Scientists like Antoine Lavoisier systematically discredited the transmutation claims through empirical experimentation and the development of the law of conservation of mass, exposing alchemical methods as pre-scientific and often based on misconception or deliberate obfuscation. Fraudulent alchemists who claimed to produce gold were also publicly exposed and prosecuted, such as the case of Georg Hanauer in the Holy Roman Empire in the 17th century. In the aftermath, the material aspects of alchemy were largely discarded by mainstream science, but its experimental techniques and observations laid fundamental groundwork for the development of chemistry. The spiritual and psychological dimensions of the magnum opus continued to be explored by esoteric traditions and later by figures like Carl Jung, who interpreted alchemical symbolism through a psychological lens. Official denials of the alchemical possibility of transmutation were issued by the nascent scientific community, solidifying the distinction between alchemy and modern chemistry, although its historical and philosophical significance remains a subject of ongoing academic inquiry. Knights Templar lore. The Order of the Poor Knights of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, commonly known as the Knights Templar, originated around 1119 in Jerusalem. Its founding members included Hugh de Paynes and Godfrey de Saint-Omer. The stated purpose of the order was to protect European pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land following the First Crusade, providing armed escort and establishing safe routes. They formally received papal recognition in 1129, growing rapidly in influence and wealth across Europe and the Levant. Beyond their military and monastic duties, the Knights Templar engaged in extensive financial operations. Banking, armed managing escort and vast establishing safe landholdings, collecting taxes, and lending money to monarchs and nobles across Christendom. These hidden activities involved intricate financial networks and considerable accumulation of assets, making them one of the most powerful and wealthy organizations in Europe. Form, vast papal idol recognition and worship, and heresy, including the beyond their lending veneration of a money millionary and figure known as monastic monarch, persecution, extensive hidden financial activities historical operations, evidence involved intricate, suggests these financial claims were networks and largely considerable accumulation of fabricated or extracted under assets duress. The organizations in orders Europe exposure to public scrutiny and subsequent suppression began on Friday, October 13, 1307. King Philip Roman IV of France, heavily indebted to the Templars and desiring their wealth, ordered the arrest of Templar knights across France. The charges leveled against them included heresy, sacrilege, sodomy, and idol worship. Confessions were widely obtained through torture. Pope Clement V, under pressure from Philip Roman IV, issued the papal bull Vox in Excelso in 1312, officially dissolving the order. The aftermath saw Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master, and other senior Templars burned at the stake in 1314 after recanting their coerced confessions. The order's assets were largely confiscated by the French crown or transferred to the rival order of the Hospitallers, though significant portions were never accounted for. The rapid downfall of such a powerful institution fueled centuries of speculation regarding hidden Templar treasures, their alleged continued existence in secret, and their influence on later esoteric societies, establishing their enduring presence in popular lore. Hashishin assassin secrets. The Nizari Ismaili state, often referred to by the term Hashishin or assassins, originated in Persia in the late 11th century, specifically around 1090, with Hassan I Saba establishing his base at the fortress of Alamut. The stated purpose of this movement was to establish and defend an independent Nizari Ismaili state, rejecting the authority of both the Seljuk Sultanate and the Abbasid Caliphate, and upholding their distinct interpretation of Shi'ism. The hidden activities of the Nizari Ismailis primarily involved the systematic use of assassination as a precise political and military tool. Operatives introducing legends of drug use, specifically hashish, to induce visions or unwavering loyalty among the fidei, known as fidei, were dispatched to eliminate key adversaries, including Seljuk viziers, emirs, and crusader leaders. These covert operations were characterized by meticulous planning, daring execution, and a willingness for self-sacrifice by the operatives. European movement was to accounts establish a independent Nizari Ismaili, particularly those state from Marco Polo, rejecting the authority of both the later Seljuk Sultanate and the Abbey, introduci ng legends of drug use, specifically hashish, to induce visions or unwavering loyalty among the fidei. Historical scholarship, however, largely dismisses widespread drug use as a systematic tool, viewing it as a pejorative term used by their enemies to discredit their political acumen and strategic effectiveness. The decline and exposure of the Nizari Ismaili state occurred with the Mongol invasions of the mid-13th century. Hulagu Khan's forces systematically targeted their fortresses across Persia. The most significant event was the siege and capture of Alamut in 1256, which marked the effective end of their independent state. The aftermath saw the destruction of many Nizari libraries and strongholds, contributing to the historical obfuscation of their true nature and the prevalence of hostile narratives. The term assassin entered European languages, perpetuating a legacy of fear and intrigue. Despite the historical reality of a sophisticated, politically motivated organization, the popular image of drug-crazed killers has largely endured, obscuring the complex religious and political context of their operations. Rosicrucian Fama Fraternitatis. The Rosicrucian phenomenon, as a distinct movement, originated with the anonymous publication of 3 manifestos in early 17th century Germany. The Fama Fraternitatis Rosicrucis was first circulated in manuscript form around 1614 and subsequently published in Kassel. This was followed by the Confessio Fraternitatis in 1615, and for the wedding of chimical wedding of Christian Rutzenkreuz in 1616, Rosenkreuz in 1616. The stated purpose of these manifestos was to announce the existence of a secret, invisible brotherhood called the Fraternity of the Rose Cross. This brotherhood, purportedly founded by the mythical figure Christian Rosenkreuz in the 14th century, claimed to possess profound wisdom in alchemy, Kabbalah, and magic. Their proclaimed aim was to initiate a universal reformation of mankind, uniting science, religion, and art for the advancement of knowledge and human enlightenment, inviting learned individuals to join their ranks. However, the primary hidden activity was the publication of the manifestos themselves. Despite their claims of an active, pre-existing organization, no verifiable evidence of an organized Rosicrucian order prior to the 17th century has ever been substantiated. Scholars largely interpret the manifestos as an intellectual and philosophical program, a call for widespread intellectual and spiritual reform, rather than the literal revelation of an established secret society. The texts functioned as an elaborate literary device, challenging the prevailing intellectual climate and advocating for a new approach to knowledge and spirituality through allegory and symbolism. Exposure occurred through the manifesto's open, albeit anonymous, publication and wide circulation across Europe, rather than through leaks or confessions. Their mysterious origin and claims sparked intense debate and a widespread Rosicrucian craze, as countless individuals sought to contact the elusive brotherhood. The aftermath saw a proliferation of individuals claiming to be Rosicrucians, and the formation of numerous groups attempting to embody the principles of the manifestos. This period, known as the Rosicrucian Enlightenment, profoundly influenced esoteric traditions, alchemy, Hermeticism, and nascent scientific thought throughout Europe, despite the continuing elusiveness of the original brotherhood. The Rosicrucian legacy continues in various esoteric organizations that claim a historical lineage, albeit a largely symbolic one, to the original manifestos. Illuminati Adam Weishaupt. The Order of the Illuminati originated on May 1, 1776, in Ingolstadt, Bavaria. It was founded by Adam Weishaupt, a professor of canon law and practical philosophy at the University of Ingolstadt. The stated purpose of the Illuminati, as articulated by Weishaupt, was to promote Enlightenment ideals, cultivate reason, and foster morality among its members. The ultimate aim was to achieve human perfectibility and a universal moral reform, leading to a more enlightened and rational society, free from the perceived tyranny of religious dogma and monarchical oppression. The hidden activities of the Illuminati involved a hierarchical structure with various degrees of initiation, secret rituals, and oaths of silence. Order actively promoting sought to recruit influential republicanism individuals from the professional classes, nobility, and a particularly within form of Masonic lodges across Europe, philosophical anarchism, where humanity would govern itself through reason. While outwardly promoting virtue, internal documents and later revelations suggested a more radical agenda, including the subversion of existing monarchies and the Catholic Church, promoting republicanism, secularism, and a form of philosophical anarchism where humanity would govern itself through reason. Members operated under pseudonyms to maintain secrecy and prevent identification. Exposure occurred primarily in 1784 and 1785 through internal disputes and subsequent governmental investigations. Dissatisfied members, such as Franz Xavier von Zwack and Joseph Utschneider, publicly revealed aspects of the order's structure and aims. Bavarian authorities, under Elector Charles Theodore, seized documents from members' homes, including those of Zwack, which contained lists of members, secret codes, and plans for the order's expansion. This led to a series of decrees in 1784 and 1785, banning all secret societies, including the Illuminati. The aftermath resulted in Adam Weishaupt's exile from Bavaria. The Illuminati were officially suppressed and effectively ceased to exist as a unified organization. Despite their relatively short active period, the Illuminati became the subject of extensive conspiracy theories in the late 18th and 19th centuries, particularly after the French Revolution, which attributed to them a pervasive, ongoing influence over global political events and a role in various revolutionary movements, far exceeding their historical impact. Freemasonry Blue Lodges. Freemasonry, as a formal, organized institution, traces its modern origin to the formation of the Grand Lodge of London and Westminster on June 24, 1717, in London, England. This event united four existing lodges, transitioning from operative guilds of stonemasons to speculative or philosophical fraternities. The stated purpose of Freemasonry, particularly within its foundational blue lodges, also known as craft lodges, is to be a fraternal organization dedicated to moral and spiritual self-improvement. It emphasizes brotherhood, charity, and belief in a supreme being, often referred to as the great architect of the universe. Members engage in symbolic rituals and allegorical teachings to promote ethical conduct and personal growth across its 3 degrees: entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason. The hidden activities of Freemasonry primarily revolve around the privacy of its initiatory rituals, signs, grips, and passwords, which are communicated orally and are sworn to secrecy among members. Teachings and entered apprentice, influence, and mutual master support among their Mason members. In specific historical contexts, such as the Enlightenment era in France or the Italian Risorgimento, certain lodges became platforms for discussing and promoting liberal, republican, or nationalist ideas, sometimes indirectly challenging established religious and political authorities. However, these activities were generally limited to specific factions and times, rather than representing a universal, conspiratorial agenda. Exposure of Masonic practices has occurred intermittently throughout its history. Notable instances include the publication of Masonry dissected by Samuel Pritchard in 1730, which purported to reveal ritualistic secrets. Subsequent anti-Masonic movements, particularly in the 19th century in the United States, and later by totalitarian regimes in the 20th century, involved further public disclosure of ceremonies and membership rosters, often driven by accusations of conspiracy, anti-religious sentiment, or political subversion. In the aftermath, Freemasonry has faced persistent scrutiny and condemnation from various religious bodies, most notably the Catholic Church, and has been suppressed in numerous authoritarian states. Despite these challenges, Freemasonry has endured as a global fraternal organization with millions of members worldwide. Its secrets largely pertain to methods of recognition and the specific allegorical content of its rituals, rather than covert political or economic schemes, allowing it to largely operate openly in democratic societies. Cagliostro Egyptian rites. The Egyptian rite of Freemasonry originated in the late 1770, established by Giuseppe Balsamo, better known as Count Alessandro Cagliostro, a prominent figure in European esoteric circles and a master of self-presentation. Cagliostro claimed to be a direct descendant of ancient Egyptian priests, and the stated purpose of his Egyptian rite was to restore what he presented as the true and ancient form of Freemasonry. He asserted that contemporary European lodges had lost their spiritual essence, and his rite aimed to reintroduce profound spiritual enlightenment, moral regeneration, and the attainment of higher consciousness through ancient hermetic and alchemical practices, ostensibly linking initiates to primal wisdom, moral regeneration, and the included attainment of claims of higher consciousness through ancient communicating with angelic or hermetic and celestial beings, alchemical practices, ostensibly linking initiates to primal wisdom and generating wealth through alchemical processes. The rite had separate lodges for men and women, with Cagliostro's wife, Lorenz of Felicini Serafina, presiding over the female branch. These activities were shrouded in an aura of mystery and spectacle, blending genuine esoteric teachings with elements later perceived by detractors as charlatanism or calculated performance, often for financial gain. Exposure of Cagliostro's activities and the nature of his rite came to widespread public attention through his controversial involvement in the affair of the diamond necklace in France, 1785-1786. Although ultimately acquitted of any direct involvement in the fraud, his association with the scandal severely damaged his reputation and led to increased scrutiny. The definitive exposure and downfall occurred with his arrest by the Roman Inquisition in 1789 on charges of Freemasonry, heresy, and magical practices. His trial proceedings were highly publicized, and many of the secrets of his rite were detailed in court documents. In the aftermath, Cagliostro was condemned by the Inquisition, recanted under duress, and died in papal custody in 1795. His Egyptian rite largely dissipated with his imprisonment, although elements of his system influenced later esoteric currents and Masonic rites. Cagliostro's legacy remains polarized, viewed by some as a genuine, if unconventional, spiritual adept, and by others as a notorious impostor, exemplifying the complex intersection of esoteric pursuits, public perception, and financial ambition in the 18th century. Order Golden Dawn. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn originated in London, England, in 1888. It was founded by three prominent Freemasons and members of the Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia, William Robert Woodman, Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers, and William Wynne Westcott. Order was to facilitate structured curriculum for the leading systematic study and practical application of ceremonial magic, alchemy, astrology, tarot, Kabbalah, and other occult sciences. Order was to facilitate structured spiritual and intellectual development. Curriculum for the leading systematic study initiates through a series of grades intended to culminate in personal magical attainment and the understanding of universal spiritual principles. Grades the hidden intended to activities culminate of the in golden personal dawn magical attainment and the involved elaborate understanding of initiatory universal rituals spiritual principles. The practice of complex magical operations including Enochian magic, evocation, and Skringan the use of secret passwords, grips, and signs to maintain discretion within its temples. Members received detailed instruction in constructing magical tools, creating talismans, and performing complex ritual ceremonies intended for various spiritual and material purposes. The order also claimed to derive its teachings from secret chiefs, supposed discarnate entities, or advanced spiritual masters, a claim that became a point of contention among members. Order's inner some of which workings occurred incorporated primarily sexual during the early magic 1900. Internal Crowley power believed these struggles and personal practices conflicts. Key particularly the Roman 9 and Roman 11 figures degrees, Crowley, keys to who had been magical expelled from the power and order. Deliberately these highly published controversial and closely guarded details of the golden rituals were dawns taught only to advanced rituals, magical practices, and esoteric knowledge. His periodical, The Equinox, beginning in 1909, contained extensive revelations, often presented with commentary, directly violating the oaths of secrecy taken by initiates. These publications, alongside public disputes among former members, brought many aspects of the order's highly guarded practices into the public domain. In the aftermath, the Golden Dawn fractured into several successor organizations, including the Stella Matutina and the Alpha et Omega, as its unified structure dissolved. Despite its fragmentation, the Golden Dawn's structured magical system, its extensive curriculum, and its synthesis of various occult traditions profoundly influenced the development of 20th-century Western esotericism. Its legacy is evident in the foundational principles of numerous contemporary magical orders, including Wicca and the Lemma, and it remains a significant reference point for students of ceremonial magic and Hermeticism. OTO the Lemma Crowley. The Ordo Templi Orientis OTO originated around 1900, initially conceived by Karl Kellner and Theodore Roos as a Masonic-style esoteric order. Aleister Crowley's significant involvement began around 1910, and he assumed leadership as outer head of the Order O.H.O. in 1922. The philosophical core of the OTO under Crowley became the Lemma, a spiritual and magical system based on the Book of the Law Liber Al Vel Leges, which Crowley claimed to have received in Cairo in 1904. The stated purpose of the OTO under Crowley was to disseminate and practice the Lemma, whose central tenet is do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The order aimed to guide individuals in discovering and manifesting their true will through magical and spiritual development, leading to personal liberation and enlightenment. The hidden activities of the OTO involved a structured system of initiatory degrees, some of which incorporated sexual magic. Crowley believed these practices, particularly the I, X, and Roman 11 degrees, were profound keys to magical power and spiritual transformation. These highly controversial and closely guarded rituals were taught only to advanced initiates. The Abbey of the Lemma, established by Crowley in Cefalu, Sicily, from 1920 to 1923, served as a primary center for the Thelemic practice, communal living, and magical experimentation, often involving practices considered unorthodox and provocative by external society. Exposure of the OTO's teachings and practices occurred through various means. Crowley himself was a prolific author, publishing much of the OTO's theoretical and ritualistic material in the Equinox and other works, thereby making accessible what was previously secret. Public exposure of the sexual magic aspects and controversial activities at the Abbey of Thelema came through sensationalized press reports and accounts from disgruntled former members, such as Frank Harris and Betty May. These revelations contributed to Crowley's notoriety and led to widespread accusations of degeneracy and perversion in the mainstream press. The Abbey of Thelema was ultimately closed by Benito Mussolini's government in 1923 following public outcry and the death of a member at the Commune. In the aftermath, the OTO continued to operate internationally following Crowley's death in 1947, albeit facing leadership disputes and legal challenges regarding the copyright of Crowley's extensive writings. It remains an active organization promoting the Thelema globally. Crowley's legacy and the OTO's practices continue to be subjects of both intense fascination and considerable controversy, having significantly influenced various magical, esoteric, and countercultural movements throughout the 20th and 21st centuries. Hermetic order alchemists. The tradition of alchemy, particularly the Hermetic current, does not trace its origin to a single formal order in the modern sense, but rather as a pervasive, often secretive, practice with roots spanning millennia. Its origins can be found in ancient Egypt associated with Hermes Trismegistus, giving rise to Hermeticism, Hellenistic Greece, and later flourishing within medieval Islamic and European cultures. Stated this was purpose of driven by an alchemy desire to protect proprietary, as both a material and spiritual endeavor, was the avoid achievement of the persecution from magnum opus, or authorities great who work. Practices with this suspicion, or as heresy, encompass the physical transmutation of base metals into gold, and to maintain the mystique the surrounding creation there, of the profound knowledge philosopher's stone believed to grant immortality and universal cure, and fundamentally, the spiritual purification and enlightenment of the alchemist. The hidden activities of alchemists involved conducting their complex operations in strict secrecy. This was driven by a desire to protect proprietary discoveries, avoid persecution from religious or secular authorities, who often viewed such practices with suspicion or as heresy, and to maintain the mystique surrounding their profound knowledge. Practitioners frequently employed cryptic symbols, allegorical language, and elaborate coded texts to document their findings and prevent the uninitiated from understanding their processes. Laboratories were often secluded or concealed. The pursuit was profoundly internal as well as external, focusing on the alchemist's personal transformation and spiritual ascent alongside the chemical experiments. Formal exposure of alchemical secrets was rare, as the tradition relied on oral transmission among initiates and deliberately obscure written texts. Public perception ranged from respecting alchemists as profound natural philosophers to condemning them as charlatans or practitioners of black magic. The rise of modern chemistry in the 17th and 18th centuries, championed by figures like Robert Boyle and Antoine Lavoisier, progressively discredited the literal, material aims of alchemy within the scientific community, shifting its status from proto-science to a form of esoteric philosophy. In the aftermath, while the pursuit of metallic transmutation largely faded from scientific inquiry, the spiritual and symbolic aspects of alchemy endured. Its principles and allegories found new life within various esoteric fraternities, such as Rosicrucianism and certain Masonic rites, and influenced Western esotericism deeply. Contemporary interpretations often view alchemy as a metaphor for psychological and spiritual transformation, with its symbolism continuing to inform Jungian psychology, art, and modern magical practices, signifying a quest for self-realization rather than literal gold. Thule Society mysticism. The Thule Society originated on August 17, 1918, in Munich, Germany, founded by Rudolf von Sebetendorf. It initially functioned as a cover name for a pre-existing Völkisch secret society, the Germain Norden Walvater. The stated purpose of the Thule Society was to research ancient Germanic culture, including its mythology, runic lore, and racial origins. It openly promoted a Völkisch-folkish ideology of racial purity, anti-Semitism, and aggressive German nationalism, intertwined with occult practices aimed at discovering hidden wisdom for national renewal after Germany's defeat in World War I. The hidden activities of the Thule Society included secret meetings, initiatory rituals, and the study of various esoteric doctrines, particularly those pertaining to Nordic mysticism and racial purity. While its core agenda was overtly nationalistic and anti-Semitic, the esoteric component provided an intellectual and spiritual framework for its radical political aims. Post-WWI Bavaria, particularly, the network, and while its core platform for agenda was overtly figures who would nationalistic and later become anti-Semitic prominent in the burgeoning Nazi Party. Notably, early meetings of the German Workers' Party DAP, the precursor to the National Socialist German Workers' Party NSDAP, were hosted by the Thule Society, and several key early Nazi figures, including Dietrich Eckart and Rudolf Hess, were either members or closely associated with it. Formal exposure in the sense of a grand conspiracy being revealed did not occur, as the Society's Völkisch and anti-Semitic aims were known to its members, and its political connections became increasingly overt. Its direct influence stemmed from its role as an incubator for extreme nationalist ideology and its provision of a ready network for political agitation. Rudolf von Sebetendorf ultimately dissolved the Thule Society in 1925, believing that its purpose had been fulfilled through the rise and ascendancy of the NSDAP, which had adopted many of its core tenets and even symbols, such as the swastika. In the aftermath, the Thule Society itself faded from direct organizational prominence. However, its ideological contributions, including its emphasis on racial purity, its anti-Semitic fervor, and its mystical underpinnings, profoundly influenced the early development of Nazism. Elements of its esoteric interests persisted within certain Nazi factions, particularly within Heinrich Himmler's SS, which later pursued its own archaeological and occult investigations. The Thule Society's legacy serves as a historical example of how extreme political ideologies can merge with esoteric beliefs, contributing to devastating societal consequences. Skull Bones Yale. The Skull and Bones Society originated at Yale College in New Haven, Connecticut, in 1832. Its foundation was reportedly a response to the perceived elitism and exclusivity of other senior societies like Phi Beta Kappa, establishing itself as a more selective alternative. The stated purpose of Skull and Bones is to foster a network of influential individuals for mutual support and advancement, providing a lifelong brotherhood among its members. Officially, it is incorporated as the Russell Trust Association, a tax-exempt organization that manages the Society's assets, including its prominent windowless hall known as the Tomb located on High Street. However, historical accounts and alleged internal documents detail a range of hidden activities that transcend a typical collegiate social club. Officially, initiation rituals reportedly involve confessions of sexual history and other personal details, along incorporated with as the Russell Trust symbolic acts of Assur, birth within the tomb. Workings. with members including its reportedly bound by an prominent oath to never discuss the windowless society's hall known as the Affairs Tomb outside its located on Walls High Street. Allegations include the acquisition and display of historical artifacts, such as the skull of Geronimo and the gravestones of prominent figures, for ritualistic purposes. The organization is further suspected by some observers of cultivating a power base by selectively admitting individuals who later attained significant influence in government, business, and media. Public exposure of skull and bones has occurred periodically through unauthorized leaks, journalistic investigations, and the testimonies of former associates. Notable instances include the 1876 exposé in the Yale Literary Magazine, detailing aspects of the society's traditions. More recently, in 2004, a lawsuit was filed by the heirs of Geronimo seeking the return of his remains, drawing further public attention to the society's alleged possession of his skull. Journalist Alexandra Robbins' 2002 book, Secrets of the Tomb, Skull and Bones, the Ivy League, and the Hidden Paths to Power, provided detailed accounts based on interviews with former members and alleged internal documents. In the aftermath, public reaction has ranged from intense fascination and speculation regarding its influence on American power structures to dismissal as merely an eccentric student tradition. Media coverage frequently highlights the notable alumni, including multiple U.S. presidents and Supreme Court justices, perpetuating theories of a clandestine elite network. The society itself maintains a policy of absolute silence, neither confirming nor denying any claims, thereby reinforcing its enigmatic image and contributing to enduring public intrigue surrounding its activities and alleged impact on national and international affairs. Bohemian Grove Owl. The Bohemian Grove gatherings originated with the Bohemian Club, established in San Francisco, California, in 1872. Initially conceived as a private club for journalists and artists, it soon expanded its membership to include prominent businessmen and political leaders. The club's annual two-week retreat, known as the Bohemian Grove Encampment, has been held at its secluded 700-acre property in Monte Rio, California, since 1899. Central to the encampment is the cremation, setting for high and elaborate ritual ranking men to perform on the socialize, theatricals, and enjoy nature, explicitly gather before excluding a business or large stone owl effigy and political discussions. However, this ritual has fueled infiltrated speculation accounts suggest regarding its range of occult or hidden pagan activities undertones beyond mere recreation. Central to the encampment is the cremation of care ceremony, setting for high and elaborate ritual ranking men to perform on the socialized first night of the retreat. Theatricals participants, robes, explicitly gather before excluding a business or large stone owl effigy and political discussions, symbolically cremate a effigy named dull care, worldly worries. This ritual has fueled infiltrated speculation accounts, suggest regarding its range of occult or hidden pagan activities undertones beyond. Furthermore, despite official denials, numerous reports by journalists and former attendees indicate that significant political and business discussions, including policy formation and corporate deal-making, have occurred during the private, informal interactions among some of the world's most influential figures, including U.S. presidents, cabinet members, and corporate CEOs. Public exposure of the Bohemian Grove's activities has largely resulted from journalistic infiltration and unauthorized recordings. In 1989, Philip Weiss published an extensive account in Spy magazine after gaining access to the Grove. Most notably, in July 2000, documentary filmmaker Alex Jones managed to infiltrate the encampment and record footage of the cremation of care ceremony, releasing it as Dark Secrets, Inside Bohemian Grove. This footage provided visual confirmation of the ritualistic elements long rumored by outsiders. In the aftermath, the Bohemian Grove has become a recurring subject of conspiracy theories, with allegations ranging from discussions of a new world order to the assertion that global policy is secretly shaped within its confines. Environmental groups have also challenged the club's forestry practices and alleged pollution. Despite public scrutiny and protests, the Bohemian Club maintains its private nature, continuing its annual encampments with stringent security measures, while members consistently deny any illicit or conspiratorial activities, asserting the Grove remains merely a private social gathering. Bilderberg Group Meetings. The Bilderberg Group meetings originated in 1954, with the inaugural gathering held at the Hotel de Bilderberg in Oosterbeek, Netherlands. The initiative was primarily spearheaded by Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, with the assistance of Polish political exile Joseph Redinger. The stated purpose of these annual, invitation-only conferences is to foster dialogue between European and North American leaders on major global issues, promoting greater understanding and cooperation among influential figures in politics, business, academia, and media. The meetings are conducted under the Chatham House rule, meaning participants are free to use the information received, but neither the identity nor the affiliation of the speakers nor any other participant may be revealed. Despite the stated purpose of fostering dialogue, the inherent secrecy surrounding the Bilderberg meetings has led to significant speculation about hidden activities. Conferences are held despite the stated purpose of fostering dialogue. The resolutions are inherent secrecy passed surrounding the Bilderberg meetings has led to significant speculation about hidden activities, and no minutes are released to the public. Critics contend that this lack of transparency allows for covert discussions on global policy, economic strategies, and geopolitical alignments among powerful elites without public oversight or accountability. Allegations persist that the group aims to establish a global governance structure, manipulate economies, or influence political outcomes, citing the high-profile attendees who often go on to occupy significant positions in national governments or international organizations shortly after attending. Public exposure of the Bilderberg Group has largely been driven by independent journalists and activist groups. Early coverage of the meetings was minimal, but interest began to grow in the 1970s and 1980s. Investigative journalists like Jim Tucker and Daniel Eschelin significantly contributed to public awareness by attempting to identify attendees and the alleged topics of discussion. Official attendee lists and a brief summary of discussion topics are now typically released on the Bilderberg Group's official website shortly before or after each meeting, a change from earlier practices of complete silence. However, the exact nature and depth of discussions remain undisclosed. In the aftermath, the Bilderberg Group remains a recurring subject of global conspiracy theories, often portrayed as a clandestine forum for a shadow government or a new world order. Public reactions range from intense distrust and calls for greater transparency to dismissals of the claims as baseless paranoia. Despite persistent scrutiny and protests that sometimes accompany the meetings, the group continues its annual gatherings, maintaining its private, off-the-record format, asserting that such an environment is necessary for candid and productive discussions on sensitive international matters. Deep state shadowy. The concept of a deep state gained significant public prominence and debate in the United States, particularly during the 2016 presidential election cycle, though its intellectual origins can be traced to earlier discussions of unelected bureaucratic power in countries like Turkey. This framework describes a persistent, often shadowy network of unelected government officials, intelligence operatives, and sometimes allied external actors. To a deep these state inkle, bureaucrats such as career civil intentionally servants and obstructing or undermining the intelligence policies of agencies, is to provide continuity, expertise, particularly those and perceived as national external security oversight, threats to irrespective of established norms transcend or interests political administrations, functioning as a stable administrative backbone for effective governance. However, proponents of the deep state theory allege a range of hidden activities that move beyond mere bureaucratic stability. These include claims of career bureaucrats intentionally obstructing or undermining the policies of elected officials, particularly those perceived as external threats to established norms or interests. Accusations extend to intelligence agencies engaging in surveillance beyond legal mandates, manipulating public perception, or influencing foreign policy decisions without explicit democratic oversight. Specific allegations have involved leaks of classified information designed to harm political figures, or the orchestration of narratives through sympathetic media outlets to shape public opinion in favor of entrenched interests. Exposure of alleged deep state activities often comes through whistleblower disclosures, internal government leaks, and extensive investigative journalism. Instances such as Edward Snowden's 2013 revelations regarding NSA surveillance programs, or various leaks of internal State Department and intelligence community communications to major news outlets, have been cited as evidence of covert operations or dissent within the bureaucracy. While official government responses generally deny the existence of a conspiratorial deep state, they sometimes acknowledge internal disagreements or unauthorized disclosures. In the aftermath, the deep state concept has become a highly politicized term, fostering significant public debate and distrust regarding government institutions. Media coverage frequently features opposing viewpoints, with some outlets analyzing bureaucratic power structures, while others dismiss the concept as a baseless conspiracy theory. The discourse has led to calls for greater transparency, oversight, and accountability within federal agencies, while simultaneously prompting warnings against undermining the integrity of career civil servants crucial for national security and public service. The precise definition and existence of a deep state remain subjects of ongoing contention. Cthulhu mythos cults. The concept of Cthulhu mythos cults originated in the fictional literary works of American horror writer H.P. Lovecraft, beginning with his short story The Call of Cthulhu, published in Weird Tales magazine in 1928. Within the narrative framework established by Lovecraft, and later expanded by his literary successors, these cults are depicted as clandestine organizations devoted to the worship of colossal, alien entities known as Great Old Ones or Outer Gods, who slumber in cosmic dormancy or lurk in the void beyond human comprehension. Cults depicted as clandestine revealed in Lovecraft's devout stories is to hasten the return or awakening of these cosmic beings, believing that their reappearance will usher in a new, often terrifying, era for humanity, or grant their adherents forbidden knowledge and power. Fictional as narrative successors revealed in Lovecraft, depicted as is to hasten the involved clandestine return or various awakening of these illicit and organizations cosmic sanity beings devoted to the worship of colossal practices. Study of ancient, lurk in the era void for beyond grimoires such as the humanity comprehension, Necronomicon, adherents forbidden which knowledge and contain power spells and rituals for communicating with or summoning their alien deities. Cults are often depicted as engaging in human sacrifice, grotesque ceremonies in remote or hidden locations, and a pervasive campaign of secrecy and manipulation to conceal their true nature and objectives from the broader populace. Their operations are portrayed as spanning across continents and centuries, influencing events from the shadows to achieve their cosmic ends. Exposure of these fictional cults within Lovecraft's stories typically occurs through the accidental discovery by protagonists, often academics, researchers, or investigators. This exposure comes via the uncovering of ancient artifacts, deciphering cryptic texts, or stumbling upon clandestine meetings and sacrificial sites. Such revelations invariably lead the protagonist to a horrifying understanding of the true, indifferent nature of the cosmos and the perilous reality of the cult's existence, often resulting in their madness or demise. There is no real-world exposure of such entities, as they are entirely a construct of fiction. In the aftermath, within the fictional universe, the discovery of a Cthulhu Mythos cult rarely leads to its complete eradication. Instead, it frequently results in the protagonist's profound psychological trauma, the spread of madness, or a heightened sense of cosmic dread. The narratives emphasize humanity's insignificance in the face of these ancient, powerful entities. In the real world, the Cthulhu Mythos has grown into a significant subgenre of horror fiction and a cultural phenomenon, inspiring countless books, films, games, and art, but its cults and entities remain solely within the realm of imagination. Carbonari revolutionary cells. The Carbonari, or charcoal burners, emerged in southern Italy, particularly the Kingdom of Naples in the early 19th century, likely evolving from existing secret societies, possibly Masonic lodges, or actual charcoal burners guilds. Their formation was a direct response to the conservative monarchical restorations that followed the Napoleonic War, specifically targeting Bourbon rule in the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies and Austrian dominance in northern Italy. Carbonari was the overthrow of operated through a network of absolute specifically decentralized monarchies target Italy establishment of constitutional governments, structured hierarchically with initiatory rituals and coded language. Their hidden activities included secret meetings in remote locations, single, oath-bound loyalty among members, and the independent nation dissemination of state revolutionary propaganda, advocating for liberal and patriotic ideals. To achieve their aims, the Carbonari operated through a network of decentralized, clandestine cells, typically structured hierarchically with initiatory rituals and coded language. Their hidden activities included secret meetings in remote locations, oath-bound loyalty among members, and the dissemination of revolutionary propaganda. They engaged in armed insurrections and political conspiracies across the Italian peninsula. Notable actions include the Neapolitan Revolution of 1820, which forced King Ferdinand I to grant a constitution, and the Piedmontese Revolution of 1821, which aimed to liberate Lombardy from Austrian rule. Their strategies also involved infiltration of the military and civil administration to subvert existing authority. Exposure of Carbonari cells frequently occurred through betrayal by informants, arrests of key leaders, and confessions extracted under duress by the authorities. Following failed insurrections in 1820–1821 and later in the 1830, governments, particularly the Austrian Empire and the Papal States, launched extensive crackdowns. Trials led to public executions, long prison sentences, and widespread exiles. For example, in 1820, several prominent Neapolitan Carbonari were arrested and tried, leading to the suppression of the movement in the South. The secretive nature of the organization, while protecting it, also made it vulnerable to internal divisions and external infiltration. In the aftermath, despite their failures to achieve immediate unification or constitutional rule, the Carbonari profoundly influenced subsequent Italian nationalist movements. Their legacy contributed to the spirit of Risorgimento, inspiring later figures like Giuseppe Mazzini, who founded Young Italy as a successor movement learning from the Carbonari's organizational shortcomings. Many former Carbonari members continued their revolutionary activities from exile, ensuring that the ideals of Italian unity and self-determination persisted, ultimately contributing to the successful unification of Italy in 1861. though the Carbonari themselves had largely ceased to exist as a unified force by mid-century. Tugendbund Prussian virtues. The Tugendbund, or League of Virtue, originated in Königsberg, Prussia, in 1808. Its formation was a direct response to Prussia's devastating defeat by Napoleonic France at the battles of Jena and Auerstedt in 1806, which led to significant territorial losses and French occupation. The organization was founded by a group of Prussian officers, scholars, and officials, including Baron Karl von Unzumstein and Gerhard von Scharnhorst, who sought to revitalize the nation. The stated purpose of the Tugendbund was the moral and patriotic regeneration of Prussia, promoting virtues such as honor, loyalty, duty, and discipline among its members, and preparing the populace for a future national liberation effort against French hegemony through educational and cultural means. Operating as a secret society due to the precarious political climate and French surveillance, the Tugendbund engaged in a range of hidden activities. Its members met clandestinely to discuss reforms for the Prussian state, particularly focusing on military modernization, educational improvements, and the cultivation of nationalistic sentiment among the populace. While it did not directly engage in armed rebellion, the League aimed to instill a spirit of resistance and readiness for a national uprising when the opportunity arose. Funds were collected, and propaganda encouraging national unity and a martial spirit was disseminated among its networks, particularly within the Prussian army and universities. Exposure of the Tugendbund's activities was primarily through French intelligence and diplomatic pressure on the Prussian monarchy. Napoleon Bonaparte viewed the League with suspicion, perceiving it as a hotbed of anti-French sentiment and a potential source of future insurrection. Under direct pressure from France, King Frederick William Roman III of Prussia formally dissolved the Tugendbund by royal decree in December 1809, deeming it too provocative to the French occupation authorities. However, many of its members continued their activities informally and through other channels, maintaining their network and influence. In the aftermath, despite its official dissolution and limited direct military impact, the Tugendbund played a significant role in fostering the intellectual and moral foundations for Prussia's eventual resurgence. Its members, who included key reformers and influential figures, continued to advocate for the principles of national unity, military strength, and civic duty that ultimately contributed to the German wars of liberation against Napoleon from 1813 to 1815. While short-lived as a formal organization, its ideals and membership significantly influenced the development of Prussian nationalism and military reform in the early 19th century, with many former members ascending to prominent positions in the reformed Prussian state. Hellfire Club Bacchanalia. The Hellfire Club refers to several exclusive, secretive societies that operated in 18th century Great Britain and Ireland, the most notorious of which was associated with Sir Francis Dashwood, and later, John Wilkes, primarily meeting at Medmenham Abbey in Buckinghamshire, England, during the 1750 and early 1760s. The stated purpose of these clubs was ostensibly to serve as social gatherings for wealthy and influential men, providing a forum for conviviality, intellectual discourse, and freedom from societal norms. Members often adopted pseudonyms and titles, emphasizing their separation from the mundane world. For stated instance purpose, NG reportedly prostitutes, these sexually clubs suggestive imagery, and engaged in a conducted range of hidden rites activities that were involving deliberate lie, designed to shock and provoke prostitutes' contemporary society. Accounts and tion of alcohol, sensationalized, describe allegations, elaborate mock included the rituals, masses, and other parodies of religious blasphemous acts ceremonies, concrete heavy evidence drinking, and often sexual stems from biased or libertinism. The Medmenham Abbey group, for instance, reportedly adorned their meeting place with sexually suggestive imagery and conducted rites involving prostitutes, referred to as nuns, and excessive consumption of alcohol. Allegations included the performance of black masses and other blasphemous acts, though concrete evidence remains sparse and often stems from biased or unreliable sources. Exposure of the Hellfire Clubs primarily came through public rumors, sensationalized press reports, and the scandalous conduct of some of its prominent members. While the clubs operated in secrecy, the notoriety of figures like John Wilkes ensured public attention. One key incident involved the alleged prank played by John Montagu, 4th Earl of Sandwich, who reportedly released a baboon dressed as the devil into a meeting, causing panic and further contributing to the club's dark reputation. The highly publicized trial of John Wilkes in 1763 for seditious libel and obscene publications, one of which allegedly alluded to the Medmenham Abbey activities, brought further disrepute and scrutiny. In the aftermath, the Hellfire Clubs largely dissolved due to public outrage, internal disputes, and the legal troubles of their members. Their legacy persisted through popular mythology, literature, and folklore, contributing to an enduring image of elite debauchery and clandestine vice. While some historians argue that the clubs were primarily outlets for harmless hedonism and intellectual rebellion against conservative society, their reputation for blasphemy and licentiousness became a lasting cautionary tale, solidifying their place in popular culture as symbols of aristocratic excess and secret, immoral gatherings. Jesuit oath allegiance. The concept of an extreme Jesuit oath of allegiance originated not with the Society of Jesus itself, but within the broader context of anti-Catholic and anti-Jesuit propaganda prevalent in Europe from the 17th to the 19th centuries. The Society of Jesus Jesuits was founded by Ignatius of Loyola in 1540, with its members taking traditional religious vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, along with a special vow of obedience to the Pope regarding missions. Church members propagate the taking faith, and provide education and spiritual guidance, through missionary work and missile elect. However, a highly detailed and often violent secret oath began circulating in anti-Jesuit publications, particularly after the English Reformation and during periods of religious conflict. Intellectual heretics pursuits a long way, a overthrowing Hyli Protestant detailed, and government's often violent secret oath began circulating in anti-Jesuit publications, sowing discord and particularly accumulating the wealth for the English Church through covert reformation and during periods of religious conflict. The text explicitly detailed methods for deception, infiltration, and the complete subjugation of personal conscience to the will of the Pope and the Order, aiming for the ultimate restoration of papal temporal power over all nations. While the actual Jesuit vows emphasized obedience and evangelism, this fabricated oath depicted a society engaged in widespread political subversion and violence. Exposure of this alleged oath occurred through its wide dissemination in anti-Catholic pamphlets, books, and public discourse, particularly in Protestant nations like England. Notable examples include Moneta Secreta, Secret Instructions of the Jesuits, a highly controversial and likely forged document published in 1612, and later versions of the Jesuit oath that appeared in various anti-Catholic tracts throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, often attributed to figures like Robert Ware. These texts were presented as authentic revelations of Jesuit treachery, despite lacking credible internal verification from the Society of Jesus itself or independent historical authentication. In the aftermath, the persistent circulation of the extreme Jesuit oath contributed significantly to widespread anti-Jesuit sentiment, leading to the persecution and suppression of the Jesuit order in numerous Catholic countries, e.g., France, Spain, Portugal during the 18th century, culminating in the papal suppression of the entire order in 1773, though it was restored in 1814. Despite being widely debunked by modern historians as a fabrication used for polemical purposes, the myth of the secret Jesuit oath continues to resurface in various forms of conspiracy theory, demonstrating the enduring power of historical disinformation and its impact on public perception of religious and political organizations. Sons Liberty Network. The Sons of Liberty Network originated in the American colonies in the mid-1760s, primarily in Boston and New York, as a direct response to British imperial policies, most notably the Stamp Act of 1765. This legislation imposed a direct tax on printed materials, sparking widespread colonial opposition. The formation of the Sons of Liberty was largely spontaneous and decentralized, emerging from existing local protest groups and prominent figures such as Samuel Adams and John Hancock in Boston, and Alexander McDougall and Isaac Sears in New York. The stated purpose of the Sons of Liberty was to defend colonial rights against perceived British tyranny, enforce boycotts of British goods, and agitate for greater self-governance, advocating for no taxation without representation. Operating as a clandestine but publicly active network, the Sons of Liberty engaged in various hidden activities to achieve their objectives. These included organizing secret meetings in taverns and under Liberty trees to plan resistance, advocating for no taxation without representation, intimidating stamp distributors through public demonstrations and threats, and enforcing non-importation agreements through economic coercion and sometimes violence against merchants who continued to trade with Britain. They were responsible for orchestrating significant acts of defiance, such as the destruction of property, most famously the Boston Tea Party in December 1773, where members disguised as Mohawk Indians boarded British ships and dumped tea into Boston Harbor. The network also disseminated revolutionary propaganda through pamphlets and newspapers, mobilizing public opinion against British rule. Exposure of the Sons of Liberty's activities was not through traditional leaks or infiltrations, as their actions were often deliberately public acts of defiance, though individual members typically operated anonymously during destructive events. Their existence and objectives were widely known to both colonists and British authorities. The public burning of stamp master effigies, the destruction of Lieutenant Governor Thomas Hutchinson's home in Boston in 1765, and the highly visible Boston Tea Party ensured their notoriety. British officials condemned their actions as lawless rebellion, while colonists often viewed them as patriotic defenders of liberty. In the aftermath, the Sons of Liberty played a crucial role in escalating tensions between Great Britain and the American colonies, contributing significantly to the onset of the American Revolution. Their tactics of public protest, economic boycott, and direct action proved highly effective in galvanizing colonial resistance. Many prominent members of the Sons of Liberty went on to become leading figures in the Continental Congress and the newly formed United States government, including Samuel Adams and Paul Revere. The network's influence helped transform local grievances into a unified revolutionary movement, laying the groundwork for American independence. Weymouth Court Justice. The Weymouth Courts, or Weimgericht, operated predominantly in Westphalia, Holy Roman Empire, from the 13th to the 16th centuries. Their origin is traced to a period of fragmented central authority, particularly after the fall of Henry the Lion in 1180, leading to a vacuum in judicial power. The stated purpose of the Weymouth Courts was to maintain order and enforce laws, especially within a region characterized by feudal decentralization and a lack of effective imperial justice. They presented themselves as upholders of the peace and protectors of the weak against powerful nobles who might otherwise act with impunity. However, act with operating as a secret impunity society, accused individuals were frequently tried in absentia, administering justice through including clandestine capital tribunals punishment. Members were wisend or wises delivered based on secret testimony and oaths, trials often at executions night, in hanging remote locations, and without carried public access. Act with operating as a secret impunity society, accused individuals were frequently tried in absentia, and verdicts members were wisend or wises delivered based on secret testimony and oaths. Trials often at executions night, in hanging remote locations, and without carried public access out by the members themselves, marked by a blood money payment to the executioner. The process relied heavily on intimidation and the fear of unknown retribution, as individuals could be summoned to appear before the court under threat of death. Exposure of their methods was inherent to their function, as their judgments and the fear they instilled were widely known, though the inner workings remained shrouded in secrecy. The decline of the Vamic courts became evident in the 15th and 16th centuries, with the consolidation of power by the Holy Roman Empire and various territorial princes. This period saw the establishment of more centralized and public legal systems, such as the Imperial Chamber Court Reichskammergericht in 1495. Official efforts were made to restrict their jurisdiction, and by the 16th century, their power was largely curtailed, with their last known activities reported in the early 17th century. In the aftermath, the Vamic courts became a historical example of extra-legal justice and vigilantism. Public reaction varied, from initial reliance in times of chaos to later fear and resentment, as central authority reasserted itself. Their legacy continues to be debated by historians, oscillating between a necessary evil for maintaining order and an oppressive, secretive institution that undermined legitimate legal processes. They remain a symbol of the challenges faced in establishing rule of law during periods of state weakness. White Lotus Rebellion. The White Lotus Rebellion commenced in 1794 in the mountainous regions bordering Hubei, Sichuan, and Shaanxi provinces of China, continuing until 1804. Its origins are attributed to the deteriorating socioeconomic conditions under the Qing dynasty, specifically the reign of Emperor Qianlong. Factors included increasing population pressure on arable land, widespread official corruption, heavy taxation, and a general decline in the quality of governance. These issues fueled discontent, providing fertile ground for the resurgence of the White Lotus Society, a millenarian Buddhist sect with a long history of anti-government sentiment. White Lotus, the rebellion, hidden activities of Scala's peasant uprisings articulate by its leaders, was guerrilla to warfare, overthrow the tactics Qing dynasty, Ming dynasty, military and training, or establish a consistent period of leadership, prosperity, and justice under the reign of the Maitreya Buddha. This nated with the impoverished eschatological vision peasantry, and various resonated wind, disaffected various groups disaffected groups. Scala's peasant uprisings articulate by was guerrilla to warfare, overthrow the tactics, forces, military and training, or establish a consistent period of leadership, operated in scattered bands. This nated with the impoverished eschatological vision peasantry, and various resonated wind, disaffected various groups, utilizing the rugged terrain to their advantage. They engaged in widespread destruction of government infrastructure, tax collection points, and private estates of perceived loyalists. Their methods often included surprise attacks, ambushes, and the strategic withdrawal to fortified mountain strongholds. Recruitment relied on promises of a better future and the use of secret rituals to solidify loyalty among followers, often compelling participation through coercion. Exposure of the rebellion occurred through its direct military confrontations with Qing forces and the widespread devastation it caused across the affected provinces. Official communications from the King Court documented the ongoing struggle, and provincial governors provided regular reports on rebel movements and their own counterinsurgency efforts. The imperial government's prolonged military campaigns eventually contained and suppressed the uprising, with key rebel leaders like Wang Kungur and others being captured or killed by 1804. The aftermath of the White Lotus Rebellion profoundly impacted the Qing dynasty. Despite its suppression, the rebellion incurred immense costs, financially draining the imperial treasury and contributing to the dynasty's long-term decline. It also highlighted the ineffectiveness of the Qing banner armies, leading to the rise of regional militias and gentry-led forces, which would later play a significant role in internal conflicts. The conflict resulted in millions of casualties, both military and civilian, and left vast areas of the countryside devastated, exacerbating existing social and economic problems and fueling further unrest in the subsequent decades. Triad Hung Brotherhood. The Triad, specifically the Hung Mun or Heaven and Earth Society, traces its origins to 17th century China, following the collapse of the Ming dynasty in 1644 and the establishment of the Manchu-led Qing dynasty. While historical accounts vary, a popular narrative places its formation in the Fujian province by Ming loyalists. The stated purpose of the Hung Brotherhood was Fan Qing Fuck Ming, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, meaning overthrow the king, restore the Ming, along with providing mutual aid and protection for its members through a fraternal network. It presented itself as a patriotic resistance movement against foreign rule. However, the hidden activities of the Triad involved a complex blend of political insurgency and organized criminal enterprise. Meanwhile, some factions focused on anti-Qing resistance. The Chinese letter broader network engaged in a range of illicit activities including gambling dens, overthrow the Qing protection rackets, initiation trafficking rituals, along with particularly opium, and a prostitution and network extortion. Initiation trafficking rituals along with aid and blood protection for its oaths, and a prostitution's strict fraternal hierarchy. It operated through clandestine presented cells itself as a patriotic resistance movement against foreign rule, using secret signs, codes, and symbolic language to identify members and communicate. They were also implicated in assassinations of government officials and rival figures. Over centuries, as the political landscape shifted, many triad groups transitioned from revolutionary aims to primarily criminal operations, utilizing their established networks for illicit profit. Exposure of the triad's existence and activities occurred through persistent government suppression efforts by the Qing dynasty, and later by colonial authorities in places like Hong Kong and Singapore. Law enforcement agencies, particularly in the British colonies, compiled extensive intelligence reports documenting their structure, rituals, and criminal enterprises. Arrests, trials, and public confessions of captured members also contributed to public knowledge. In the 20th century, triad activities became a prominent feature of police reports and media coverage, especially concerning drug syndicates and gang violence. In the aftermath, the triad's influence continued to evolve. While their explicit goal of restoring the Ming dynasty faded, their organizational structure and illicit activities became deeply entrenched in various parts of China, Hong Kong, Macau, and Chinese diaspora communities worldwide. Despite repeated law enforcement crackdowns, including those by the People's Republic of China and Hong Kong authorities, triad societies adapted, maintaining their presence in organized crime. Their historical narrative as a revolutionary force remains a contentious point, often romanticized in popular culture, yet their modern activities are predominantly recognized as serious criminal threats. Thugs Kali devotion. The Thugs, or Thuggee, were a clandestine criminal fraternity that operated across the Indian subcontinent for several centuries, with their most documented period of activity occurring from the 17th to the mid-19th centuries. Their origin is not precisely pinpointed, but is linked to various groups involved in highway robbery, evolving into a distinct sect. The purpose thugs, or understood by the thuggy thugs themselves. Clandestine was criminal primarily, a religious fraternity one. Subcontinent for several the ritualistic centuries worship and appeasement of the Hindu goddess Kali, specifically the form Bhawani through acts of ritualistic murder and robbery. Divinely their sanctioned and origin is not provided a service to the goddess. The hidden activities of the thugs involved the systematic and ritualistic strangulation of travelers, typically merchants or pilgrims, on major roads. They operated in gangs, often disguising themselves as ordinary travelers to gain the trust of their intended victims. Involved the once trust was systematic and ritualistic established, strangled using a scarf or rumal, or pilgrims following specific rituals and omens. Their methods were designed for efficiency and to leave no trace, with bodies buried or disposed of secretly. The robbery of the victims' possessions was a secondary but essential aspect, funding their operations and personal needs. The thugs maintained a sophisticated system of communication, safe havens, and information networks across diverse regions, allowing them to evade detection for extended periods. Exposure of the thugs to the broader public and colonial authorities became significant in the 1830s, largely due to the sustained efforts of British colonial administrator William Henry Sleeman. Operating through the Thuggee and Dacoity Department, Sleeman utilized informers, including captured thugs who confessed and collaborated, to dismantle the network. These informants provided detailed accounts of their rituals, methods, and the identities of their associates, leading to mass arrests and trials. Public records, court documents, and Sleeman's own reports widely disseminated information about their operations. In the aftermath, the Thuggee system was largely eradicated by the mid-19th century through a systematic campaign of arrests, convictions, and the establishment of institutions for their rehabilitation. The suppression of Thuggee was a significant achievement for the British Raj, often cited as a demonstration of their capacity to bring order to India. Public reaction in India varied, with some relief from the threat to travelers, while others viewed it as an intrusive colonial intervention. The phenomenon of Thuggee entered Western popular culture and literature, shaping perceptions of India and its criminal elements, often leading to sensationalized or Orientalist portrayals. Republic which from Hig Ireland British rule through armed revolution. Brotherhood they emerged in the mid-19th explicitly century, founded in Adva 1858 in New York City by Joe H.N. O'Mahony and James Stephens. Concurrently, Stephens established the Irish Republican Brotherhood IRB in Dublin in 1858. Their origin stemmed from the widespread discontent among Irish nationalists after the Great Famine and the failed young stated Irelander purpose of the Rebellion of Fenian 1848, republic which slighted the futility of seeking redress through parliamentary means. The large Irish diaspora in the United States provided significant financial and organizational support. Republic which from Hig Ireland British rule through armed revolution. Agitation, founded in advocating for direct military action and a complete separation from the United Kingdom. Their public rhetoric often focused on the liberation of Ireland from centuries of perceived oppression. Perceived oppression. The perceived hidden oppression activities of the Fenian Brotherhood involved extensive clandestine operations. Members took secret oaths, engaged in arms procurement, military drilling, and strategic planning for uprisings in Ireland. They infiltrated British military regiments with Irish recruits to gain intelligence and potential sympathizers. A key covert strategy was the planning and execution of Fenian raids into Canada between 1866 and 1871, intended to pressure Britain into negotiating Irish independence or to exchange captured territory for Ireland. Funds were raised covertly, and communication channels were established between the American and Irish branches to coordinate efforts. Exposure of the Fenian Brotherhood's activities occurred through a combination of factors. British intelligence and police forces, including the Royal Irish Constabulary, successfully infiltrated the organization with informers, leading to numerous arrests and trials of prominent members in Ireland. The Fenian raids into Canada, though militarily unsuccessful, were overt acts that garnered international attention. Public pronouncements by leaders, failed attempts to incite rebellion within Ireland, and leaked information also brought their methods to light. The British government responded with the suspension of habeas corpus and increased surveillance. In the aftermath, the Fenian Brotherhood's military campaigns largely failed to achieve their objective of Irish independence. The Canadian raids cemented Canadian national identity and led to increased border security. In Ireland, the failed uprisings resulted in further repression and public disillusionment with armed struggle for a period. However, the Fenian movement established a lasting legacy of physical force republicanism, influencing later nationalist groups like the Irish Volunteers, and serving as a foundational ideological component for the 20th century Irish struggle for independence. The Fenian cause also fostered a sense of Irish identity and political activism within the diaspora, particularly in the United States. Molly Maguire's Coalfields. The Molly Maguires were a clandestine organization active in the anthracite coalfields of northeastern Pennsylvania from the 1860 through the late 1870s. Rites there led to the formation of a secret lies in the society dire conditions faced by Irish immigrant coal miners, whose members endured extreme poverty, dangerous working environments, low wages, and discrimination by the Anglo-Protestant mine owners and their agents. The absence of effective labor unions at the time and the suppression of workers' rights led to the formation of a secret society, primarily drawing from members of the ancient order of Hibernians. The stated purpose of the Molly Maguires was to protect the rights and improve the working conditions of Irish Catholic miners. Ancient order of primarily companies drawing from Hibernians, Protestant mind the including unfair owners and their state wages, rights and improve the arbitrary working dismissals, and the use of company police and blacklists. Publicly, they were presented as a benevolent fraternal organization, though their true methods were concealed. However, the hidden activities attributed to the Molly Maguires involved acts of intimidation, sabotage, and violence against mine owners, supervisors, company police, and alleged informants. This included arson against company property, assaults on foremen, and most notably, a series of assassinations of coal company officials and their allies. These actions were carried out covertly, often at night, by masked individuals to instill fear and enforce their demands. The organization operated on a cell-like structure, making detection difficult for authorities and company detectives. Exposure of the Molly Maguires' activities was primarily achieved through the infiltration of the organization by James McParland, an operative from the Pinkerton National Detective Agency, hired by the powerful Philadelphia and Reading Coal and Iron Company. From 1873 to 1876, McParland gathered extensive evidence by living among the miners and participating in some of their clandestine meetings. His testimony, along with confessions from some arrested members, formed the basis for a series of sensational trials between 1876 and 1878. These trials, often overseen by biased judges and juries, led to the convictions of numerous alleged Molly Maguires. In the aftermath, 20 Irish coal miners were executed by hanging, and many others were imprisoned, effectively breaking the power of the Molly Maguires. Public reaction was polarized. Coal companies and their supporters hailed the convictions as a victory against terrorism, while many miners and Irish communities viewed the trials as a miscarriage of justice, designed to suppress labor organizing. The suppression of the Molly Maguires delayed the development of effective labor unions in the anthracite region for decades. The legacy of the Molly Maguires remains a subject of historical debate, with some viewing them as violent criminals and others as early, albeit flawed, martyrs in the struggle for labor rights in industrial America. Knights Golden Circle. The Knights of the Golden Circle (KGC) was a secret society established in the United States in 1854 by George W. L. Bickley. Its origin is rooted in the expansionist desires of Southern slaveholders in the mid-19th century, particularly after the Mexican-American War. The KGC was primarily conceived as a pro-slavery organization, aiming to expand the institution of slavery beyond the existing Southern states. The stated purpose of the Knights of the Golden Circle was to establish a new slave empire, referred to as the Golden Circle. This proposed territory, centered on Havana, Cuba, was envisioned to encompass the Caribbean islands, Mexico, and portions of Central and South America, extending into the southern United States. Political power of the Cuba slaveholding states. Envisioned to the hidden, encompass the Caribbean islands. Activities of the KGC involved a multifaceted approach to achieving their objectives. Prior to the American Civil War, they engaged in filibustering expeditions, such as those led by William Walker in Central America, aimed at conquering territory and establishing slave-based economies. They conducted paramilitary training exercises in secrecy and accumulated arms. As the sectional crisis escalated, the KGC pivoted to supporting secessionist movements within the southern states. During the Civil War, members reportedly acted as Confederate sympathizers and spies behind Union lines, engaging in sabotage, disrupting Union recruitment, and attempting to destabilize Union states like Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois through covert operations. Exposure of the KGC occurred through its public rhetoric and publications, which detailed its expansionist goals, but also through the detection of its covert activities. Failed filibustering expeditions led to arrests and investigations. During the Civil War, Union intelligence agencies, including the Provost Marshal's Bureau, actively monitored and infiltrated the organization, leading to the apprehension of suspected members and conspirators. Official reports and newspaper accounts of trials and arrests brought their wartime activities to public light. Union authorities frequently denounced the KGC as a treasonous organization. In the aftermath, the Knights of the Golden Circle largely dissolved with the defeat of the Confederacy in 1865 and the abolition of slavery. Their dream of a Golden Circle empire was never realized. While some members may have continued in other white supremacist or anti-Reconstruction movements, the KGC as an organization ceased to be an effective force. Their legacy is primarily as an example of extreme Southern expansionist and pro-slavery ideology, and as a participant in covert operations during the American Civil War, despite ultimately failing in its objectives. Ku Klux Klan origins. The first iteration of the Ku Klux Klan (KKK) originated in Pulaski, Tennessee, in December 1865. Its founders were 6 former Confederate officers, including Major James R. Crow and Frank McCord. The organization's genesis stemmed from the immediate post-Civil War environment, characterized by the defeat of the Confederacy, the policies, into the and the echelon of upheaval brought by the emancipation of Reconstruction era. Initial activities were reportedly for social amusement among disillusioned veterans, but quickly, particularly those evolved. The stated purpose of the Ku Klux Klan rapidly transformed into the resistance of Reconstruction era policies, particularly those granting civil and political rights to African Americans. They claim to be protectors of Southern white women, the Southern way of life, and white supremacy, aiming to restore pre-war racial hierarchies and maintain social order as they defined it. Publicly, aiming to restore Northerners who pre-war moved racial South and hierarchies, and maintain scalawag social Southern order as they white defined it Republicans. However, the hidden activities of the KKK involved systematic campaigns of intimidation, violence, and terror directed primarily against African Americans, but also against white Republicans and Union loyalists. Members operated under the cover of night, disguised in robes and hoods to conceal their identities. Their methods included threats, arson, economic boycotts, whippings, beatings, and most prominently, lynching. These actions aimed to suppress black voter registration, discourage black land ownership, dismantle black social and political organizations, and re-establish white dominance through brute force and fear. Recruitment occurred through secret oaths and rituals, binding members to silence and participation. Exposure of the KKK's widespread criminal activities occurred through numerous channels. Victims and their allies provided testimonies to federal authorities. Local and national newspapers reported on the escalating violence. The United States Congress conducted extensive investigations, notably through the Joint Select Committee, on the condition of affairs in the late insurrectionary states in 1872. The resulting Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871 empowered President Ulysses S. Grant to use federal troops and suspend habeas corpus to suppress the organization. Federal prosecutions led to thousands of arrests and hundreds of convictions. In the aftermath, the first Ku Klux Klan was largely suppressed by the mid-1870s due to federal intervention. While its overt organizational structure was dismantled, the underlying ideology of white supremacy and racial terror persisted. Public reaction in the North was largely condemnation, while in the South, opinions were divided, with many white Southerners either tacitly supporting or actively participating in the Klan's activities. The KKK's actions severely hampered black political participation and economic advancement for decades, and left a lasting legacy of racial violence and division in American history. Its methods and ideology later resurfaced in subsequent iterations of the Klan in the 20th century. A magic. The collective identified as PATIA. Magic represents a detected esoteric collective with an operational presence observed since approximately 2018. The precise origin remains ambiguous, though indications suggest a decentralized formation within online occult communities, consolidating into a more cohesive, albeit still largely virtual, entity by late 2019. Entity by manifestation of chaos late 2019 magic principles, adapting them to digital mediums and modern psychological frameworks. The stated purpose of PATIA magic, as interpreted from their disseminated manifestos and intercepted communications, centers on the individual and collective re-engineering of reality through applied willpower and belief. Techniques a scientific or neuro-linguistic programming context, they publicly advocate for personal sovereignty and the acquisition of a heightened state of consciousness. The hidden activities attributed to PATIA. They publicly heightened individual and advocate for collective restate of personal engineering of consciousness sovereignty, and the reality through acquisition of a complete heightened willpower and state of belief consciousness. Remotely via encrypted communication platforms. These rituals are designed for specific outcomes, including influencing public sentiment, manipulating digital information streams, and affecting the behavior of targeted individuals or entities. Members engage in what they term sigil engineering and Gnostic channeling, employing complex symbol sets and altered states of consciousness to manifest their objectives. Intelligence suggests the use of psychological manipulation techniques and the exploitation of online vulnerabilities to propagate their influence, often under the guise of philosophical or artistic expression. Financial transactions are typically small-scale and decentralized, utilizing cryptocurrency to obscure the flow of funds for their operations. Exposure of PATIA magic to surveillance entities occurred through the detection of unusual data patterns in specific online forums and encrypted channels, alongside the observation of synchronized, non-random digital events that correlated with their stated operational objectives. Public awareness of the collective remains negligible, as their activities are designed for maximum discretion. Intelligence reports detailing their operational methodologies, recruitment patterns, and observed efficacy are largely classified. There have been no public leaks or confessions regarding their specific covert actions. Official denials of their existence or significant impact are not required, given their current low profile. In the aftermath of initial intelligence gathering, PATIA magic continues to be monitored. Public reaction, were their activities to be fully exposed, is speculative but likely to range from skepticism regarding their purported magical efficacy to concern over their psychological and digital manipulation tactics. Consequences for the collective have primarily been limited to enhanced digital surveillance and counter-influence operations, designed to mitigate potential risks to information integrity and public perception. The group's decentralized nature and reliance on digital anonymity present ongoing challenges for complete neutralization. Theosophical Blavatsky Helena. The Theosophical Society was formally founded in New York City on November 17, 1875, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, along with Colonel Henry Steele Olcott and William Quan Judge. Its origins are deeply rooted in the 19th century spiritualist movement. Combined with Blavatsky's extensive travels and study of Eastern philosophies, religions, and ancient wisdom traditions, particularly from India and Tibet, the society emerged during a period of scientific materialism and growing public interest in spiritual phenomena. The stated purpose of the Theosophical Society, as codified in its three objectives, was multifaceted: to form a nucleus of the universal brotherhood of humanity without distinction of creed, sex, caste, or color, to encourage the study of comparative religion, philosophy, and science, and to investigate the unexplained laws of nature and the powers latent in humanity and science. However, the hidden activities and internal dynamics of the Theosophical Society under Blavatsky's leadership involved several controversial claims and actions. Blavatsky asserted direct communication with Mahatmas or masters, highly evolved spiritual beings residing in the Himalayas, who allegedly dictated much of her seminal work, The Secret Doctrine. She was also accused of performing miracles, such as the materialization of objects or letters from the masters, often within the society's headquarters in Adyar, India. These acts, intended to validate her spiritual authority, frequently occurred under secretive conditions. There were also significant internal power struggles and accusations of deception among prominent members. Exposure of these hidden activities and the accusations of fraud occurred primarily in 1885, with the publication of the Hodgson Report by the Society for Psychical Research (SPR). Richard Hodgson, an investigator for the SPR, concluded that Blavatsky was a remarkable impostor and that her miracles were a result of trickery, aided by her associates. This report followed years of public skepticism and internal dissent. Blavatsky's extensive writings, including Isis Unveiled 1877 and The Secret Doctrine 1888, though foundational to theosophy, also brought her esoteric claims into public scrutiny. In the aftermath of the Hodgson Report, Blavatsky's reputation was significantly damaged in Western academic and scientific circles, though her followers largely remained loyal or attributed the report to conspiracy. The Theosophical Society experienced internal schisms after her death in 1891, dividing into various factions, such as the Theosophical Society Adyar and the Theosophical Society Pasadena. Despite these controversies, Theosophy continued to attract adherents globally and had a profound influence on Western esotericism, the New Age movement, and the study of comparative religion. Helena Blavatsky remains a highly controversial but undeniably influential figure in the history of modern spirituality, with her work continuing to be studied and debated. Rudolph. The cosmology movement of involving anthroposophy various spiritual hierarchies originated in the early 20th century, specifically around 1912, founded by the Austrian philosopher Rudolf Steiner. It developed out of Steiner's earlier involvement with Theosophy, seeking to establish a more Western-oriented spiritual path rooted in European esoteric traditions and a precise method of spiritual research. The stated purpose of anthroposophy was to develop a path of knowledge to guide the spiritual in the human being to the spiritual in the universe. Humanity, nature, and the cosmos education, a spiritual science, practices. Practical applications were subsequently developed in diverse fields, including Waldorf education, biodynamic agriculture, anthroposophical medicine, and eurythmy. While largely public in its aims, the actual internal practices of anthroposophy involve specific meditative exercises, esoteric studies of karma and reincarnation, and a detailed cosmology involving various spiritual hierarchies. These internal, often initiatory, aspects inform the practical applications but are not typically the public face of the movement. There are no records of illegal or covert operations. The tension often arose from the unique, sometimes controversial, philosophical perspectives underlying its public initiatives, particularly regarding human development, health, and social organization, which differed significantly from mainstream scientific or religious views. Exposure occurred primarily through the proliferation of its associated institutions, such as Waldorf schools and biodynamic farms, which brought its principles into public view. Academic and critical scrutiny of Steiner's extensive writings and lectures also contributed to public awareness, particularly discussions regarding his perspectives on race, health, and historical events. These discussions were often driven by external analyses rather than internal leaks. In the aftermath, anthroposophy continues to maintain a global presence through its networks of schools, farms, and medical centers. It remains a subject of ongoing academic study and public debate, with supporters emphasizing its holistic and human-centered approach, while critics often question its scientific claims and certain historical interpretations of Steiner's views. The movement has largely remained consistent in its core principles since its inception. Druidic revival circles. The modern Druidic revival emerged in Great Britain during the 18th century, influenced by antiquarian interest in ancient Celtic culture, Romanticism, and a reaction to the Enlightenment's rationalism. Early organizations like the Ancient Order of Druids practice ancient Celtic founded in spirituality 1781 by Henry Hurrell, marked its formal beginning. The stated purpose of these early and subsequent Druidic circles was to revive and practice ancient Celtic spirituality, connect with nature, foster peace, promote artistic expression, and preserve a perceived cultural heritage. Emphasis was placed on reverence for the natural world, particularly trees and sacred sites, and the observance of seasonal cycles. While spirituality, public in their gatherings, promote orders artistic involve specific express initiatory rites and degrees, esoteric studies of mythology and bardic traditions, and personal spiritual disciplines that are typically private to members. These activities are conducted within a framework of philosophical and spiritual development. There are no credible reports of illegal or covert operations. The perceived hidden aspect refers to the less visible, internal rituals and spiritual work undertaken by practitioners, distinct from the publicly observed ceremonies at sites like Stonehenge or Avebury. Exposure to the wider public has occurred primarily through public ceremonies at ancient sites, particularly during solstices and equinoxes, which attract media attention. Academic research into neo-paganism and new religious movements has also documented and analyzed modern Druidry. Publications by various Druid orders and individual practitioners further disseminate their beliefs and practices. In the aftermath, modern Druidry has continued to grow and diversify, encompassing a wide range of traditions from academic and reconstructionist approaches to more eclectic and artistic expressions. It participates in interfaith dialogue and environmental movements, with ongoing debates concerning historical authenticity versus contemporary spiritual practice. The movement largely operates openly, contributing to the broader landscape of contemporary spirituality. Vril Society Energy. Ported energy, the emerged in early 20th century Germany concept of the VR in early 20th century Germany, primarily through speculative esoteric circles, and subsequently through post-World War Roman II occult literature. Its origins are not formally documented, but are loosely associated with figures like Maria Orsic and the Thule Society. The stated purpose of this alleged society was to harness a cosmic or telluric energy known as vril, a concept derived from Edward Bulwer-Lytton's 1871 novel, The Coming Race. Members reportedly sought to achieve psychic abilities, explore ancient hidden knowledge, and potentially develop advanced technologies through their connection to this energy. Attributed to the Vril Society, our entirely origins are not speculative and formally lack verifiable documented, but are loosely associated with figures like Maria Orsic and the Thule Society evidence. Allegations, primarily from later conspiracy theories, include psychic experiments, attempts at interdimensional communication with presumed Aldebaran entities, and secret technological development, particularly of advanced flying craft or Vrilia discs, supposedly utilizing Vril energy for propulsion. These claims suggest covert scientific and occult experimentation aimed at achieving technological superiority or spiritual ascension. No physical evidence supporting these activities has ever been presented or discovered. Exposure of the Vril Society's alleged existence and activities did not occur through leaks or investigations in its time, as its historical reality is disputed. Instead, it came to public light decades later through the proliferation of esoteric and conspiracy literature, particularly after World War II. Authors like Louis Pauwels and Jacques Bergier, in their 1960 book, The Morning of the Magicians, helped popularize the narrative, which was then expanded upon by numerous other writers. In the aftermath, the Vril Society and the concept of Vril energy became a foundational element of various conspiracy theories, particularly those linking Nazism to occultism, extraterrestrial technology, and secret societies. Despite its mythical basis, it continues to be a persistent subject of fascination in fringe historical and New Age literature, contributing to narratives of hidden knowledge and suppressed technology. Its influence is primarily cultural rather than historical. OTO Agape Lodge. Aleister Crowley, Agape Lodge was a prominent branch of the Ordo Templi Orientis OTO operating in Southern California from the 1930s into the 1940s. Whiteside, the head jack of the OTO Parsons, and a functioned as a the lemma, served as its master. Aleister Crowley, Agape Lodge was a prominent branch of the Ordo Templi Orientis OTO operating in Southern California from the 1930s into the 1940s. Whiteside, the head Jack of the OTO, the lemma, served as its master Crowley's philosophical and religious system. The stated purpose of Agape Lodge was to facilitate the magical and spiritual development of its members through OTO's initiatory degrees, promote the law of the lemma do wa, thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, and engage in communal living based on the lemmic principles. Members pursued individual magical practices alongside group rituals. Covert activities within Agape Lodge included the regular performance of ceremonial magic, including sex magic rituals, particularly those outlined by Crowley. Parsons Ack engaged in a specific series of rituals in 1946, known as the Babylon working, magical conducted with L. Alongside Ron Group Hubbard, the future founder of Scientology, and Parsons' partner Marjorie Cameron. The objective of these rituals was to invoke and incarnate a specific divine feminine entity, Babylon, often involving complex magical operations and substances. These activities were not public knowledge and were intended to remain confidential to the participants and the OTO hierarchy. Allegations also surfaced regarding financial irregularities between Parsons and Hubbard during this period. Exposure of Agape Lodge's activities occurred through several channels. Parsons' dual life as a pioneering rocket propulsion scientist at Caltech's Jet Propulsion Laboratory and a leading occultist drew attention. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, conducted surveillance on Parsons due to his unconventional lifestyle and perceived security risks. Later, biographies of Parsons and analyses of Crowley's OTO, along with Hubbard's subsequent public statements often revised, brought these activities into the public domain. The OTO itself, post-Crowley, also contributed to the disclosure of its history. In the aftermath, Jack Parsons died in a laboratory explosion in 1952, a subject of ongoing speculation. Ron Hubbard went on to found Scientology, later disavowing his involvement with Parsons and the OTO. Agape Lodge ceased to exist, but the history of its activities, particularly the Babylon working, continues to be a subject of fascination and academic study, contributing to broader discussions about occultism, new religious movements, and the unconventional lives of scientific figures. Dragon Rouge Current. The occult order Dragon Rouge originated in 1989 in Sweden, founded by Thomas Carlson. It emerged from an interest in various esoteric traditions, particularly those associated with the left-hand path and draconian gnosis. Culephothic, the magic, Rouge a system, often originated and described as the 1989 in Sweden, inverse, or shadow side, of the Kabbalistic tree of Lie. The order aims to expand consciousness through transgressive and challenging magical practices, ultimately leading to individual apotheoses or self-deification. It emphasizes the exploration of darkness, chaos, and the adversarial principle as paths to profound self-knowledge and power. Activities within Dragon Rouge, while sometimes discussed publicly in general terms, involve a structured initiatory system with specific rituals and meditative practices that are considered internal and confidential. Often discussed publicly and involving general visualization, invocation, structured, and the challenging of initiatory system with specific conventional rituals and moral and meditative psychological practices that are boundaries considered internal and confidential. Transcending Babylon, perceived limitations. While not illegal, the details of these rituals and their specific psychological effects are reserved for initiated members. There have been no credible reports of illegal or covert operations. Exposure of Dragon Rouge philosophy and general practices has primarily occurred through the extensive publications of its founder, Thomas Carlson, including works like Culephothic, The Tree of Death and Kabbalah, Culephothic, and the Godic Magic. The order also maintains an online presence and its teachings are discussed in academic studies of contemporary Western esotericism. This exposure is largely self-initiated by the organization through its published works and public forums, rather than through leaks or investigations. In the aftermath, Dragon Rouge continues to exist as a small, international esoteric order with a global reach. Its publications and unique interpretation of left-hand path concepts have influenced numerous practitioners within the wider occult community. It remains a subject of both academic interest and countercultural fascination, representing a distinct current within modern esotericism that emphasizes challenging, often dark, spiritual exploration. Cult of Set Temple. The Temple of Set was founded in 1975 in Santa Barbara, California, by Michael A. Aquino, a former high-ranking member of the Church of Satan, and a group of other dissidents. The schism occurred over philosophical differences with Anton LaVey's materialist Satanism. The stated purpose of the Temple of Set was to promote session philosophy, emphasizing individualism, intellectual pursuit, and the self-deification of its adherents. Members were encouraged to achieve Zephyr, pronounced Kepher, an ancient Egyptian word meaning "I have come into being," signifying a process of self-creation and becoming a god in one's own right, separate from external deities. They regarded Set as a symbolic representation of the adversarial principle, challenging conventional dogma. Hidden activities within the Temple of Set included a structured system of initiatory degrees, known as pylons, which guided members through progressively deeper philosophical and magical practices. Initiations and the members were details of their esoteric encouraged to achieve rituals were kept Zephyr confidential within the pronounced organization Kepher. Practices focused on the development of signifying a process of self-individual creation and becoming a consciousness and God in one's own application of right session principles to personal life, often involving mental and magical exercises. While not inherently illegal, the private and hierarchical nature of these teachings contributed to their hidden aspect. During the 1980s Satanic Panic, Michael Aquino became embroiled in child abuse allegations at a military daycare, an event that became closely associated with the Temple of Set, though he was later acquitted. Exposure of the Temple of Set occurred through several avenues. Michael Aquino published numerous works outlining session philosophy, such as the Book of Coming Forth by Night. The broader Satanic Panic of the 1980s, driven by media and law enforcement, inadvertently brought groups like the Temple of Set into public scrutiny, despite their philosophical distinctions from LaVeyan Satanism. The most significant exposure, however, stemmed from the highly publicized Presidio child abuse scandal in 1987, where Aquino was investigated for alleged ritual abuse. This event generated widespread negative media attention. In the aftermath, Michael Aquino was acquitted of all charges in the Presidio case, but the allegations severely damaged the Temple of Set's public image and membership. Despite this, the organization has continued to exist as a small, hierarchical esoteric order, maintaining its focus on intellectual and magical development. Its unique philosophical framework continues to be a subject of academic study within the field of new religious movements, with ongoing discussions regarding its nature as a left-hand path organization. Satanic Temple activism. Challenges against the placement of Satanic Religious Temple (TST) was monuments on founded in public land, and have 2013 in the United engaged in counter by Lucian protests against Greaves and Malcolm groups like the Jari. It emerged as a distinct entity from traditional satanic groups, positioning itself as a non-theistic religious organization and an activist body. The stated purpose of the Satanic Temple is to advocate for religious freedom, the separation of church and state, and social justice. It employs Satan as a literary construct symbolizing rebellion against arbitrary authority and the pursuit of justice, reason, and compassion. TSD operates on a set of 7 fundamental tenets that guide its members' actions and beliefs, emphasizing empathy, reason, and individual liberty. Unlike traditional covert operations, TSD's activities are predominantly public and designed to draw attention to its advocacy goals. There are no records of illegal or covert details. Their methodology involves high-profile protests, emphasizing empathy lawsuits, and installations, such as the Liberty Baphomet statue, strategically placed to challenge perceived infringements on civil liberties. For example, they have initiated legal challenges against the placement of religious monuments on public land, and have engaged in counter-protests against groups like the Westboro Baptist Church. While internal organizational strategy sessions and discussions among members are private, the execution of their campaigns is overtly public, designed to maximize media coverage and legal impact. Exposure of the Satanic Temple occurred rapidly through its provocative public actions and legal challenges. Media outlets extensively covered their attempts to place satanic displays alongside Christian ones in state capitals, their legal battles concerning reproductive rights, and their involvement in various social justice causes. The unveiling of their Baphomet statue and their public pronouncements regarding religious freedom further solidified their presence in the public consciousness, generating both support and controversy. In the aftermath, the Satanic Temple has experienced significant growth, establishing numerous chapters across the United States and internationally. It continues to engage in legal and activist campaigns, frequently challenging perceived religious privilege and advocating for their interpretation of constitutional rights. The organization remains a subject of widespread public debate, contributing to ongoing discussions about religious freedom, the nature of Satanism, and the role of non-theistic organizations in contemporary society. Its public operations continue unabated. In times, Scientology operating Thetan. The concept of operating Thetan OT levels in Scientology was developed by its founder, L. Ron Hubbard, beginning in the 1950s. The Church of Scientology presents itself as a religion and Hubbard as its spiritual leader. Ron Hubbard, described as an beginning in the immortal 1950 spiritual being. Adherents are taught that by completing the intensive auditing and training required for each OT level, they can overcome past traumas, enhance their cognitive functions, and ultimately operate independently of their physical bodies, influencing matter, energy, space, and time. Activities revolve around the covert extreme secrecy, surrounding the activities content of the revolve around the higher OT extreme secrecy levels, particularly OT Roman 3, Xenu and the body, enhance their Thetan's cognitive function. This information was kept highly confidential for decades, ultimately accessible only operate after significant financial investment, and independently of years of their auditing. The Church enforced this secrecy through strict contractual agreements, internal ethics procedures including the Rehabilitation Project Force RPF for dissidents, and aggressive legal actions against former members or critics who revealed confidential materials. Allegations from former members detail surveillance, harassment, and psychological pressure to maintain adherence and silence. Exposure of the confidential OT materials began in the 1970s through various leaks, most notably through court documents, and subsequently with the rise of the Internet in the 1990s, where documents describing Xenu and other OT concepts became widely available. This exposure was further amplified by investigative journalism from major media outlets, such as the St. Petersburg Times and Los Angeles Times, and by public statements from high-profile former members and whistleblowers like Mike Rinder and Lee Remini, whose television series directly addressed these previously hidden practices. In the aftermath, the Church of Scientology has faced ongoing legal battles, intense public scrutiny, and accusations of operating as a coercive organization. While recognized as a religion in some countries, it remains a controversial subject, often described as a cult by critics. Membership numbers are disputed, with former members claiming significant decline. The controversy surrounding its OT levels and their content continues to fuel public debate and remains a defining characteristic of its public image. Heaven's Gate Comet. The Heaven's Gate group originated in the early 1970s, founded by Marshall Applewhite, known as Dew, and Bonnie Nettles, known as Ty, in the United States. Their initial contact and shared spiritual beliefs led to the formation of a communal movement focused on spiritual evolution. Heaven's Gate was to prepare its Heaven's Gate followers for a group transition to a next level of existence, which they believed involved shedding their human containers' bodies to ascend to a higher evolutionary kingdom. They containers' bodies to ascend to a posited that and higher extraterrestrial evolutionary kingdom spacecraft, trailing the Hale-Bopp comet, would serve as the vehicle for this ascension, allowing them to escape a perceived recycling of Earth. Covert activities within Heaven's Gate included a highly structured communal living arrangement, strict adherence to ascetic principles, complete detachment from earthly possessions and personal relationships, and the pervasive indoctrination of members through video and audio recordings of Applewhite's teachings. To prepare for the exit, members underwent a gradual process of self-denial and depersonalization. This included celibacy, specific dietary restrictions, and ultimately, the voluntary castration of some male members in preparation for a non-gendered existence in the next level. These preparations and the planning for a mass suicide were conducted internally and away from public scrutiny. Exposure of Heaven's Gate to the wider public occurred through their sporadic media interactions, their maintained public website, and ultimately, through the discovery of 39 deceased members. On March 26, 1997, police discovered the bodies in a rented mansion in Rancho Santa Fe, California, following a collective suicide. The event occurred shortly after the Hale-Bopp comet's closest approach to Earth, which the group had identified as the signal for their departure. The discovery of the bodies immediately triggered widespread media coverage and investigation. In the aftermath, the Heaven's Gate mass suicide generated immense shock and led to intensive public discourse on cults, religious extremism, and mental health. The group's unique blend of Christian millenarianism and ufology became a prominent case study in the sociology of new religious movements. Their website remains online, maintained by former members, serving as a digital archive of their beliefs and a testament to the tragic conclusion of their mission. Guide Apocalypse. Aum Predicts Shinrikyo, renamed Aleph, was founded in 1984 in Japan by Shoko Asahara. It began as a yoga and meditation group, attracting followers interested in spiritual development. Over time, it evolved into a syncretic religion incorporating elements of Buddhism, Hinduism, and apocalyptic prophecy. The stated purpose of Aum Shinrikyo was to achieve spiritual enlightenment through Asahara's teachings, guide humanity through a predicted global apocalypse or Armageddon, and ultimately establish a utopian society free from suffering. Adherents were taught that severe spiritual training could lead to supernatural powers and ultimate liberation. Transitioned from and purely apocalyptic spiritual prophecy endeavors to a highly secretive, aggressive, and operations ultimately criminal involved the enterprise. Gradual accumulation of specifically vast wealth and the sarin and VX nerve establishment of a parallel agents, militarized organization. Covert operations involved the manufacturing of chemical weapons, specifically sarin and VX nerve agents, as well as biological agents like botulinum toxin and anthrax. Aum also engaged in the production of conventional weapons, including automatic rifles. The group committed kidnappings, murders, such as the assassination of lawyer Tsutsumi Sakamoto and his family in 1989, and conducted extensive planning for a global holy war to precipitate their predicted apocalypse. These activities were conducted with extreme secrecy, often in remote compounds. Exposure of Aum Shinrikyo's criminal activities occurred in phases. Initial public notoriety arose from strange recruitment methods and Asahara's bizarre public appearances. The first major criminal act to bring them under direct suspicion was the Matsumoto sarin attack in June 1994, which killed 8 people. The definitive exposure, however, came after the Tokyo subway sarin attack on March 20, 1995, which killed 13 people and injured thousands. This event immediately triggered massive police raids across Japan, leading to the discovery of weapon factories, laboratories, and overwhelming evidence of the group's criminal enterprises. Key members were arrested and interrogated, leading to further confessions and revelations. In the aftermath, Shoko Asahara and numerous key members of Aum Shinrikyo were arrested, tried, and convicted for their roles in multiple attacks and murders, with 13 individuals, including Asahara, executed in 2018. The organization faced widespread condemnation globally and was stripped of its religious recognition. Though fragmented, remnants of the group continue to exist under strict state surveillance in Japan, renamed Aleph and Hikari no Wa. The incident had a profound and lasting impact on public trust in new religious movements in Japan, and significantly influenced international counterterrorism strategies and the study of religious extremism. African Leopard Society. The African Leopard Society, or Aniota, emerged in West Africa, notably in areas of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Côte d'Ivoire, from the late 19th century into the early 20th century. Its origins are linked to traditional secret societies and indigenous systems of justice, evolving within the context of colonial encroachment and the breakdown of existing social orders. Stated purpose of the society emerged in West Africa, notably in populations, and maintaining Côte traditional d'Ivoire spiritual order, enforcing from the tribal late laws, offended local. These connections to predatory killings were not random animals. Offended local, however, deities, evolving within the context of victims colonial, were frequent lie encroachment, and the breakdown of targeted for perceived existing social orders transgressions. Members, or as acts of skins and claws, individuals, bodies in belief that this would imbue them with the society's leopard's power and ferocity activity. These connections to predatory killings were not random animals. Members, disputes, personal retribution, individuals, sometimes under the guise of an animal attack. Bodies in belief that this would imbue them with the society's leopard's power and ferocity activities came to public light primarily through investigations by British and Liberian colonial authorities. Notable exposures occurred during trials in Sierra Leone in the 1890s and Liberia in the 1940s, such as the widely publicized trial of members of the Leopard Society in the Protectorate of Sierra Leone during the Hutt Tax War of 1898. Evidence from these investigations, including witness testimonies and recovered ritualistic items, revealed the clandestine nature of the killings. The aftermath of these revelations involved widespread public condemnation, particularly from colonial administrations and missionary groups. Numerous members were arrested, tried, and executed. Media coverage in colonial newspapers highlighted the brutality of the rituals, contributing to the narrative of primitive savagery. While official suppression efforts significantly curbed its overt activities, reports of similar clandestine practices persisted in some remote regions for decades, driven deeper underground. Poro Sand Societies. The Poro and Sand Societies are foundational secret societies in West Africa, primarily active among the Mende, Temne, Kapel, and Vai peoples of Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Côte d'Ivoire. Their origins trace back centuries, serving as central institutions for social, political, and spiritual governance within their respective ethnic groups. The Poro is the male society, and the Sand, also known as Bundu, is the female society. The stated purpose of these societies is comprehensive. They serve as the prima rai traditional educational systems, initiating adolescents into adulthood, teaching them about their cultural heritage, social responsibilities, and spiritual beliefs. Guinea d'Ivoire conflict resolution, back and the preservation of communal centuries traditions, participation in adult community life. While their public function is well defined, these initiates include intricate rituals. Purpose of these masked societies is comprehensive performances, traditional the educational transmission of systems esoteric knowledge, courts teaching them about their cultural heritage. Social initiates, and involves spiritual rigorous beliefs, physical trials, and spiritual indoctrination in sacred groves. For Sand women, it includes training in midwifery, herbal medicine, and leadership, alongside the widely recognized practice of female genital mutilation, FGM, which is performed as part of the initiation rites, a detail often concealed from external scrutiny due to its sensitive nature. The existence and general roles of Poro and Sand societies have been openly known for centuries, documented by anthropologists and colonial administrators. However, the specific rituals and inner workings, particularly the initiation rites and decision-making processes, remain largely concealed from non-initiates. Public exposure, particularly regarding FGM, increased significantly in the late 20th and early 21st centuries due to human rights advocacy and international health initiatives. This led to external scrutiny and debate. The aftermath has seen ongoing tension between the preservation of cultural traditions and human rights concerns. Governments and international bodies have engaged in dialogue with traditional leaders to mitigate harmful practices, while respecting cultural institutions. Media coverage and NGO reports have brought these practices to wider public attention, leading to various legislative attempts and educational campaigns aimed at ending FGM, though the societies themselves continue to operate and exert significant influence in their communities. Mau Mau uprising. Leading to the Mau Mau formation of increasingly uprising was an radicalized armed anti-groups colonial inst groups, was to settlers, British economic colonial exploitation, and achieve experience by the Kikuyu people, Kenya's independence for the largest African ethnic population group under British colonial rule. Mau Mau uprising. Leading to the Mau Mau formation of increasingly uprising was an radicalized armed anti-groups movement, as origins are deeply rooted articulated in by its leaders, and settlers from Kenya reclaim ancestral lands, Kenya's independence for the largest African ethnic. The movement aimed to restore indigenous control over resources and governance. However, the movement's methods involved significant hidden activities that deviated from conventional political action. These included oathing ceremonies, which instilled loyalty and secrecy among members through a series of increasingly binding oaths. The movement's methods involved significant hidden threats of activities that supernatural deviated from punishment for betrayal. The Mau Mau engaged in systematic acts of violence against European settlers, loyalist Africans often labeled as collaborators, and British security forces. These covert actions included assassinations, sabotage of infrastructure, and guerrilla warfare from forest hideouts. Notable attacks include the Lari massacre in March 1953, where loyalist Kikuyu were killed. The British colonial government officially declared a state of emergency in October 1952, marking the public exposure of the widespread nature of the uprising. Information became public through intelligence reports, captured Mau Mau documents, and accounts from defectors and those arrested. Leaders such as Dedan Kimathi were publicly identified and pursued. The aftermath of the uprising was profound. The British response involved brutal counterinsurgency tactics, including mass detentions in internment camps e.g. Ola Camp, torture, forced resettlement, and collective punishment. Estimates vary, but tens of thousands of Africans, mostly Kikuyu, died. While militarily defeated, the Mau Mau uprising significantly accelerated Kenya's path to independence, which was achieved in 1963. Public and media reactions were sharply divided. The British press often portrayed Mau Mau as savage terrorists, while nationalist movements globally sympathized with the African struggle. Decades later, the British government faced legal claims from former detainees regarding torture and abuse, culminating in a 2013 settlement, acknowledging the historical abuses and leading to further historical re-evaluation. Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society, or Kokyuryukai Ama River Society, was a prominent ultranationalist paramilitary group in Japan, founded in 1901 by Ryohei Uchida. Its origins are closely tied to the Genyosha Dark Ocean Society, an earlier ultranationalist organization, and the rising tide of Japanese imperialism and expansionist ambitions in East Asia. The society drew its name from the Ama River, which sought to mark the influence border between Russia and government Manchuria, Pali, covert action, reflecting its initial focus on preventing Russian expansion into East Asia. The stated purpose of the Black Dragon Society was to promote Japanese expansion abroad, particularly in Manchuria and Korea, and to protect Japan's interests against perceived Western encroachment. It advocated for a strong military, promoted Pan-Asianism under Japanese leadership, covert action. The society engaged in extensive hidden activities. These included espionage and sabotage operations in Russia, China, and Korea, providing intelligence to the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy. These stated infiltrated various purpose of the foreign Black Dragon Communities Society was to include espionage and sabot, China sentiments. And Korea established training schools for intelligence agents and paramilitary operatives. The society also played a role in political assassinations and attempted coups within Japan, aiming to eliminate perceived threats to its ultranationalist agenda and to push for more aggressive foreign policies. It financed and supported various right-wing political factions. The activities of the Black Dragon Society became publicly known gradually, primarily through its overt political lobbying and published works, but its covert operations were exposed through various intelligence reports and investigations by foreign powers, particularly after the Russo-Japanese War 1904–1905, and during the lead-up to World War II. Its influence waned following Japan's defeat in 1945. The aftermath saw the society officially disbanded by the Allied occupation authorities in 1946 as part of the broader purge of ultranationalist organizations. Its leaders were arrested and tried for war crimes, though some were later acquitted. The society's legacy is complex. It is viewed as a significant force in shaping pre-war Japanese foreign policy and internal political extremism, contributing to the militarization that led to global conflict. Its history is now primarily documented in academic studies of Japanese nationalism and intelligence operations. Code Justice. Yakuza including Oyabun Honor. Code Ritual Self refers to the amputation of traditional set of fingers rules beneath this stated purpose. And hierarchical structures governing the criminal organizations known as Yakuza in Japan, which our origins can be inherently traced to the 17th illegal century Edo period, evolving from two distinct groups, the Bakudo gamblers and the Tekiya itinerant peddlers, who organized themselves into tightly knit groups for mutual protection and illicit gain. The Oyabun-Kaban foster parent-child relationship forms the core of this code. The stated purpose of the Oyabun Code is to maintain discipline, enforce loyalty. Members are expected and internal adhere to a cohesion, smooth operation of the Yakuza organization's welfare syndicates. It emphasizes a strict hierarchy, absolute obedience to the Oyabun boss, and the concept of jingi, a complex blend of duty, justice, honor, and compassion within the organization. Members are expected in internal adhere to a cohesion code of silence omerta, smooth operation, and be willing to endure punishment, including ritual self-amputation of fingers yubitsum for transgressions. Beneath this stated purpose, the code enables a wide array of hidden activities, which are inherently illegal. Yakuza organizations bound by this code engage in organized crime, including extortion, illegal gambling operations, drug trafficking, loan sharking, prostitution, protection rackets, and financial fraud. The code ensures a disciplined workforce for these illicit enterprises, facilitates dispute resolution within the criminal underworld, and provides a framework for recruitment and initiation Sakazuki, the sake-sharing ritual. The existence of the Yakuza and the general principles of their code have been known publicly in Japan for decades, extensively documented by media, law enforcement, and academic research. Specific details of operations and internal disciplinary actions are, however, kept secret. Exposure to the broader public intensified with increased police efforts and legislative actions, notably the 1992 anti-Boryokuden law, which significantly curtailed their legal operations and designated them as organized crime syndicates. The aftermath has seen a consistent decline in Yakuza membership since the early 1990s due to sustained police pressure, stricter laws, and changing social perceptions. Public opinion is predominantly negative, though a minority of historical narratives sometimes romanticize their adherence to a traditional code. Law enforcement agencies, such as the National Police Agency, continue to monitor and suppress Yakuza activities, regularly publishing data on arrests and organizational changes, reflecting ongoing state efforts to dismantle these criminal networks. The Golden Chain. The concept of the Golden Chain, or Catena Aurea, in Western esotericism and Hermeticism, has ancient origins, tracing back to Neoplatonic philosophy and later alchemical and magical traditions in Europe. Magical change are not a merely continuous learned from line books of, but must be transmission of received through a direct spiritual knowledge. Promord, succession of it provides an enlightened framework for masters, traditions as adepts, living stream of knowledge, initiates to practitioners on earth. Its initial formulation is often attributed to Iamblichus and later revived during the Renaissance. The stated purpose of acknowledging or participating in the Golden Chain is to establish a legitimate lineage for spiritual authority and magical efficacy. Practitioners believe that true spiritual wisdom and the power to effect magical change are not merely learned from books, but must be received through a direct, unbroken succession from a divine or primordial source, ensuring the purity and potency of the teachings. It provides a framework for understanding occult traditions as part of a continuous, living stream of knowledge. The hidden activities associated with the Golden Chain are not illicit in a criminal sense, but refer to the private, often initiatory, transmission of esoteric knowledge and magical techniques. This involves specific rituals, secret teachings, and personal mentorship within closed magical orders or individual guru-disciple relationships. The hiddenness pertains to the exclusivity and confidentiality surrounding these transmissions, which are not accessible to the uninitiated public. Details of specific rites, symbols, and practical magical operations are traditionally kept secret. The existence and philosophical concept of the Golden Chain have been publicly known through the publication of various esoteric texts and the activities of occult societies since the Renaissance. Prominent figures like Giordano Bruno, Marsilio Ficino, and later figures in the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and Theosophy openly discuss the idea. Contemporary exposure comes through academic studies of esotericism and the public writings of modern occultists. However, the specific details of individual chains and their particular transmissions remain largely within the respective traditions. The aftermath of this concept's dissemination is its pervasive influence across Western esotericism. It continues to be a foundational belief in many modern magical orders, such as the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the Ordo Templi Orientis, and various Kabbalistic traditions, where claiming a legitimate lineage is crucial for authority and perceived efficacy. While its validity is debated by external observers, it remains a central tenet for many practitioners, shaping their understanding of spiritual authority and the nature of magical work. Argentum Estrum Magic. Argentum Estrum, often abbreviated AA, Crowley and George Cecil It's Jones in England. Culmi schism within the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, from which Crowley was expelled, prompting him to create a new system he believed to be superior and more aligned with the insights he received, particularly those related to the lemma. The stated purpose of the AA is to guide its members through a systematic curriculum of magical and mystical attainment, culminating in the experience of knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel and ultimately, the attainment of Godhead. Practical path of culminating in the experience of aiding in the initiation knowledge and experience of knowledge, the attainment of Godhead, and particularly those spiritual related to the lemma enlightenment based on a hierarchy of grades, each with specific tasks and tests. The order emphasizes individual effort, disciplined practice, and direct experiential knowledge. The hidden activities within Argentum Estrum refer to the private, often solitary, magical and mystical practices undertaken by its members, which are only revealed progressively as initiates advance through the grades. These activities include detailed meditation exercises, ritual magic often involving complex symbolism and invocations, Kabbalistic study, yoga, and specific magical workings designed to achieve altered states of consciousness and spiritual insight. While the curriculum framework was published, the specific techniques, results, and personal experiences of the initiates remain covert, shared only within the strict confidentiality of the order's initiatory structure. The unlike many secret societies, made its curriculum and much of its foundational literature public. Aleister Crowley began publishing the order's core documents in the Equinox, starting in 1909, a deliberate act to make magical knowledge more accessible. This marked a significant departure from the traditional secrecy of magical orders. The inner workings and certain initiatory details, however, remain accessible only to active members. The aftermath of the AA's establishment and the publication of its materials has been significant. It became one of the most influential magical orders of the 20th century, profoundly shaping modern Western esotericism and occult practice. Its published curriculum has been adopted and adapted by numerous subsequent magical groups and individual practitioners. Public reaction has varied from intense academic interest in its structured approach to criticism and controversy, due to its association with Aleister Crowley's controversial public persona and personal life. The AA continues to exist in various lineages globally, maintaining its hierarchical structure and systematic approach to magical work, and its influence remains a subject of ongoing study in the field of religious studies and esotericism. Builders Aditum Kabbalah, builders of the Aditum B, and a deeper connection with the divine, T.A., is a Western mystery tradition school based on the Kabbalah and Tarot, founded in 1939 by Paul Foster Case in Los Angeles, California. Its origins stem from Case's extensive studies within the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and his subsequent desire to create a more accessible, less formal, yet structured system for the practical application of Kabbalistic and Tarot knowledge for self-transformation and spiritual development. The stated purpose of B, O.T.A. Ageless wisdom less formal, specifically through the study of the Kabbalah and the Tarot, system for the which it views as practical application of fundamental keys to Kabbalistic and Tarot knowledge for self-transformation and understanding spiritual universal laws development and human consciousness. The organization aims to help individuals achieve spiritual enlightenment, personal growth, and a deeper connection with the divine, emphasizing the importance of applying these principles in daily life for practical benefit. The core curriculum is delivered through correspondence courses. The hidden activities within B.O.T.A. primarily refer to the structured, progressive unveiling of esoteric knowledge through its correspondence lessons, which are designed to be studied privately by individual members. These lessons guide students through meditation techniques, visualization practices, specific interpretations of tarot symbolism, and Kabbalistic tree of life exercises. While not illegal, these practices are inherently covert as they are personal spiritual disciplines undertaken by the student, revealed sequentially and confidentially within the framework of the organization's curriculum. Certain initiatory insights and deeper practical applications are reserved for advanced students or group work and are not disseminated to the general public. B.O.T.A. gained public visibility through its advertised correspondence courses and published materials by Paul Foster Case, such as the Book of Tokens. While its instructional materials are publicly available for enrollment, the internal operations and the progression of its curriculum are managed through private correspondence and local study groups. Its teachings have been widely disseminated through its publications since its inception. The aftermath has seen B.O.T.A. establish itself as one of the most enduring and widely recognized schools of practical Kabbalah and Tarot in the Western world. Its systematic approach has influenced countless students and other esoteric traditions. It continues to operate as a correspondence school with study groups worldwide, maintaining its focus on individual instruction and practical application. Public and academic reception has largely been one of acceptance as a legitimate stream within the broader New Age and Western esoteric movements, with its materials being a standard reference for those studying Kabbalah and Tarot. Ordo Templi Orientis. The Ordo Templi Orientis O.T.O. is an international fraternal and religious organization founded in Germany around the turn of the 20th century by Karl Kellner and Theodor Reuss. Its origins are complex, drawing from various Masonic, Rosicrucian, and esoteric traditions prevalent in late 19th century Europe. Initially, it founded in Germany around the claim to turn of the teach 20th century Masonic-like rituals, incorporating sex magical Aries from the Hermetic Brotherhood of Luxor, the stated purpose of the O.T.O. Today, particularly under the influence of Aleister Crowley, who became its head in 1922, is to propagate and embody the law of the lemma, which is summarized by the Zim do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The order serves as a vehicle for individual spiritual liberation and the establishment of a thelemic society. It provides initiatory rituals designed to guide members through a series of degrees, revealing progressively deeper esoteric knowledge and preparing them for the reception of personal gnosis. The hidden activities within the O.T.O. refer to its initiatory rituals, which are conducted privately and are sworn to secrecy by members. These rituals involve symbolic dramas, specific invocations, and the progressive unveiling of the order's esoteric teachings, including its unique approach to sex magic of light, love, and liberty, which is revealed only in the higher degrees. While the general nature of these practices is discussed in thelemic literature, the exact details of the rituals and their practical applications are kept confidential from non-initiates. Public exposure of the O.T.O. began with Aleister Crowley's leadership and his extensive publications, particularly his work Confessions, which discussed the order's principles, and, to some extent its structure. However, the most significant public revelations came from controversies surrounding Crowley's life, media sensationalism in the early to mid-20th century, and later, academic studies of occultism. Subsequent legal battles over the control of O.T.O. copyrights and archives in the late 20th century also brought internal matters into public view. The aftermath has seen the O.T.O. grow into a significant international thelemic organization with lodges and camps worldwide. Public reaction remains mixed. It is viewed by some as a legitimate religious organization and by others with suspicion or condemnation due to its association with Crowley and its esoteric practices. Despite ongoing public scrutiny and occasional negative media coverage, the O.T.O. continues to operate as a recognized religious and fraternal body, disseminating thelemic philosophy and conducting its initiatory work according to its established principles. Typhonian OTO current. The Typhonian OTO current, also known as the Typhonian Order or the Typhonian Gnosis, is an esoteric magical tradition that emerged from the Ordo Templi Orientis O.T.O., but developed distinctly under the primary influence of Kenneth Grant, a British occultist. Its origins trace back to the mid-20th century, as Grant, initially a follower of Aleister Crowley and a high-ranking member of Carl Germer's O.T.O. lineage, began to explore and incorporate elements beyond standard thelema. He introduced concepts from Lovecraftian horror, African Vodou, and obscure Eastern Tantric traditions into his interpretation of Crowley's work. The thelema stated purpose of the Typhonian OTO current is to explore the shadow side of consciousness, termed the outer ones or old ones, and magical and obscure spiritual Eastern development, Tantric traditions into his interpretation of Crowley's work. It seeks to delve into the Kuliphothic, the shells, or negative aspects of the Kabbalistic tree of life and transionic currents, aiming to awaken hidden potencies within the individual and to open gateways to other dimensions of being, moving beyond conventional thelemic practices. The hidden activities of the Typhonian OTO current involve highly advanced and often transgressive forms of magic, including specific rituals designed to invoke or communicate with these extracosmic entities. Practitioners engage in deep trance work, dream yoga, sexual magic often interpreted in a non-procreative, consciousness-altering manner, and the exploration of nightmares and altered states to access what they perceive as alien or chthonic dimensions. These practices are meticulously documented in Kenneth Grant's Typhonian trilogies, but are intended for individual, highly disciplined, and often solitary application, remaining largely covert from public view due to their esoteric and sometimes controversial nature. The existence and core teachings of the Typhonian OTO current became publicly known primarily through Kenneth Grant's prolific publications, beginning with the Magical Revival in 1972 and continuing through his 9-volume Typhonian trilogies. These books provided detailed expositions of his theories and practices, drawing significant attention from the occult community. While the concepts were published, the active application and specific results of the internal workings remained private to initiates. The aftermath has seen the Typhonian OTO current establish itself as a distinct and influential branch within modern Western esotericism, particularly for those seeking to explore the more extreme or left-hand path aspects of magic. It has garnered a devoted, albeit relatively small, following globally. Public and academic reception ranges from fascination with its innovative synthesis of disparate occult traditions to criticism for its perceived darker or more dangerous aspects. It continues to operate through Grant's published works and various study groups and private practices by individuals who resonate with its unique magical approach, contributing to the diversity of contemporary occultism. The Educate Church of members deemed Scientology's out-of-C-compliance organization, or Sea Org, originated in 1967. Founded by L. Ron Hubbard, the organization initially operated aboard his flagship, the Apollo, in international waters, or serve as a Sea Org religious order dedicated to the spiritual advancement of Scientology and the realization of its global objectives. Contracts of founded by service. Membership required absolute devotion and acceptance of strict discipline. However, the Sea Org's internal operations involved practices that diverged significantly from its public persona. Members were subject to severe labor conditions, minimal pay, and intense ideological training. The Rehabilitation Project Force (RPF), established internally, was used to re-educate members deemed out of compliance, often involving arduous physical labor and isolation. Covert activities included Operation Snow White, launched in the 1970s, which involved a vast infiltration of United States government agencies, including the Internal Revenue Service and the Department of Justice. The objective was to remove unfavorable public records about Scientology and its founder, L. Ron Hubbard. These operations included burglaries, wiretapping, and the placement of Scientologist agents in key government positions. Operation Snow White was exposed on July 8, 1977, when FBI agents executed raids on Scientology offices in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. Documents seized during these raids detailed the systematic infiltration and obstruction of justice. This evidence led to the indictment and subsequent conviction in 1979 of 11 high-ranking Scientology officials, including Mary Sue Hubbard, L. Ron Hubbard's wife. They received sentences ranging from 1 to 5 years in prison. The aftermath included significant public and media scrutiny of the Church of Scientology's practices. L. Ron Hubbard, who remained in seclusion, was named an unindicted co-conspirator. The convictions damaged the organization's public image and led to ongoing legal challenges and allegations regarding its internal labor practices and treatment of members, which persist into the present day. Etheria Society Venusians. The Etheria Society was founded in 1955 in London, England, by George King. Its origin stems from King's claimed direct telepathic contact with advanced extraterrestrial intelligences, particularly those from the planet Venus, to act as the society communication bridge between developed humanity and these elaborate cosmic masters, with the helping aim of helping Earth overcome its self-imposed difficulties through spiritual activities and cosmic missions. It promotes peace, spiritual enlightenment, and the understanding of universal laws. While largely operating openly, certain aspects of the Etheria Society's internal dynamics and financial practices have drawn scrutiny. King asserted himself as the sole conduit for the cosmic master's messages, establishing an authoritarian structure where his interpretations were absolute. To act as the society communication bridge between developed humanity and these elaborate cosmic masters' operations, designed to transmit spiritual energy to the world with the helping aim of helping Earth overcome I, often involving members in collective prayer and meditation sessions at designated holy mountains around the globe. These were presented as crucial for global survival. Allegations from former members and external observers have focused on the financial demands placed on adherents, with large donations being presented as vital contributions to cosmic work, reinforcing King's control over the society's resources and the members' financial lives. Public awareness of the Etheria Society primarily arose through media reports and academic studies examining new religious movements, rather than specific, dramatic exposures of hidden illegal activities. King frequently appeared in public to present his claims, and the society published numerous books detailing its doctrines and the channeled messages. While no criminal investigations of significant scale have been documented concerning the society itself, its unusual claims and practices have consistently placed it outside mainstream acceptance. In the aftermath, the Ethereal Society continues to operate globally, maintaining a relatively small but dedicated following. Its claims of extraterrestrial contact and the efficacy of its energy transmission operations remain unverified by external scientific methods. Public perception largely classifies it as a fringe new religious movement, with its activities monitored by religious studies scholars rather than law enforcement agencies. Given the absence of widespread criminal charges against its leadership or organization. Ashtar Command Space. The concept of Ashtar Command emerged in the 1950s within the burgeoning UFO contactee movement, popularized by individuals such as George Van Tassel. It describes a collective of benevolent extraterrestrial beings, often depicted as a multidimensional space fleet, led by Commander Ashtar. Purpose is to some assist humanity in its spiritual individuals and evolution, protect Earth from negative influences, and prepare for a significant shift in consciousness towards a higher vibrational state, often linked to a golden age. Ashtar Command is not a singular, centrally organized entity, but rather a decentralized belief system adopted by various New Age and spiritual groups and channelers. Often consequently, led by hidden Commander Ashtar activities manifest through the actions of these disparate adherents. While generally promoting peace and spiritual growth, some individuals and groups claiming to channel Ashtar's messages have engaged in practices involving financial exploitation, often through predictions of impending global catastrophes or calls for contributions to ascension initiatives. Activities ascension, though not shift initiatives in universally consciousness, endorsed by all who towards a subscribe to the higher Ashtar vibrational concept state. Ashtar followers. Exposure of problematic activities typically occurred through the unfulfillment of specific prophecies, the financial ruin of adherents, or the public scrutiny of groups that adopted extreme interpretations of Ashtar teachings. For example, some survivalist or doomsday cults referenced a cosmic hierarchy, though not always directly Ashtar, when preparing for apocalyptic events. The Heaven's Gate cult, which engaged in mass suicide in 1997, incorporated elements of an extraterrestrial level above human that influenced their actions, demonstrating how such concepts could be twisted, even if not directly linked to Ashtar Command itself. The lack of any verifiable evidence for the physical existence of Ashtar Command or its promised interventions has consistently undermined its credibility. In the aftermath, the concept of Ashtar Command persists within parts of the New Age and UFO subcultures. It remains a decentralized belief system, making it resistant to a single, definitive exposure or resulting legal consequences for a unified organization. Public perception largely regards it as a pseudo-scientific spiritual belief system, with its influence primarily limited to those predisposed to extraterrestrial or channeled communication narratives. Solar Temple Cult. The Order of the Solar Temple (OTS) was founded in 1984 in Geneva, Switzerland, by Joseph Di Mambro and Luke Juret. Its origin lay in a blend of Neo-Templar mysticism, New Age philosophies, and apocalyptic prophecies concerning an imminent global transition. The stated purpose of the cult was to establish a new form of temple for the age of Aquarius, facilitate the spiritual transition of its members to a higher plane of existence after death, and prepare for a perceived ecological and spiritual apocalypse. Behind its esoteric facade, the OTS engaged in extensive control over its members' lives, including their finances and relationships. Joseph Di Mambro, the cult's leader, used elaborate technological deceptions, such as hidden lights and sound effects, to simulate miraculous events, thereby manipulating followers and reinforcing his authority, including their finances and relationships, which they term transit. A particularly egregious hidden activity was the cult leadership's order for the murder of a 3-month-old baby, Emmanuel Duduit, in Quebec, Canada, on October 3, 1994, under the belief that he was the Antichrist. The cult's activities came to public light dramatically and tragically on October 4-5, 1994, when 53 members, including Di Mambro and Juret, died in synchronized ritualistic murders and mass suicides at various locations in Switzerland and Quebec, Canada. These events were followed by further mass deaths. 16 members died in a similar event in Vercors, France, in December 1995, and 5 more in Saint-Anne-de-la-Pérade, Quebec, in March 1997. Police investigations immediately commenced at each site, uncovering farewell letters, firearms, and evidence of elaborate staging. The aftermath of these events resulted in international shock and condemnation. Governments in Switzerland, France, and Canada launched extensive inquiries into cult activities and their potential for violence. Media coverage worldwide highlighted the dangers of extremist groups and the psychological manipulation employed by cult leaders. While Di Mambro and Juret perished in the initial events, investigations continued, leading to further understanding of the cult's internal mechanisms. The Solar Temple deaths remain a significant case study in destructive cult behavior and continue to influence public policy discussions regarding religious freedom and public safety. Branch Davidian siege. Adventists, firearms bat formally establishing themselves in the 1930s. By 1987, David Koresh had assumed leadership of the group, based at the Mount Carmel Center near Waco, Texas. The stated purpose of the Branch Davidians under Koresh was to prepare for the imminent apocalypse and the second coming of Christ, with absolute Koresh himself control over the lives of his claiming to be the final prophet followers, tasked with interpreting biblical prophecy for the Lamb's Book of Life. Behind their religious declarations, Koresh enforced a rigid social structure and engaged in activities that garnered legal scrutiny. He asserted the right to take multiple, by 1987, spiritual wives. David included Koresh had underage assumed girls, based at the allegations Mount of Carmel Center near statutory Waco rape and child abuse. The group also accumulated a substantial arsenal of firearms and explosives, modifying weapons for automatic fire, in preparation for an anticipated confrontation with external forces. With absolute Koresh himself control over the lives of his claiming, severing their ties with external family and friends, and demanding total allegiance. These activities came to public light on February 28, 1993, when the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms (BATF) initiated a raid on the Mount Carmel Center to serve arrest warrants related to illegal weapons manufacturing. This raid escalated into a prolonged gun battle, resulting in casualties on both sides and initiating a 51-day siege by the Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI). The siege culminated on April 19, 1993, when the compound caught fire during an FBI tear gas assault. This inferno resulted in the deaths of 76 Branch Davidians, including David Koresh and 25 children. The event sparked immediate and intense public debate regarding government overreach, law enforcement tactics, and the balance between religious freedom and public safety. Multiple investigations, including extensive congressional hearings, were conducted to ascertain responsibility for the tragedy. While no government agents were criminally charged, the Waco siege significantly impacted public perception of federal agencies and remains a contentious incident in American history. Personnel and Temple Guyana Conser. In followers 1955 in Indiana, United engaging in investigate states by Jai imprisonment. M. Jones. It later relocated to California in the 1960s, and then to Jonestown, Guyana in 1977. Socialist these covert utopia. Free from these perceived practices, capitalist came to public oppression, racism, injustice, where followers could live in peace and harmony, building a self-sufficient agricultural community. However, Jones maintained absolute control over his followers, engaging in activities that severely deviated from the stated ideals. Members were coerced into surrendering their assets and passports. Jones subjected them to physical and psychological abuse, including public humiliation, sleep deprivation, and forced labor. He orchestrated white nights, mock mass suicides to test the loyalty of his congregation. The compound in Jonestown was also found to be stockpiling firearms. Socialist these covert utopia actions ensured the isolation and subjugation of his adherents. Free from these perceived practices, capitalist came to public oppression November 18, 1978, when U.S. Congressman Leo Ryan, accompanied by a delegation including media personnel and concerned relatives, visited Jonestown to investigate allegations of abuse and forced imprisonment. As the delegation prepared to depart from the local airstrip, People's Temple security members ambushed their group, assassinating Congressman Ryan, 3 journalists, and 1 defecting Temple member. Immediately following the airstrip murders, Jim Jones ordered a mass revolutionary suicide at the Jonestown Pavilion. A cyanide-laced grape-flavored drink was administered to the majority of the community. This act resulted in the deaths of 909 people, including 304 children, marking it as the largest single loss of American civilian life in a non-natural disaster, until September 11, 2001. The event shocked the international community, leading to extensive media coverage, numerous investigations, and heightened scrutiny of cults and their potential for destructive outcomes. Nation of Islam (FOI). The Nation of Islam (NOI) was founded in 1930 in Detroit, Michigan, by Wallace Fard Muhammad, with Elijah Muhammad assuming leadership in 1934. The Fruit of Islam (FOI) is the male paramilitary wing of the Nation of Islam, established early in the organization's history. The stated purpose of the Nation of Islam, including the FOI, is to improve the spiritual, mental, social, and economic condition of African Americans in the United States, and to promote black nationalism, self-sufficiency, and adherence to a strict moral code. Most notably, while publicly presented as a disciplined force for order and protection within the Nation of Islam, physical discipline. Criticism of Elijah Muhammad, accusations of violence against dissidents, perceived speculation and enemies, and former members have been documented. Most notably, the assassination of Malcolm X on February 21, 1965, following his public defection and criticism of Elijah Muhammad, led to extensive speculation, and later, evidence implicating NOI members. Though the organization officially denied involvement, the method of the assassination and subsequent investigations pointed to individuals affiliated with the NOI. The FOI's role extended beyond internal security to include overt demonstrations of power, and at times, retaliatory actions against those deemed to have betrayed the organization. The assassination of Malcolm X brought the internal dynamics and alleged covert operations of the Nation of Islam to intense public light. 3 men, all members of the NOI, were convicted of the murder, though questions about broader conspiracy persisted. Later investigations, including those by academic scholars and journalists, and the release of historical documents, reinforced the belief that the assassination was sanctioned by elements within the NOI leadership. Louis Farrakhan's own public statements concerning Malcolm X's death have drawn significant controversy and attention. The aftermath included widespread public and media attention on the Nation of Islam's internal structures and its relationship with its former prominent members. While the NOI and the FOI continue to operate, with the FOI serving as security for events and properties, the legacy of the Malcolm X assassination remains a defining and controversial aspect of its history. Public perception remains mixed, recognizing the NOI's community outreach and programs, while also acknowledging its historical controversies and hardline theological and social positions. Moorish Science Temple. The Moorish Science Temple of America was founded in 1913 in Newark, New Jersey, by Noble Drew Ali, born Timothy Drew. Its origin stemmed from Ali's belief that African Americans were of Moorish descent, and therefore Asian, not African, a claim intended to provide a distinct identity and heritage separate from the European American narrative of slavery and subjugation. By Noble Drew Ali, born Timothy Drew, responsibility, origin, and morale stemmed from rectitude Ali's through a belief that unique African blend of Islamic Americans were of Moorish principles descent, and nationalism Asian, and esoteric teachings. While the main organization focused on religious and cultural identity, its fragmented nature and internal conflicts led to certain hidden activities, primarily within splinter groups. Noble Drew Ali's death in 1929, following a shooting and subsequent arrest, triggered significant internal turmoil and leadership disputes. This period saw the emergence of various factions, some of which engaged in criminal activities. Notably, Wallace Fard Muhammad, Noble Drew Ali's former chauffeur, went on to found the Nation of Islam, which adopted a more overt paramilitary wing. In more contemporary times, individuals claiming affiliation with Moorish concepts have formed sovereign citizen movements. These groups refuse to acknowledge U.S. laws and governmental authority, leading to various confrontations and illegal actions, such as filing fraudulent liens, tax evasion, and engaging in identity theft. These actions are typically conducted by self-proclaimed Moorish sovereigns rather than the mainstream Moorish Science Temple organization. Exposure of these activities has primarily occurred through law enforcement actions and legal proceedings against individuals or small, autonomous cells associated with the Moorish sovereign citizen ideology. Arrests for defiance of court orders, passport fraud, and other financial crimes have brought their anti-government stance to public attention. The original Moorish Science Temple of America has largely disavowed these splinter groups and their illegal activities, but the association remains a public concern. In the aftermath, the original Moorish Science Temple of America continues to operate as a religious organization with a relatively small following. However, the legacy of its early splintering and the emergence of independent Moorish sovereign citizen groups has led to public confusion and increased law enforcement scrutiny. These groups are monitored due to their potential for anti-government violence and various forms of financial crime, contrasting sharply with the stated religious and cultural mission of the original temple and political violence. In the post-World War viewing these Roman II-axis period, plan primarily developed and propagated by figures such as Savitri Devi, an influential French-Greek writer who married an Indian Brahmin in the 1950s. Its origin lies in a radical reinterpretation of Nazism, blending its core tenets with occultism, Hindu cyclical cosmology, and New Age concepts. The stated purpose is to revere Adolf Hitler not merely as a political leader, but as an avatar or divine figure, a man against time sent to usher in a new golden age and cleanse the world even if his methods led to apparent failure. It advocates for racial purity, eugenics, and a return to perceived Aryan spiritual principles, viewing history as a cosmic struggle. As a philosophical framework rather than a centralized organization, the hidden activities of esoteric Hitlerism primarily involved the clandestine propagation of neo-Nazi and white supremacist ideology under a spiritual guise. Adherents publish and distribute texts, form small, affinity-based groups, and network with other far-right and white supremacist organizations globally. While it does not typically direct large-scale criminal operations itself, its core teachings promote extreme racial hatred, antisemitism, and a justification for violence against perceived enemies. It has served as an ideological wellspring for individuals who then commit hate crimes, acts of terrorism, and political violence, viewing these acts as necessary steps in a larger cosmic plan. Exposure of esoteric Hitlerism has occurred primarily through academic research. The monitoring efforts of anti-hate organizations such as the Southern Poverty Law Center and the Anti-Defamation League, and investigative journalism. These efforts have documented its tenets, identified its proponents, and traced its influence within the broader neo-Nazi and white supremacist movements, particularly through online dissemination of propaganda. Specific cases of individuals inspired by such ideologies committing violent acts, such as acts of white supremacist terrorism, indirectly expose the dangerous influence of these beliefs. In the aftermath, esoteric Hitlerism remains a persistent but fringe ideology within global far-right and neo-Nazi subcultures. Lacking a central command, it exists as a decentralized philosophical framework that informs various extremist groups and lone actors. It continues to be monitored by law enforcement and anti-hate organizations due to its potential to inspire and justify extremist violence and hate speech. Public and official responses are uniformly condemnatory, classifying it as a dangerous and repugnant form of racial supremacy and an incitement to hatred. Order of Nine Angles. The Order of Nine Angles, also known as ONA or O9A, is a satanic and neo-Nazi occult group originating in the United Kingdom. Its foundational texts began circulating in the late 1960s and early 1970s, attributed to a figure operating under the pseudonym Anton Long, later identified by some researchers as David Mayat. The group's stated purpose is to facilitate the personal evolution of individual through challenging experiences. Individuals through termed challenging adversarial or experiences sinister practices, often involving the embrace of extreme and transgressive acts to achieve gnosis or a state of weird. Beyond its esoteric claims, the Order of Nine Angles has been implicated in the advocacy of highly controversial and illegal activities. Its doctrine promotes the infiltration of various societal structures and other extremist groups' roles to sow chaos. Nazism, serious violent crimes, antisemitism, and command over racial such acts is hated. The ONA's writings openly discuss, and by some interpretations, endorse human sacrifice, referred to as culling, and the commission of serious violent crimes. While direct command over such acts is not typically established, the group's philosophy is understood to inspire followers towards them. Public exposure of the Order of Nine Angles significantly increased from the late 1990s and early 2000s, driven by academic research, journalistic investigations, and intelligence community reports. Publications by scholars like Nicholas Goodrick Clark and online exposés highlighted the group's extreme ideology and links to neo-Nazi movements. Further scrutiny emerged when individuals associated with ONA tenets were investigated or charged in connection with terrorism offenses in the United Kingdom and other nations, particularly from 2019 onwards. Leaked internal documents and online communications provided further insight into their network and ideology, leading counterterrorism units to designate the group as a concern. In the aftermath of these revelations, the Order of Nine Angles faced increased scrutiny from law enforcement and intelligence agencies. Public reactions included widespread condemnation from anti-extremist organizations, human rights groups, and mainstream media outlets, highlighting the group's promotion of violence and hate. Official responses in some jurisdictions led to discussions about proscribing the organization. Despite this, the ONA maintains an elusive online presence, with leadership and membership remaining largely opaque. Individuals associated with the group frequently issue denials regarding direct involvement in illegal acts, asserting their activities are purely philosophical or artistic, while evidence points to a continued ideological influence on violent extremist actors. Youth. The pattern's hidden temple of psychic youth activities promote non-revolved around non-conformity, abbreviated as TOPI, founded and founded in London, United Kingdom, in 1981. Its principal architects were Genesis P-Orridge and the experimental music group Psychic TV. Aleister Crowley, United Kingdom. Osman its spare principal architects were Genesis P-Orridge and the experimental music group Psychic TV. And Chaos Magic Principles. Topi emerged from the industrial music and performance art scene of the early 1980s, aiming to explore and transcend conventional societal boundaries. Space free from conventional, the morality-stated purpose of Topi was to facilitate individual psychological and spiritual liberation through radical self-experimentation and the deconstruction of social norms. The group aimed to challenge established thought patterns, promote nonconformity, and explore the limits of consciousness through art, music, and ritualistic practices. Space free from conventional the morality. While Topi did not engage in large-scale illegal operations, its hidden activities revolved around transgressive artistic expression, experimental ritual practices, and a deliberate subversion of social taboos. This included the public exploration of sexuality, gender identity through the concept of pandrogyny, and the use of ritualistic practices designed to induce altered states of consciousness, sometimes involving controlled substances. The group operated through a network of stations or cells globally, engaging in decentralized communication and collaborative art projects. While never accused of widespread criminal enterprise, its confrontational approach to social norms and exploration of taboo subjects led to internal dynamics that were not always transparent to the public or even all members. Exposure to the temple of psychic youth came largely through media sensationalism in the 1980s, particularly during the Satanic Panic era, which often conflated Topi with more genuinely dangerous groups due to its occult themes. Governmental scrutiny, such as the widely reported but ultimately inconclusive Operation Stanhope in the UK, touched upon the fringe of Topi activities without directly targeting the organization. Internal schisms and public statements from former members also contributed to revelations about the group's inner workings and controversies. Genesis P-Orridge officially dissolved Topi as an organized entity in 1991, shifting focus to more personal artistic pursuits. In the aftermath, Topi influence continued to permeate various counterculture movements, music scenes, and contemporary art. While no significant criminal charges were ever successfully brought against the organization itself, its legacy remains a subject of mixed public perception, ranging from its recognition as a pioneering artistic collective to its dismissal as a controversial cult. The dissolution allowed for the themes and concepts to disperse and evolve independently, rather than being confined to a centralized organizational structure. Discordianism, Eris chaos. Discordianism is a postmodern religion or philosophy centered on the worship of Eris, the Greek goddess of discord and chaos. It was founded in the United States in the late 1950s or early 1960s by Greg Hill, writing as Malaclips the Younger, and Carrie Thornley, writing as Omar Khayyam Ravenhurst. Originating as a satirical Discordianism is Response, to Cold War postmodern religion or anxieties, and the philosophy perceived arbitrary centered on the nature of worship of societal eros order, sought to highlight it was inherent chaos, and founded in the randomness of united existence. Purpose of writing as Discordianism is to maleclipse the spread confusion, and Younger promote the belief that order and disorder are both illusions. Equally valid Ting as Omar writing as Omar Khayyam Ravenhurst, and that reality is inherently chaotic. Its arbitrary nature of foundational text societal order, the philosophy Discordianism centered Pinthi, Exes published in 1965, Goddess of Discord and Chaos, encourages followers, known as Discordians, to challenge dogmatism, question authority, and embrace absurdity as a means of achieving enlightenment. The core tenet is that all systems of order are ultimately arbitrary, and that only through chaos can true understanding emerge. Nace-based as Discordians' interventions. The challenge invaluable tenet is that all thinking, like thee, and that only through chaos can illuminate us. Trilogy by Robert Shea and Robert Anton Wilson. Discordians engage in Operation Mindfuck, a decentralized effort to introduce absurdities into mainstream narratives. There is no documented history of the group engaging in illegal or violent activities. Its modus operandi is intellectual and cultural subversion through humor and paradox. Exposure of Discordianism occurred primarily through the underground press in the 1960s and 1970s, particularly with the widespread dissemination of the Principia Discordia and its subsequent influence on counterculture movements, fanzines, and later, the early Internet. Its concepts found a broader audience through popular fiction, cementing its status as a niche but influential philosophical current rather than a clandestine organization. The decentralized and non-hierarchical nature of Discordianism made it difficult to expose in the traditional sense, as it lacked a central authority or a clear membership roster. In the aftermath, Discordianism continues to exist as a largely informal and decentralized philosophical movement. It has faced no significant official investigations or consequences, given its non-violent and primarily intellectual nature. Public perception remains largely one of an eccentric and humorous subculture, appreciated by those who value critical thinking, absurdity, and a playful approach to religion and philosophy. Its influence persists in online communities and specific cultural niches. Church of Euthanasia. The advocates for Church of For Euthanasia is primary a pillars of action to political and reduce the religious human organization population, founded in Boston, Massachusetts, Yoon, and Reverend Chris Sodomy Corda. Its inception was driven by a radical concern for global overpopulation and the perceived impending ecological collapse of the Earth due to human proliferation. Its stated purpose is to save the planet's ecosystem from human overpopulation. The Church's single commandment is "Thou shalt not procreate," and it advocates for 4 primary pillars of action to reduce the human population: suicide, abortion, cannibalism specifically of the dead, and sodomy. Churches involuntarily single, 1992, by decrease the Reverend Chris K. commandment is "Thou shalt human not population and procreate," thereby alleviate environmental strain. While controversial, the Church of Euthanasia's hidden activities primarily involve performance art, public protests, and online advocacy, designed to shock and provoke discussion rather than organized illegal operations. Public protests, illegal and cannibally. Instead, these tenets are largely symbolic or serve as extreme rhetorical devices to highlight their core message. Activities include staging public demonstrations with provocative imagery, distributing flyers, operating a controversial website, and making media appearances. Their actions are almost entirely public and aimed at drawing attention to their environmental message, not at clandestine or criminal acts of population reduction. Exposure of the Church of Euthanasia occurred rapidly through its embrace of public controversy. Its provocative name and extreme tenets attracted significant media attention throughout the 1990s, leading to appearances on national television talk shows, such as The Jerry Springer Show, and features in numerous news articles and documentaries. Its website became a focal point for both supporters and detractors, amplifying its reach and ensuring its controversial views were widely disseminated. In the aftermath, the Church of Euthanasia continues its existence primarily as an online presence and occasional public activist group. While its views remain highly controversial and often provoke strong negative reactions, its methods have largely remained within the bounds of public protest and advocacy. No significant legal actions or criminal investigations have been levied against the organization itself, as its activities, despite their extreme rhetoric, have generally avoided direct engagement in illegal actions. Public reaction varies from outrage and condemnation to occasional amusement or even, for a small segment, a grim appreciation of its radical environmental stance. Flat Earth Society. The modern Flat Earth Society traces its origins to the 19th century English inventor Samuel Robotham, who, under the pseudonym Parallax, developed zetetic astronomy, promoting the belief that the Earth is a flat disk. This concept was later formalized into the Universal Zetetic Society. The contemporary Flat Earth Society was revived in 1956 in Dover, United Kingdom, by Samuel Shenton, and subsequently by Charles K. Johnson in the United States in 1970. Its foundation lies in a rejection of scientific consensus regarding the Earth's spherical shape. Who peril often sigh, ting literal interpretations of religious texts, or a distrust of scientific institutions and government agencies. Johnson in the Observations, and a specific united interpretation of states in 1970 empirical data, which they claim consensus supports a flat regarding the Earth's spherical shape, rather than spherical, planet. The hidden activities of the Flat Earth Society are not characterized by covert illegal operations, but rather by the dissemination of its theories and the construction of alternative explanations for observable phenomena. This involves maintaining online forums, producing written arguments, and participating in debates to counter conventional scientific understanding. Activities include analyzing satellite imagery and flight paths to prove flatness, and promoting a worldview that posits a vast conspiracy to conceal the Earth's true shape. These actions are primarily ideological and informational, focusing on recruiting new adherents and reinforcing the beliefs of existing members through controlled discussions and curated evidence. Exposure of the Flat Earth Society has occurred in distinct waves. Historically, it gained notoriety through publications and public lectures in the 19th and early 20th centuries. In the modern era, its most significant exposure has come through the Internet, particularly from the 2010s onward. Social media platforms, YouTube, and dedicated forums have facilitated a resurgence in membership and visibility, allowing its ideas to reach a global audience and attract celebrity endorsements, which further amplified its presence in mainstream discourse. This digital proliferation allowed for decentralized recruitment and discussion, making the group more widely known than in previous decades. In the aftermath of its digital resurgence, the Flat Earth Society continues to operate as a fringe movement. It has not faced any official investigations or legal consequences, as its activities are primarily related to the promulgation of a belief system rather than engagement in criminal acts. Public reaction to the society varies widely, from amusement and dismissive ridicule by the general populace and the scientific community to serious engagement and adherence by a growing, albeit small, number of individuals. Its existence highlights a broader cultural trend of distrust in established institutions and a preference for alternative narratives. Ordo Bucentoro Venetian. The Ordo Bucentoro Venetian is an esoteric society with origins in Venice, Italy, likely established in the mid to late 20th century, though precise founding dates are obscure. It emerged from circles interested in Venetian history, aristocratic lineage, and the city's unique cultural and mystical heritage. Spiritual locations within the name Venice occurrence, and itself references the occasionally Bucentoro internationally, the ceremonial barge of the Doges of Venice, symbolizing the Republic's power and its mystical bond with the sea. The stated purpose of the Ordo Bucentoro Venetian is the preservation and perpetuation of specific Venetian cultural, historical, and esoteric traditions. This includes the study of ancient Venetian rituals, the collection of knowledge related to the Republic's maritime dominance, and the maintenance of a discrete network of individua, ls dedicated to what they perceive as the true spirit of Venice. The order claims to hold a unique understanding of the city's symbolic importance and its hidden spiritual currents. The hidden activities of the Ordo Bucentoro Venetian are characterized by extreme discretion and a deliberate avoidance of public scrutiny. These activities largely revolve around private, closed-door ceremonies and meetings held in undisclosed locations within Venice, and occasionally internationally. The order is understood to engage in the acquisition of historical artifacts, sometimes through channels that bypass public auction or traditional provenance, to enrich its private collections. Members are believed to engage in discreet lobbying efforts within cultural and historical preservation societies, aiming to influence decisions that align with their specific interpretations of Venetian heritage. Recruitment is strictly by invitation, focusing on individuals with established connections to Venetian nobility, historical research, or significant cultural influence. There is no public record of the order engaging in overtly illegal or harmful activities, but its operations are inherently designed for maximum obscurity. Exposure of the Ordo Bucentoro Venetian has been minimal due to its deeply private nature. There are no widely documented leaks, official investigations, or significant public controversies directly involving the order. Any public awareness typically stems from brief, unconfirmed mentions in academic papers focusing on obscure Venetian societies, or from the quiet disclosures of former members, which are rare and often lack verifiable detail. Its existence remains largely unknown outside specialized historical or esoteric research circles, reflecting its success in maintaining a low profile over decades. In the aftermath of its limited public acknowledgement, the Ordo Bucentoro Venetian continues to operate with extreme discretion. There has been no significant public reaction or media coverage, nor have there been any official denials, as its operations are not subject to public debate. The order's continued existence is marked by its quiet perpetuation of its traditions, remaining an elusive entity in the landscape of European esoteric societies. Its legacy is one of a self-contained unit dedicated to a specific, private vision of Venetian heritage, largely undisturbed by external scrutiny. Hellenic Phalanx Revival. The Hellenic Phalanx Revival is an ultranationalist and neo-fascist group operating in Greece, with its origins likely emerging in the post-junta period following 1974, though elements of its ideology can be traced to earlier periods of Greek nationalism. The group draws heavily on ancient Greek military and philosophical traditions, reinterpreting them through a modern far-right lens. Its formation is rooted in a perception of national decline and a desire for a return to a perceived glorious Hellenic past. The stated purpose of the Hellenic Phalanx Revival is the defense and resurgence of Hellenism. This includes the promotion of Greek ethnic purity, the preservation of traditional Greek values, and the protection of the nation against perceived internal and external threats, often identified as immigration, multiculturalism, and globalism. They advocate for a strong, disciplined state and the re-establishment of what they consider to be ancient Greek martial virtues, and engages in several globalism activities, include disciplined state and the paramilitary training establishment of what they consider to be ancient Greek exercises martial for its virtues members, often in rural or remote areas. The group is known for aggressive nationalist agitation, employing xenophobic and often anti-Semitic rhetoric in private communications and selective public appearances. They have been linked to instances of street violence and intimidation targeting immigrants, refugees, and minority groups within Greece. Recruitment efforts involve highly selective vetting processes, often targeting disillusioned youth or individuals with military backgrounds. Funding is often secured through undeclared donations and illicit activities, which remain largely untraceable. Exposure of the Hellenic phalanx revival has occurred through multiple channels. Investigations by Greek law enforcement agencies into far-right extremism have periodically uncovered details of their training and ideological dissemination. Independent journalistic exposés, often relying on leaked internal documents or testimonials from former members, have detailed their operational structures and links to violent incidents. Arrests of individuals associated with the group for hate speech, assault, or public disturbance have further brought their existence to light, although the organization itself has not faced formal prescription in the same manner as some other far-right entities. In the aftermath of these exposures, the Hellenic phalanx revival faces ongoing monitoring by Greek authorities and receives widespread condemnation from civil society groups, anti-racism organizations, and mainstream political parties. Despite this scrutiny, the group continues to operate, often under different names or as a fragmented network, maintaining a presence in nationalist circles. Its leadership and members frequently issue denials of engagement in illegal activities, publicly portraying themselves as patriotic cultural groups or defenders of national identity, while internal communications reveal their extremist agenda. The group's continued existence reflects persistent challenges for counter-extremism efforts in Greece. Knights Malta Sovereignty. The Sovereign Military Hospitaller Order of St. John of Jerusalem, of Rhodes and of Malta, commonly known as the Sovereign Military Order of Malta SMOM, traces its origins to a hospital founded in Jerusalem in 1048 to care for pilgrims. It evolved into a powerful military and religious order, establishing sovereignty over Rhodes and later Malta. After losing its territorial possessions, it continued to be recognized as a sovereign entity under international law. Order of Malta is the glorification of God through the stated service of the purpose of the poor, and the Sixth Sovereign Military Order of Malta is the glorification of God through the service of the poor and the sick, maintaining diplomatic relations with over 100 states. The stated purpose of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta is the glorification of God through the service of the poor and the sick, a mission encapsulated in its motto, Tuitio Fidei et Obsequium Pauperum, defense of the faith and assistance to the poor. The order operates extensive humanitarian, medical, and social assistance programs globally, running hospitals, ambulance corps, and providing aid during conflicts and natural disasters. While SMOM is a recognized public entity, aspects of its internal governance and financial operations are conducted with a high degree of privacy, which can be perceived as hidden activities. These include the intricate processes of selecting its leadership, managing its significant global assets and finances, and conducting sensitive diplomatic negotiations. Internal power struggles and disagreements over its direction, particularly concerning its religious identity and relationship with the Holy See, are largely confined to its highest ranks. Allegations of financial impropriety or controversies regarding the sale of certain properties have surfaced periodically, but these are typically internal governance issues rather than covert illegal operations in a traditional sense. Exposure of the order's internal dynamics and governance issues occurred most prominently in 2016 and 2017. A public crisis erupted following the dismissal of Grand Chancellor Albrecht von Boeselager over an alleged scandal involving the distribution of condoms by a charity affiliated with the order, and the subsequent demand for the resignation of Grand Master Matthew Festing by the Holy See. This highly public dispute led to a rare papal intervention by Pope Francis, who appointed a special delegate to oversee reforms, bypassing the order's traditional sovereignty. Investigative journalists have also periodically reported on the order's unique diplomatic status and financial operations, bringing certain aspects to public attention. In the aftermath of the 2016-2017 crisis, the Sovereign Military Order of Malta underwent significant reforms under the guidance of the Vatican, culminating in a new constitution and code promulgated in 2022. The order continues its extensive humanitarian work and diplomatic engagements, maintaining its unique status as a non-territorial sovereign entity. Public perception is generally positive due to its charitable endeavors, though awareness of its complex internal politics and unique international legal status remains limited to those following international relations or Vatican affairs. The order's leadership has consistently denied widespread misconduct, framing the crisis as an internal governance matter that has since been resolved. Sons of Odin mythology, explicitly the targeting organization known as Immigrant Soldiers of Odin, often referred to colloquially with Sons of Odin mythology due to its adoption of Norse cultural symbols, originated in Kemi, Finland, in October 2015. Founded by Mika Ranta, a self-identified white supremacist with links to the far right, the group emerged during the height of the European migrant crisis. Its formation was a direct response to a perceived increase in crime and a desire to patrol streets, explicitly targeting immigrant populations. The stated purpose of the Soldiers of Odin is to provide security and protect citizens from perceived threats, primarily by conducting street patrols. Far organization right beyond their concerned solely with stated public safety and public safety order claims. Activities of their rhetoric Soldiers of often Odin references include sense of civic organized vigilante duty, and a patrols in desire to various protect our women cities children from perceived foreign elements. Intimidation and drawing on a self-harassment directed at immigrants' appointed role as guardians, an ethnic distorted interpretation of minorities, Norse warrior culture. Far organization right beyond their concerned solely with stated public safety and public safety order claims. Activities of their rhetoric Soldiers of often Odin references include sense of civic organized vigilante duty, and a patrols in desire to various protect our women cities. Intimidation and drawing on a self-harassment directed at immigrants, refugees, an ethnic distorted interpretation of minorities' Norse warrior culture. The group actively recruits individuals with known far-right, nationalist, and often white supremacist sympathies, facilitating internal discussions and disseminating anti-immigrant and racist propaganda through encrypted messaging platforms and private online forums. While denying official links, many members are known to have connections to established neo-Nazi or nationalist groups. Their adoption of Odin as a symbol reflects a deeper ideological alignment with ethno-nationalist and white supremacist narratives. Exposure of the Soldiers of Odin occurred rapidly from late 2015 onwards through extensive media coverage in Finland, Scandinavia, and internationally. Reports detailed their street patrols, the controversies they generated, and the backgrounds of their leaders and members, including their ties to extremist groups. Law enforcement agencies in several countries, including Finland, Sweden, and Canada, began monitoring their activities. Public denunciations from government officials, police authorities, and anti-racism organizations further amplified their exposure, clarifying that their activities were not endorsed or condoned. In the aftermath of their emergence, the soldiers of Odin expanded their operations to other countries, including Sweden, Norway, the United States, Canada, and Australia, often establishing loosely affiliated chapters. They have faced widespread public condemnation and ongoing surveillance by law enforcement agencies due to their anti-immigrant and often racist agenda. While leadership often issues denials of extremist ties or intentions, portraying themselves as community safety groups, the evidence of their ideological underpinnings and activities has led to calls for their proscription and legal challenges in various jurisdictions. Their presence continues to be a subject of concern for civil liberties and anti-racism advocates globally. Fraternitas Saturni Gnosticism. The Fraternitas Saturni, Latin for Brotherhood of Saturn, is a German esoteric order founded in 1926 by Eugen Grosch, known as Frater Vadian. Emerging from a complex network of occult lodges in Weimar, Germany, the order synthesized elements of Gnosticism, the lemma derived from Aleister Crowley's teachings, Hermeticism, and various other esoteric traditions. The rooted in Grosch's Fraternitas interpretation of these Saturni systems, particularly, is a German emphasizing the esoteric order Saturnian, in current of 1926 by Energy. Spiritual emerging from a development and complex network of occult initiation of its lodges in Weimar members through Germany esoteric practices and the study of Gnostic wisdom. Order known as Frater seeks to work with the Vadian Saturnian energies, which they interpret as forces of cosmic law, discipline, and transformation. They aim to achieve personal gnosis and magical power through ceremonial magic, astrological work, and a complex system of grades and initiations designed to align the individual with higher spiritual realities. Astrological work, often complex system of drawing on grades and planetary magic and Gnostic cosmology. Historically, some external accounts and former members have alleged that certain practices involved sexual magic or were transgressive in nature, though the order itself maintains these are highly symbolic or misinterpreted. The group operates with a strong emphasis on internal discipline and secrecy regarding its specific magical workings and doctrines. Internal power struggles and disagreements over interpretation of its esoteric teachings have also been a feature, though these are typically contained within the order's highest echelons. Exposure of the Fraternitas Saturni has occurred incrementally over decades. Eugen Grosch himself published some of the order's materials and an autobiography, providing limited public insight. Academic research into German occultism, particularly by scholars like Horst E. Mears, has shed light on its history and doctrines. During the mid-20th century, the order faced periodic scrutiny and investigations by German authorities, often related to accusations of immorality or fraud, though many of these investigations were inconclusive or did not result in convictions, allowing the order to continue its operations. Revelations from former members, though often controversial, have also contributed to the limited public understanding of its internal workings. In the aftermath, the Fraternitas Saturni continues to exist as a relatively small, highly private esoteric order, primarily based in Germany. It remains a subject of academic study within the field of Western esotericism. Public perception is largely limited to a small circle of individuals interested in the occult, and media portrayals are often sensationalized due to its historical controversies. The order consistently denies any illegal activities or engagement in harmful practices, maintaining its status as a legitimate religious or spiritual organization dedicated to Gnostic and esoteric pursuits, operating under strict internal discipline and secrecy. Order. The detailed is in magical initiatic records to their magical superior order founded in 1907 by Aleister Crowley and George Cecil Jones in England. Its genesis followed a period of schism within the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, with Crowley asserting a new spiritual dispensation based on his reception of the Book of the Law in 1904. The stated purpose of the its genesis magical and followed mystical, a period of attainment schism within the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, culminating in the realization of individual true will and a state of gnosis. Knowledge, practices, and tests, aiming for spiritual liberation and the achievement of divine consciousness. The hidden activities within the involved rigorous personal magical practice, intensive meditation, study of Kabbalah, yoga, and specific thelemic rituals detailed in texts such as Liber O and Liber Samic. Progression through grades often required solitary work, with the aspirant submitting detailed magical records to their superior. With knowledge involved revealed rigorous personnel progressively upon magical practice initiation into higher degrees. The core methodology involved internalizing complex magical principles and applying them to transform consciousness. The public exposure of the largely originated from Crowley's own prolific publications, beginning in the early 20th century. Works such as The Equinox, launched in 1909, served as the official organ of the order, openly publishing its curriculum, rituals, and philosophical tenets, though inner workings and membership lists remained private. Further details emerged through biographical accounts and the later academic study of Crowley's life and works. The aftermath saw the continue to operate, with various lineages and successor organizations forming after Crowley's death in 1947. Public reaction has been varied, ranging from academic interest and dedicated adherence by practitioners to sensationalized media portrayals and moral condemnation, largely due to Crowley's controversial public persona and the esoteric nature of the order's practices. Despite this, the remains a foundational structure within modern Western esotericism. The lemma Korans and Gate. The concept of the Korans and Gate is central to the thelemic magical system, specifically within the initiatory structure, developed by Aleister Crowley in the early 20th century. Its origin is primarily documented in Crowley's work The Vision and the Voice, which records his scrying experiences in the Algerian desert in 1909. Coranzan, the dweller of the abyss, holy guardian, the angel, its early origin is activities document in primarily Crowley's work the associated with the vision and the voice, spiritual which enlightenment. Often it represents a point of requiring dissolution of the extend, involves individual consciousness. The hidden activities associated with the Korans and Gate involve highly specific and intense ceremonial magic, often requiring extended periods of ritual isolation and deep introspection. The practitioner must confront and overcome the fragmented aspects of their own being, symbolized by Koranzan, which represents dispersion, illusion, and the absence of form. Often it represents a point of requiring dissolution of the extend, involves individual consciousness periods of ritual psychological and isolation, and deep spiritual crisis introspection, where the ego structure is dismantled. Practitioner must confront and overcome the fragmented crossing of the aspects of their abyss, is own, not merely symbolic, which represents initiatory dispersion experience, and the absence of form, meticulously prepared for and documented by the individual. The details of such a crossing are often intensely personal and are shared only within the most advanced degrees of the order. Public exposure of the Korans and Gate occurred primarily through Aleister Crowley's aforementioned publication, The Vision and the Voice, also known as Liber CDXVI, which became publicly available in subsequent editions of The Equinox. This document provided an account of Crowley's own experiences with the entity and the ritual framework. Further dissemination occurred through later scholarly analyses and commentaries on the Lemmic texts. The aftermath of this exposure has seen the Choronzon Gate recognized as a critical, albeit perilous, stage within the Lemmic magical practice. It is widely discussed within occult circles and academic studies of esotericism. Public reaction has ranged from awe and deep respect among practitioners to confusion or alarm from external observers, who often misinterpret the symbolic and psychological nature of the confrontation. The concept continues to influence a wide array of modern magical traditions that draw from the Lemmic principles. Chaos magic sigillization. Chaos magic emerged in England in the late 1970s, drawing heavily from the work of artist Austin Osman Spare, and further developed by figures such as Peter J. Carroll and Ray Sherwin. Its origin is characterized by a pragmatic, experimental approach to magic, discarding rigid dogma in favor of techniques proven effective by the individual practitioner. Stated chaos purpose of magic sigillization. Chaos magic, heavily from the is work to of artist directly Austin, impress a specific Osman desire or spare intention upon the unconscious mind, bypassing conscious Carroll and Ray Sherwin's censorship, to characterized by manifest that a desire in reality, a highly efficient and experimental approach to adaptable magic method, for magical action discarding rigid dogma, in favor of techniques proven effective by the discarding rigid dogma, in favor of individual techniques practitioner. The unconscious hidden activities involved in sigillization are largely internal and psychological, making them covert by nature. The process typically begins with constructing a sigil, often by combining letters of a phrase representing a desire into an abstract symbol, or by creating a pictorial representation. During and making them covert by nature altered state of consciousness. Known means combining letters of a phrase including representing a desire into an abstract symbol, or by creating a pictorial representation, intense meditation, sexual excitement, extreme physical exertion, or sensory overload. Crucially, after charging, the sigil is banished or forgotten from the conscious mind to allow the unconscious to work unimpeded. The success of the operation relies on the complete suppression of conscious expectation. Public exposure of sigillization as a technique occurred primarily through the publication of key texts such as Peter J. Carroll's Liber Null Psychonaut 1987 and Ray Sherwin's The Book of Results 1978. These works openly detailed the methodology and philosophy of chaos magic, making what was previously an esoteric practice accessible to a wider audience. The decentralized nature of chaos magic meant no single organization controlled its dissemination. The aftermath of this exposure has been widespread adoption and adaptation of sigillization across various magical traditions, and even beyond, influencing modern occultism, self-help, and visualization techniques. Public reaction has varied. Within occult communities, it is often lauded for its effectiveness and accessibility. Externally, it is sometimes viewed with skepticism or misunderstanding, yet its core principles have found resonance due to their psychological rather than overtly supernatural framing. The method continues to be a prevalent practice for personal manifestation, reveal Enochian magic universal truths, and scrying practical wisdom. Enochian magic originated in England during the late 16th century, specifically between 1582 and 158, through the collaborations of Dr. John Dee, a prominent Elizabethan scholar and alchemist, and Edward Kelly, his scryer, primarily at Dee's intelligences to residences and acquire Mortlake divine and knowledge, understand the true nature of reality, and ultimately usher in a new era of spiritual enlightenment. Dee believed these angelic communications would reveal universal truths and practical wisdom. Ritual the sessions conducted stated in seclusion, primarily at D's intelligences to residences and acquire Mortlake divine and knowledge, subsequently, on the European continent. Kelly, acting as the scryer, would gaze into a shoestone, a crystal, or obsidian mirror, while D meticulously recorded the visions and verbal communications received from the angelic entities. These communications included the revelation of the Enochian alphabet, a complex language, and a series of calls or keys later known as the Enochian calls, designed to invoke specific spiritual hierarchies. The work generated vast quantities of detailed notes, diagrams, and sigils. The secrecy was inherent due to the politically sensitive and potentially heretical nature of such direct communication with spirits outside established religious channels. The primary exposure of Enochian magic occurred posthumously. Dr. D's extensive diaries and records, originally concealed, were eventually transcribed and published in 1659 by Merrick Casaubon under the title A True and Faithful Relation of What Passed for Many Years Between Dr. John D. and Some Spirits. This publication, though initially intended to discredit D, paradoxically preserved the full corpus of Enochian material. Later, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, esoteric orders like the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and figures like Aleister Crowley extensively studied, reconstructed, and popularized Enochian magic, making its structure and practices more widely known within occult circles. The aftermath saw Enochian magic become a foundational element of modern Western ceremonial magic, particularly influencing traditions focused on angelic evocation and gnosis. Public reaction has ranged from scholarly interest in D's historical significance to fascination and dedicated practice within occult communities. It has also, at times, been a subject of speculation and concern due to its perceived complexity and potential dangers, as described in some of the original D records. Luciferian Gnosis Path. The Luciferian Gnosis Path is not a singular, centrally organized religion, but rather a diverse philosophical and spiritual current with origins spanning various historical periods, including elements from ancient Gnosticism, Romanticism, the Enlightenment, and modern esotericism. It gained more defined articulation in the late 20th and early 21st centuries through authors and practitioners seeking individual empowerment and enlightenment. Its stated purpose is the pursuit of knowledge, wisdom, and self-sovereignty, viewing Lucifer not as a literal devil figure, but as an archetypal symbol of enlightenment, independent thought, rebellion against dogma, and the bringer of light gnosis to humanity. The path emphasizes individual will and the deification of the self through personal evolution. The activities within the path emphasizes Luciferian Gnosis path are individual will and the primarily introspective deification of the self, intellectual and ritualistic, often conducted in solitude or within small, discrete philosophical groups. Practitioners engage in extensive study of philosophy, mythology, psychology, and various occult traditions. Core practices involve meditation, self-analysis, ritual focused on self-initiation and personal transformation, and the exploration of one's own shadow aspects. Unlike traditional devil worship, the focus is on internal illumination and the development of the individual's inherent potential, using symbols like Lucifer to represent the inherent divine spark and the courage to challenge established norms. Specific rituals are designed to awaken latent abilities and foster intellectual and spiritual autonomy. Public exposure of the Luciferian Gnosis path has largely occurred through the publication of books by proponents such as Michael W. Ford, Thomas Carlson, and others, as well as through the proliferation of online communities and forums dedicated to esoteric philosophy. These resources have made the intellectual and spiritual tenets accessible, differentiating it from theistic Satanism, with which it is frequently conflated by external observers. Academic studies of modern esotericism have also contributed to its public understanding. The aftermath of this exposure has seen Luciferian gnosis gain a more distinct identity within the broader occult landscape. Public reaction remains mixed. Adherents value its emphasis on knowledge and self-empowerment, while external society often views it with suspicion, associating it erroneously with malevolence due to the historical baggage of the name Lucifer. Despite these misinterpretations, the philosophical current continues to attract individuals seeking an alternative path to spiritual and intellectual development outside conventional religious frameworks. Voodoo Loa possession. Voodoo, properly Vadu, originated in West Africa among the Fon and Yoruba peoples and was subsequently transported to the Americas, particularly Haiti, during the transatlantic slave trade from the 17th to 19th centuries. It syncretized with Roman Catholicism under colonial pressures, forming unique New World expressions. Yoruba the peoples and was stated purpose of subsequently Loa possession, transported to the Americas, particularly as central element of Vadu ceremonies, is to establish direct communication between the human and spirit worlds. Through possession, the Loa spirits or divinities can offer guidance, healing, protection, and solutions to problems for the community and individual practitioners. And activities, often with distinct voices and mannerisms, internal processes, of Loa possession occur within public ritual ceremonies in a peristyle or temple. These activities involve rhythmic drumming, singing, specific dances, and the pouring of offerings. The energy generated is intended to invite a Loa to mount a practitioner, who is referred to as a horse shevel. During possession, undergoes a Vadu visible transformation, originated in West Africa among the speaking, subsequently moving, and behaving as the Loa, often with distinct during the voices and transatlantic slave trade mannerisms from. It serves as a temporary syncretized with conduit for the Loa to Roman Catholicism, interact directly with the community colon, delivering messages, forming unique performing New World healings, or manifesting specific needs. While the ceremony is public, the internal experience of the possessed individual and specific intimate communications with the Loa remain personal and sacred. Public exposure of Vadu and Loa possession has occurred through centuries of anthropological studies, historical accounts, and more recently, through direct accounts from practitioners and controlled cultural presentations. However, significant public understanding has also been shaped by sensationalized media portrayals and fictional narratives, particularly during the 19th and 20th centuries, which often misrepresented the practice as malevolent or purely theatrical. The aftermath of this complex exposure has been a persistent struggle for Vadu to gain recognition and respect as a legitimate religion, particularly in Western contexts. Public reaction frequently oscillates between fascination and deep-seated fear or dismissal, largely due to historical demonization. Despite this, Vadu continues to be a vibrant and living religion, particularly in Haiti and among the Haitian diaspora, where Loa possession remains a cornerstone of communal and individual spiritual life, vital for maintaining balance and connection with the spirit world. And traditions. Sessions aimed at Oba and Mile cleansing communities. Traditions originated in West Africa and were forcibly brought to the Caribbean, and particularly Jamaica, oppression Guyana, and Trinidad during the transatlantic slave trade. While often conflated, they traditionally represented distinct, yet overlapping, spiritual practices. Oba, from the Akan word Obeifo wizard witch, generally focused on individual power, spells, and charms for both benevolent and malevolent purposes, often for personal gain or revenge. Mile, conversely, was more communal and benevolent, focusing on healing, communal spirit possession, and countering the negative effects of Oba. Both emerged as powerful forms of resistance and cultural preservation among enslaved Africans. The hidden activities of Oba practitioners involve D. The secretive preparation and use of charms, potions, curses, and spells employing specific herbs, animal parts, grave dirt, and personal effects. Clients in private and charms for both settings, transmitted often. Mile practices, while more communal, also had their hidden element. NTS. They involved elaborate drumming, singing, specific dances, and spirit possession sessions aimed at cleansing communities, healing ailments, and resisting colonial oppression. Due to their association with slave revolts and challenges to colonial authority, both practices, particularly Oba, were severely suppressed by British colonial laws. The secrecy was often enforced by threat of severe punishment. Public exposure of Oba and Mile was largely driven by colonial authorities and missionaries. Laws against Oba were enacted across the British Caribbean from the late 18th century, with practitioners facing harsh penalties, including execution. These laws and the associated trials brought aspects of the practices into public record. Later, anthropological studies in the 19th and 20th centuries documented Mile rituals and the remnants of Oba beliefs. Slave narratives and local folklore also provided insights, though often filtered through the lens of colonial bias. The aftermath has been a complex legacy. Oba laws, some of the longest standing in the former British Empire, persisted well into the 21st century, continuing to marginalize practitioners. Public reaction remains deeply mixed. Within Caribbean societies, both traditions are recognized as integral parts of cultural history, but they are also frequently viewed with fear and suspicion due to their association with black magic and historical prohibitions. Despite legal and social pressures, elements of Oba and Mile traditions continue to be practiced covertly or have been integrated into other syncretic religions, maintaining their influence on popular belief systems. Curanderismo healing arts. Curanderismo refers to a system of holistic folk healing practices primarily found in Latin America and among Hispanic communities in the United States. Its origins lie in the syncretism of indigenous healing traditions from pre-Columbian America, Spanish folk medicine, and Catholic spiritual elements, evolving over centuries. There is no single founder. Knowledge is often passed down through family lineages or apprenticeships. The stated purpose of curanderismo is to heal physical, emotional, and spiritual ailments, which are often believed to stem from imbalances, negative energies, or culture-specific conditions such as susto fright sickness or mal de ojo evil eye, and conditions such as individual within their susto spiritual social fright sickness, spiritual context. The hidden activities of curanderismo are rooted in traditional knowledge and practice, observation, or the clients. Practitioners employ a variety of techniques including herbal remedies, remedios, massage, bone setting, cupping, and spiritual cleansings, limpias using eggs, herbs, or candles. Diagnosis often involves pulse reading, observation, or intuitive methods. Prayers to saints, ancestors, or specific spirits are common. The hidden aspect lies in the personal, intuitive nature of the diagnostic process, the specific combinations of herbs and rituals known only to the practitioner, and the intimate, confidential relationship between healer and client. Knowledge is often orally transmitted and requires years of direct experience. Public exposure of curanderismo has largely occurred through anthropological and medical research, community outreach programs, and the increasing recognition of traditional healing practices within Western healthcare contexts. Academic studies have documented its efficacy for certain conditions and its cultural significance. In communities where it is practiced, it is an open secret, with curanderos serving as respected community figures. While not leaked in the traditional sense, information on its practices has become more accessible through published ethnographies and, more recently, through educational initiatives. The aftermath of this exposure is that curanderismo continues to be a vital an often preferred healing system for many, particularly in regions with limited access to conventional healthcare, or where cultural beliefs align more closely with traditional approaches. Public reaction is generally positive within the communities that practice it, viewed as an important cultural heritage and a valid form of care. Outside these communities, it is sometimes met with skepticism by conventional medicine, yet there is growing academic and medical interest in integrating elements of traditional healing into holistic health approaches, recognizing its psychosocial benefits and cultural relevance. 9 Unknown Men. The legend of the 9 unknown men originates in ancient India, century embryology BCE, following the devastating Kalinga War. The core narrative emerged and was later popularized in Western literature. Its stated purpose was to preserve and manage all scientific and technological knowledge, preventing its misuse for destructive purposes. Men Ashoka originates allegedly in ancient India, entrusted 9 anonymous individuals with safeguarding vital information across various disciplines. Emperor Ashoka, enduring in the remained third, hidden from those who might weaponize it century BCE, following the devastating Kalinga War. The hidden activities of the 9 unknown men, as recounted in the legend, involve a continuous, centuries-long clandestine guardianship of 9 books, each containing a specific branch of advanced knowledge: propaganda, physiology, communication, gravity, cosmology, alchemy, light, embryology, and sociology. These custodians are said to operate in absolute secrecy, passing their knowledge from one generation to the next, subtly centuries-long, influencing clandestine world events, to guardianship guide of 9 humanity books towards peace, physiology. There are no verifiable records or direct evidence of their existence or specific actions, their entire operation existing within the realm of speculative history and legend. The concept's exposure to a wider audience occurred through literary works rather than any physical discovery or leak. Louis Jacqueliot's 1873 novel, The Sons of God, first introduced the idea to Western readers. It was further popularized by Talbot Mundy's 1923 novel, The 9 Unknown, and significantly amplified by Jacques Bergier and Louis Pauwels in their 1960 book, The Morning of the Magicians. These publications presented the legend as a potential historical reality, stimulating public interest in hidden wisdom and secret societies. The aftermath of this exposure primarily manifests in cultural and speculative domains. The legend has become a recurring theme in conspiracy theories, science fiction, and New Age philosophy, often cited as a testament to ancient wisdom or hidden global influence. Despite its widespread fictional adoption, no concrete evidence has ever substantiated the existence of the 9 unknown men, and official historical or scientific bodies do not recognize it as a factual entity. Public reaction generally oscillates between fascination with the concept of secret knowledge and a critical assessment of its historical veracity. Priory of Sion hoax. The Priory of Sion, as a modern entity, originated in France in 1956, founded by Pierre Plantard, Philippe de Chérici, and Roger Elamy. Plantard's initial motivation was to establish a fabricated noble lineage for himself, claiming descent from Merovingian kings. This claim was supported by a series of forged documents and pseudo-historical narratives. Stated purpose of the founded by Priory of Pierre Sion, Philippe depopularized, and serve as a Roger Elamy centuries-old secret society, supposedly protecting the bloodline of Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene. This narrative asserted that the priory safeguarded a hidden treasure, implied to be not just physical wealth, but also the true historical lineage of Christ, intended for eventual revelation to the world. King's the bloodline of Jesus Christ and Mary invention of claiming Magdalene Plantard and his associates Meroving. Historical crafted and implied to be not narratives just purporting to deposited physical wealth, but numerous also that demonstrate the true forged priory's ancient documents. De Henry masters such as Lobino, National de en France purport safeguarding the role in throughout the 1960s. 4. Historical crafted and implied to be not narratives just purporting to deposited physical wealth, but numerous also that demonstrate the true forged priory's ancient documents historical lineage of Christ origins. De Henry masters such as Lobino, Leonardo da Vinci, and Isaac Newton. National de en France purports safeguarding the role in throughout the 1960s, Merovingian safeguarding the dynasty, and a supposed Christ bloodline Merovingian dynasty, and a supposed Christ bloodline. No actual secret society with these claimed activities existed. All operations were confined to the fabrication and dissemination of false information. Public exposure of the Priory of Sion occurred prominently in 1982 with the publication of the non-fiction book Holy Blood, Holy Grail by Michael Bajan, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln. This book extensively detailed the fabricated history of the Priory, presenting it as potentially factual. The ultimate exposure of the Priory as a hoax came during the mid-1990s, particularly when Pierre Plantard admitted under oath in 1993, during a legal investigation, that the entire narrative and its supporting documents were a fabrication intended to gain personal influence. The aftermath of the hoax was significant. Despite Plantard's confession, the Priory of Sion gained immense global recognition and widespread public fascination, especially after being integrated as a central plot device in Dan Brown's 2003 novel, The Da Vinci Code. This led to a surge of media coverage, numerous follow-up books, and academic scrutiny, with many attempting to debunk the claims or further explore the phenomenon. The episode highlighted the susceptibility of the public to elaborate historical hoaxes, and continues to serve as a case study in media manipulation and pseudo-history. Opus Dei Inner Workings. Opus Dei was founded by Gismaria Escrivá de Balaguer on October 2, 1928, in Madrid, Spain. Its genesis was rooted in Escrivá's spiritual conviction that ordinary work and daily life could serve as a direct path to personal holiness for lay Catholics, emphasizing a universal call to sanctity, not restricted to clergy or religious orders. 1928, its genesis was activities. Catholics, order of illegal emphasizing a focusing on universal activities, called to personal sanctity, not sanctification, and restricted to apostolate clergy daily critics' responsibilities. While not strictly hidden in the sense of illegal activities, aspects of Opus Dei's internal operations have generated scrutiny and debate. Critics, often former members, describe a highly centralized hierarchical structure with strict adherence to the founder's teachings. Often practiced as former members include spiritual direction, hierarchical structure with detailed adherence to the reporting on personal founders' lives, a strong emphasis on obedience to superiors, and recruitment practices perceived by some as intense or manipulative. Numeraries and associates who commit to celibacy and live in Opus Dei centers reportedly adhere to comprehensive rules governing their daily routines, finances, and relationships, details of which are often not transparent to outsiders or general Catholic parishioners. Public scrutiny of Opus Dei's internal workings and alleged controversial practices has emerged over decades, primarily through testimonies of former members, investigative journalism, and academic studies. Publications such as John Allen Jr.'s 2005 book, Opus Dei, an objective look behind the myths and reality of the most controversial force in the Catholic Church, have detailed these aspects. Recurring controversies since the 1980s have concerned recruitment, financial transparency, and the treatment of dissenting members. Opus Dei maintains its status as a personal prelature of the Catholic Church. It has consistently faced ongoing public debate regarding its influence within the Vatican and its perceived secrecy, and alleged cult-like tendencies by critics. Official denials from Opus Dei consistently assert its transparency and adherence to church doctrine, while former members continue to voice concerns, leading to a polarized public perception regarding the organization's methods and impact on its members' lives. QAnon digital cult. QAnon originated on October 28, 2017, when an anonymous user, Q, began posting cryptic messages on the 4chan image board. The Q persona claimed to possess Q clearance, a high-level U.S. Department of Energy security clearance, implying access to classified government information. Initial posts, 4chan known as Q image board drops, formed the foundational texts of the emerging conspiracy theory. The stated purpose of Q's drops was to awaken the public to a global cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles and cannibals, allegedly composed of prominent Democratic politicians, Hollywood elites, and other powerful figures. The overarching narrative claimed that former President Donald Trump was secretly working to dismantle this cabal, with an impending storm or Great Awakening event where these individuals would be arrested and punished. The hidden activities were not physical but digital and behavioral. Followers engaged in collaborative online research, deciphering Q drops, and constructing a sprawling, internally consistent narrative of an ongoing secret war against the cabal. This involved open-source intelligence gathering, often misinterpreting public events, official statements, and mainstream media reports as coded confirmations of the conspiracy. Adherents actively created and disseminated disinformation, participated in online harassment campaigns against perceived enemies, and sought to influence political discourse, including supporting specific political figures aligned with the QAnon narrative. QAnon gained significant public exposure from late 2017 onwards, expanding from 4chan to 8chan, later 8kun, and spreading rapidly across mainstream social media platforms. Investigative reports by major news organizations, beginning in 2018 and escalating through 2020, thoroughly documented its growth and impact. The Federal Bureau of Investigation issued a warning in May 2019 about the potential for QAnon-related conspiracy theories to motivate domestic extremism. Following its highly visible role in the January 6, 2021, attack on the U.S. Capitol by some of its adherents, major social media platforms implemented widespread bans and restrictions on accounts promoting QAnon content. Despite these deplatforming efforts, the core tenets of the conspiracy theory continue to circulate in fragmented forms across various online communities and alternative platforms. Its aftermath includes heightened concerns about online radicalization, increased distrust in institutions, and the persistent spread of misinformation on topics such as elections and public health, posing ongoing challenges for law enforcement and social cohesion. Incel's blackballed dogma. The term incel, meaning involuntary celibate, originated in 1997 from a Canadian woman who created an online forum for individuals struggling to find romantic partners. However, the associated blackballed dogma developed significantly on specific online forums, such as Reddit, and later standalone sites like Incels. Predominantly from the early to mid-2010, the initial stated purpose of early incel communities was to provide a supportive space for individuals sharing experiences of involuntary celibacy. Canadian, the woman who blackballed created an ideology, which emerged within individuals these struggling to communities, deterministic view of social, sexual, and social success. It posits that an individual's physical attractiveness, genetic makeup, and societal structures are the sole determinants of their romantic and sexual fate, with little to no room for personal improvement or change. The hidden activities within these blackball subcultures involved the sustained propagation of deeply misogynistic and misanthropic discourse. Pseudo-genetic scientific makeup theories regarding physical attractiveness. Structures are the often soul referred to as lookism, and rigid male-female dynamics. Discussions frequently centered on themes of self-pity, despair, and victimhood, leading to the normalization of hatred and resentment towards women, often reduced to archetypes like Stacy's and sexually active men, termed chads. While not covert in a traditional sense, these online interactions fostered a breeding ground for radicalization, with frequent calls for violence, including rape and mass murder, against perceived oppressors. Public exposure of the incel movement and its Black Bull ideology intensified following several acts of mass violence, where perpetrators were linked to incel motivations. Notable incidents include Elliot Rodgers' 2014 Isla Vista killings, Alec Minashan's 2018 Toronto van attack, and Jake Davison's 2021 Plymouth shooting. These events prompted extensive media coverage, academic research, and law enforcement investigations into the online subculture and its radicalizing effects. In the aftermath, law enforcement agencies in various countries, including the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom, have recognized incel-motivated violence as a form of domestic terrorism or an extremist threat. Major online platforms have taken actions to ban or restrict incel communities due to their promotion of hate speech and incitement to violence. Despite these efforts, incel forums and communities continue to exist on encrypted applications and less moderated parts of the internet, perpetuating their ideology and posing an ongoing concern for public safety and online radicalization. Order of Melchizedek. The concept of the Order of Melchizedek is derived from biblical texts, specifically Genesis 14 and Psalm 110, which mention Melchizedek as a priest and king, and the Epistle to the Hebrews, which describes Jesus Christ as a priest according to the Order of Melchizedek. In modern esoteric and New Age spiritual movements, the order is interpreted as an ancient, universal priesthood predating from specific biblical texts, religions, spiritual which mention evolution, and the Epistle to the esoteric Hebrews interpretations, the stated purpose of Action 2 or ordination into the Order of Melchizedek is to achieve spiritual enlightenment, ascension, and mastery of universal laws. Global the spiritual awakening state. Ascension. There is universal no single priesthood and mastery of predating unified universal laws, or verifiable organization recognized as the Order of Melchizedek in a conventional sense. The hidden activities relate to the claims made by various self-proclaimed spiritual leaders, or organizations offering ordinations or initiations into this purported order. These activities typically involve teaching esoteric doctrines, which may include channeling, energy healing, or past life regression, offering expensive workshops, courses, or ordination ceremonies, and asserting a direct lineage or connection to ancient, hidden knowledge or spiritual beings. These activities are hidden as they are often presented as exclusive knowledge shared only within specific spiritual groups, lacking external validation or oversight. The modern concept of the Order of Melchizedek gained prominence in New Age and esoteric circles from the late 20th century onwards. Its exposure primarily occurred through the proliferation of books, websites, and seminars by individuals such as Drunvalo Melchizedek-born Bernard Perona, who popularized a distinct cosmology and teaching system related to this order. Other figures and organizations have adopted or referenced the concept, particularly those focused on ascended masters or universal spiritual laws, disseminating these ideas to a broader audience. In the aftermath, the concept remains a niche but persistent element within various New Age and spiritual communities. It contributes to a broader landscape of spiritual entrepreneurship, where individuals seek and offer pathways to spiritual awakening outside traditional religious structures. Public reaction is largely confined to those within or exploring these esoteric fields, with no significant societal consequences beyond the financial implications for participants in courses and workshops, and ongoing internal debates among spiritual practitioners regarding the authenticity or efficacy of such claims. The Abramelin operation. The Abramelin operation refers to a complex magical ritual detailed in the Book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage. Claims it was taught by the ancient Egyptian, a mage grimoire Abramelin to Abraham of Worms, translated into by Samuel Liddell Mac Gregor Mathers in 1897. Operation is further the text itself is a practitioner to 15th attain, the century knowledge and French conversation of the manuscript Holy Guardian Angel. Reportedly, this is translation of an earlier understood within work. And mythical origin intense claims it was taught by the ancient Egyptian meditation and mage Abramelin to Abraham invocation of Worms. The primary stated purpose of the Abramelin operation is for the practitioner to attain he knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel. This is understood within occult traditions as establishing a direct, conscious connection with one's higher self or divine guide. Upon achieving this connection, the operator is theoretically granted true magical power, including control over spiritual forces and the ability to command various demons and spirits for beneficial or knowledge-gaining purposes, all under the guidance of the angel. The operation itself is a 6-month-long solitary ritual process. Its hidden activities involve strict daily purification, prayer, and abstinence, the construction of an oratory and altar according to precise designs, the use of specific ritual garments and consecrated magical tools like a wand, a censer, and holy oil, and intense meditation and invocation. Following this initial period, the practitioner then proceeds to evoke and bind specific demons, theoretically under the authority of the holy guardian angel. These activities are inherently hidden due to the explicit instructions within the grimoire for the practitioner to maintain strict solitude and secrecy throughout the entire operation, warning against revealing any details. The Book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage was primarily exposed to the Western esoteric public through Mather's translation. His prominent role in the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, a highly influential magical order of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, meant the text and its challenging operation became widely known within ceremonial magic traditions. Notably, Aleister Crowley, a former Golden Dawn member, famously attempted the operation and extensively documented his experiences, further popularizing it within occult circles. In the aftermath, the Abramelin operation remains a cornerstone of Western ceremonial magic, widely studied and attempted by practitioners across various magical traditions. Due to its significant length, rigor, and the inherent challenges of solitary performance, successful completion as outlined in the text is rare. Its influence persists in occult literature and practice, often debated for its psychological effects, its ethical implications concerning the conjuration of spirits, and its efficacy as a path to profound spiritual enlightenment. Dragon Court bloodlines. The modern concept of dragon genealogies to court support claims of bloodlines is a esoteric speculative and bloodlines esoteric interpretation of the historical Societas Draconistarum, or Order of the Dragon, a monarchical chivalric order founded in 1408 by Holy Roman Emperor Sigismund of Luxembourg. While the historical order had specific political and military objectives, the contemporary Dragon Court claims a much older, mystical origin, often tracing its lineage to ancient Sumerian kings, biblical figures, or even pre-human entities. The historical Order of the Dragon was founded to defend Christendom against the Ottoman Turks. The modern, esoteric Dragon Court claims to represent an ancient, pre-Christian lineage of dragon sovereignty. Adherents believe their members possess unique bloodlines, frequently linked to the Merovingian kings or other sacred royal lines, which supposedly grant them superior spiritual or genetic qualities. Their stated purpose is often framed as the preservation of this dragon legacy, the spiritual evolution of humanity, or the restoration of a true esoteric kingship. These hidden activities are primarily intellectual and speculative. They involve extensive pseudo-historical research and the reinterpretation of ancient texts, mythology, and genealogies to support claims of esoteric bloodlines. The Dragon Court promotes its dragon lore through various channels, including books, websites, and specialized esoteric seminars. Adherents claim secret initiations or the direct transmission of ancient knowledge among self-proclaimed dragon lineage holders. Some groups may engage in private rituals or gatherings to reinforce their perceived special status or spiritual connection. These activities are considered hidden because they are not publicly verifiable and exist within a self-contained, often conspiratorial narrative, lacking external evidence. The modern dragon court concepts were significantly popularized by authors like Lawrence Gardner, beginning with his 1996 book Bloodline of the Holy Grail. Gardner claimed to be the Chevalier de Saint-Germain and a representative of the imperial and royal dragon court and order, asserting its ancient origins and connections to various royal bloodlines. His work, along with others in the New Age and conspiracy theory genres, brought these speculative claims to a wider audience. The aftermath sees the dragon court concept remaining a fringe element within esoteric and alternative history communities. It contributes to broader conspiracy theories involving secret bloodlines, ancient origins, and hidden global controllers. Academics and historians largely dismiss these modern claims as pseudo-history, lacking any verifiable evidence. Despite this, the narrative persists within specific online forums and niche publications, appealing to those seeking alternative explanations for historical power structures or personal spiritual significance through claimed ancient lineage. Fraternity of Inner Light. 1922, in specifically London, its ceremonial aimed to magic. England by Dion Fortune, whose birth name was Violet Mary Firth, and Charles Loveday. Its establishment stemmed from their disillusionment with the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, and a shared desire to create a magical order focused on practical occult work, personal spiritual development, and direct communication with transpersonal consciousness, often referred to as the inner planes. The stated purpose of the fraternity was to enable its members to develop their psychic and Hermetic Order of the Golden Magical Dawn and faculties, personal spiritual intelligences, facilitate and direct personal and communication with planetary spiritual personal evolution through a consciousness discipline program of meditation, ritual, and stated purpose of the esoteric study. It aimed to provide a structured and serious path for dedicated occult students seeking practical spiritual advancement. Spiritual the evolution through a fraternity disciplined, engaged in a series of hidden activities, which were internal to the order and not openly disclosed to the general public. These included systematic training in Western esoteric traditions, specifically ceremonial magic, Kabbalah, and tarot. Members participated in guided meditative practices designed to access non-physical realms of consciousness. Collective rituals were performed with the intention of manifesting specific magical outcomes or facilitating spiritual contact. The fraternity maintained the confidentiality of its teachings, transmitting knowledge through written lessons and personal guidance to preserve the integrity of their work and prevent misuse. These operations were hidden as they comprised a private, initiatic system requiring commitment and discretion from its members. Public exposure of the fraternity's philosophical underpinnings and some of its practices occurred primarily through Dion Fortune's extensive writings. Her influential books, including Psychic Self-Defense, 1930, the mystical Kabbalah, 1935, and applied magic, 1938, disseminated many of the fraternity's core teachings to a broader occult audience, even while the fraternity itself maintained a private existence. After her death in 1946, the fraternity continued its work, with subsequent leaders maintaining its private nature. In the aftermath, the Fraternity of Inner Light continues to operate as a private, initiatic magical order, albeit with a significantly smaller public profile than in its early decades. Dion Fortune's literary works remain highly influential within modern Western esotericism, particularly for practitioners of Wicca, the Lemma, and various ceremonial magic traditions. The fraternity's emphasis on psychological integration, practical occultism, and the importance of engaging with the inner planes has left a lasting legacy, shaping the practices and understanding of countless individual practitioners and magical groups, even those without direct affiliation. Wicca coven rituals. Modern Wicca emerged in the mid-20th century, largely popularized by Gerald Gardner in the United Kingdom during the 1950s. Its origins represent a syncretic blend of pre-Christian European pagan beliefs, ceremonial magic, Western esotericism, and elements of folklore. From its inception, coven rituals became a central component of its practice, collective their worship, magical work, and community directing building. Coven rituals in Wicca are designed to celebrate the cycles of nature, often referred to as the Wheel of the Year, and to honor the divine, frequently personified as the god and goddess, and community directing building magical energy for specific intentions, such as healing, prosperity, or protection, and facilitating spiritual growth and community among practitioners. These rituals function as acts of devotion, practical magic, and communal bonding. Practiced religion, practical magic, specific coven rituals are often conducted privately, and sometimes with a degree of secrecy. This privacy serves several purposes: to create a sacred and intimate space for practitioners, to prevent unwanted intrusion or mockery from those who do not understand or respect the practices, and, in some Gardnerian and Alexandrian traditions, certain ritual elements, initiations, and Book of Shadows content are sworn to secrecy to maintain the integrity and lineage of the tradition. These activities typically include casting a magical circle, invocations of deities, specific spellcraft, ecstatic dance, chanting, scrying, and the performance of seasonal rites, known as sabbats and esbats. Wicca gained public exposure in the latter half of the 20th century through the writings of early practitioners and proponents like Gerald Gardner, Doreen Valiant, and Alex Sanders. Books, documentaries, and academic studies, particularly from the 1960s onwards, gradually revealed the structure and content of coven rituals, although many intimate details remain specific to individual covens. The advent of the Internet in the late 1990s and 2000s further demystified many aspects of Wiccan practice, allowing practitioners to share information more freely. In the aftermath, Wicca is now a recognized religion in many Western countries, with millions of practitioners worldwide. The increased exposure of its rituals has generally led to greater understanding and acceptance among some segments of the public, while others continue to view it with suspicion or misunderstanding, often fueled by persistent misconceptions or negative portrayals in media. The once secretive nature of many covens has largely diminished in more public traditions, with a greater emphasis now placed on open education and public outreach, though privacy remains an important aspect for many groups. Legal protections for Wiccans have been established in several nations, affirming their right to practice their religion, including their rituals, free from discrimination.